Hogwarts is under siege. Students fight from the shadows until Harry finds a sealed chamber beneath the castle. One word changes everything. Shazam! Black Adam awakens, and a new resistance rises. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry. If dark, mystery-driven Harry Potter crossovers are your thing, you're in the right place. Subscribe. Also, like the video, and please, if you have any suggestions, please let me know below. I would be so happy to have your what-if ideas. Now, let's begin.
The cupboard smelled of dust and old paint. Harry had learned which boards creaked and which ones didn't. He could turn over on the narrow mattress without knocking his elbow on the pipes if he tucked his knees under just so. The faint hum of the boiler and the thud of footsteps above told him how the day was going. If Uncle Vernon's shoes hit hard and quick, it meant a bad mood. If Aunt Petunia was on the phone in her thin, tight voice, something was wrong in the neighborhood, and Harry should keep quiet. That morning, the telly had been on louder than usual. Vernon never liked the news, said it was full of idiots, but he'd left it blaring while shoveling in his breakfast. There'd been a piece about a gas main and a freak explosion on a London street that had blown out windows for half a mile. Harry didn't think gas mains went green, but the reporter had said the light was unusual, so maybe gas did what it liked now. Petunia had clicked her tongue and turned off the set when the presenter mentioned curfews and public safety. She didn't like that sort of talk any more than Vernon did. Up, Petunia had said to Harry through the cupboard door, tapping it with the side of a spoon. And mind you don't burn the bacon. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He slipped out, blinked at the brightness of the kitchen, and reached for the frying pan. Dudley sat at the table counting his rashers, his mouth already shiny. The calendar on the wall had a ring around the last day of July, which made Harry's stomach do a small twist. He never said the words, "My birthday," out loud. It felt like asking to be pushed. Dudley sniggered. "Mum, the freak's looking at the calendar again." "I wasn't," Harry said, "because it came out on its own. Eye is on the pan," Petunia said, "and take the rubbish out after. Flies everywhere. We'll have the council round if you don't." Vernon grunted behind his paper. Council would do something useful for once, he said. Then, a second later, as if remembering the news, his jaw set. Not that anyone in charge knows their arse from their elbow these days. Harry slid bacon onto plates, kept 2 bits back in the pan to char for himself when no one was looking, and poured tea, while Vernon muttered about writers and strikes. Petunia wiped a spotless counter and asked without turning, "Any letters?" Her voice was too casual. "No," Vernon said, and rustled the paper. Post didn't come yet. Harry didn't know why post mattered today. It had mattered once, letters with green ink, owls that shouldn't have existed, but that was a mad thing he'd half dreamed last summer and then didn't. This year the owls didn't come. Even the stray ones Harry used to see at night were scarce. After washing up, he took the bin bag out to the wheelie bin. The summer heat hazed the air above the pavement. A neighbor's sprinkler ticked softly on a patch of grass, and a little brown snake lay still along the warm edge of the garden path. Its body made a lazy S among the lavender. Harry paused, bag in hand, and crouched. "Hello," he said without thinking how mad that was. The snake's head lifted. Its tongue flicked twice. The sound that came from Harry's mouth wasn't English. It slid out like a whistle and a hiss together. "Hello," he said again. Only it wasn't hello. It was more like the sound of breath on glass. The snake's eyes focused, sharp and black. "Warm stone," the snake said, or that's what it felt like to Harry, a meaning more than a word. "You make sound. Most 2 legs don't." Harry glanced back at the kitchen window. Dudley had fallen into the armchair with a game controller, and Petunia was on the phone now, her back turned. He shifted closer to the lavender, keeping his hands to himself. "I didn't mean to frighten you," Harry whispered, and the whisper curled at the edges, sibilant. "Do you live here? Under bush? Under earth? There are too many stumps lately." The snake tasted the air. Loud booms in the night. Ground shakes. Harry's skin prickled. Here? Nut? Here. Far stone. The long nest. The snake turned its head to the north as if that meant something. Smells wrong. Sky taste burnt. Harry swallowed. "Do you ever hear words?" He felt ridiculous asking a snake about words, but the question pressed at his lips. In the dark. Like old sounds. Old sounds live in stone. The snake replied slow, as if thinking. Under roots. Under water. Some old sounds taste like storm. It flicked its tongue again and tilted. "You have storm taste." Harry rubbed the heel of his hand along his scar without meaning to. "I don't think so. Storm." The snake insisted, and then, practical as anything, asked, "Have you got egg?" He smiled despite himself. "No egg, sorry." The kitchen window scraped open. "Boy," Petunia snapped, not seeing the snake, not seeing anything but his back. "Stop muttering to yourself and get in here. You look like a charity case squatting like that." Harry stood. The snake slid in a quick, silent line under the lavender. Before it disappeared, it lifted its head again and said, "Old stone wakes when storm name is said." Don't say it wrong. The words brushed the inside of Harry's mouth. He opened it, and a shape pressed against his teeth. "Shuh!" He stopped, frightened by his own tongue. The snake was gone. An empty patch of earth stared up at him as if he'd imagined it. He went back inside and washed his hands at the sink, holding them under the cold tap until the heat left his face. "Talking to weeds now, are you?" Dudley said, smirking. "Take your rubbish face somewhere else." Vernon said to Harry, not looking up, "And don't go wandering after dark. They've set curfews in London. Not that we live in London, but that's how it starts." One thing leads to another. Petunia hung up the phone and stood very still. Her fingers pinched the bridge of her nose. "Marge says dogs have been spooked all week. Howling at nothing. I don't like it." Vernon folded his paper with a snap. "It's the weather," he said. "It's always the weather." Harry put plates in the rack and wiped the table. He had things to do, hedges, the front step, a list Petunia kept in her thin handwriting. He did them without being told twice, because it meant fewer words thrown at his head later. When the jobs were done, he retreated to the cupboard and lay down on the mattress, arm over his eyes. It was cooler there than in his box of a bedroom upstairs that never quite felt like his. The house creaked. Dudley stamped across the landing and bellowed at a friend on the phone. Somewhere a siren wailed far off and faded. He slept. In the dark behind his eyelids, something waited. It had waited for a long time. He heard a low voice that wasn't a voice, vowels he couldn't place. His mouth moved along with the sounds, as if his jaw remembered what his mind didn't. Shazah! His scar prickled. Heat ran down his spine. The cupboard walls seemed to pulse with the syllables, soft as a heartbeat, not frightening exactly, just old. He woke with his tongue against his teeth. The last bit caught there. "Zam," he said, too loud in the quiet. The word hit the inside of the cupboard like a slap. He sat upright, heart banging, breath punched out of him. He didn't know what it meant, and he didn't want to say it again. "Keep your gob shut in there." Vernon bellowed from the hall. "Or sleep in the shed with the spiders." Your choice. It was still afternoon. The light under the door had a warm edge to it. Harry pressed his knuckles to his mouth until the urge to say the word faded. When he finally crawled out, Petunia shoved a basket into his arms. "Grocer," she said. "Milk. Bread, eggs. And don't dawdle. I want it done before tea." He walked the familiar pavement with the basket handle biting his fingers. The front gardens of Privet Drive were green and tidy, water beaded on roses. Nice people nodded as they clipped hedges and didn't quite meet his eye. He didn't mind. He counted steps to the corner shop. He counted the bricks on the low wall by number 7. Numbers were safe. They stayed what they were and didn't turn into strange sounds when you weren't looking. At the shop, Mrs. Willis behind the till gave him a once over and snorted when he fumbled the coins. "Mind you don't drop that bread," she said. "Had a run on bread this morning. People panic over nothing." "Sorry," he said. On the walk back, a cloud slid over the sun. Harry glanced up and saw a shape like a bird cut across the sky. Not a seagull, not a pigeon, its wings angled wrong. He squinted until his eyes watered. When he blinked, it was gone. He told himself it was a plane or a trick of light. By the time tea rolled around, Vernon had worked himself into a state. The news had put up a number for people to call if they saw unusual activity, which he said was bloody cheek. "They're telling people to spy," he ranted, jabbing his fork at the air. "Not in my house. We've got nothing to do with any of that." Petunia scraped plates hard enough to squeal against ceramic. "As if we'd want anything to do with it," she muttered. Then, sharper, at Harry, "Don't loiter. Clean up in bed." He cleaned up. He went to bed. He did not sleep right away. He lay on his back and tried to hold his body very still, as if stillness would make the house forget about him. After a long time, the house went quiet in the way that meant adults asleep and Dudley snoring with the telly off. The quiet didn't last. Wind stirred. Something in the street clicked and went dark. A pressure built in the night, like the feeling before a storm. Then there was a knock. It wasn't a neighborly knock. It wasn't the quick rap of a parcel. It was a heavy, single thud, like a fist that didn't care how thick the door was. The sound traveled through the floorboards and into Harry's chest. Vernon's voice floated down the stairs, shaggy with sleep. "What? What time?" "Whoa." Another thud shook the hall mirror. Harry rolled out of bed and pressed his ear to the cupboard door. Petunia's steps were fast and light and angry. "Who is it at this hour?" she hissed. Whispering like that could turn the knock ordinary. "If it's those boys from—" The third knock wasn't a knock at all. The door shuddered on its hinges as if something on the other side had lost patience with knocking. "Don't open it," Petunia said, grabbing Vernon's arm. "Don't you dare. I'll call the police," Vernon said, but he was already stumping down the hall, one meaty hand fumbling for the chain. "We're decent people," he muttered to himself. "We don't get nonsense at our door." He opened it the way men open things when they want to look brave. The security chain held for exactly half a second. It snapped with a squeal as if it had been tin, and the door swung wide to let in a wall of damp air and a lot of man. The man filled the doorway. He wore a coat that might have been a blanket once and a beard that had a twig in it, and he ducked his head to look inside. His hair hung long and wild around a face that would have been kind in daylight. In the dark, with rain clinging to his eyebrows like beads, he looked like a mountain that had got up and walked to Privet Drive to ask a question. "Evenin'," he said, and his voice made the hallway small. He peered past Vernon's shoulder. "Harry here." Vernon's mouth worked. No sound came out. Petunia gave a little gasp like a kettle beginning to boil. "You," she said, and put a hand to her throat. Harry's hand had already found the cupboard latch. He opened it and stood up in the space between the coats and the wall as if the coats were shields. The big man, giant, really, leaned down, saw him where he was, and his eyes softened. "There ye are," he said. "Been lookin' all over." Vernon recovered his voice enough to try for bluster. "Who do you think you are, breaking into respectable?" "Name's Hagrid," the man said, as if the name should sit the whole house down. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He turned back to Harry. "Happy birthday, by the way." Harry blinked. The word, birthday, fell oddly into the hall like someone had said it by mistake. No one said that word to him at night in the doorway, not with rain behind it. "We don't want any," Vernon said, hand flat on the wood as if he could push the man back out by will. "Whatever, whoever you are, we've had enough of your lot." Hagrid's eyebrows drew together. "My lot," he repeated, and looked past Vernon at the neat-framed family photographs, the ones with Harry cut off at the edge or not there at all. He sniffed once, as if the house had a smell he didn't like. "I'm not here for you." "I won't have you in my house," Petunia said, voice tight with something Harry couldn't name. She wasn't looking at Hagrid. She was looking at Harry. "You said Hogwarts," Harry managed. The syllables felt like chalk on his tongue. He'd seen the word in a dream of a letter once. It had felt warm and possible, and then it had gone. Hagrid nodded. "I did. That's where you're going. We've got to move quick. Quick." Vernon barked a laugh that sounded close to a cough.
Quick.
"Where? There's a curfew in the city. The roads—" "We won't be taking roads," Hagrid said. He glanced over his shoulder into the dark street. Water dripped off the end of his umbrella. It wasn't an ordinary umbrella. The wood had a twist to it, and the fabric looked thicker. "Things are worse than last year," he said, dropping his voice as if the night might strain to listen. "Letters aren't safe. The owls—" He shook his head. "Never mind owls. I'm here because the head, because we need ye, Harry, and because you need us." Petunia made a thin sound. Vernon's face went red, then white, then a color Harry had never seen on a person. "You will not take him," Vernon said. "You will not drag that boy off to one of your madhouses while—" He couldn't seem to find an end to the sentence. He stabbed a finger toward the telly in the lounge, where the news ticker still crawled along the bottom of the screen. "While the whole world's gone insane." Harry looked from Vernon to Hagrid, feeling like he'd come into a story halfway through. "What's going on?" he asked, not to anyone in particular. Hagrid rubbed a hand over his beard, which made a noise like leaves. "Short of it," he said slowly, choosing his words like someone breathing around a bruise, "is that there's a wizard called you. No. Best to say it straight." He lifted his chin. "There's a wizard called Voldemort. He's got hold of the Ministry. He's got his lot in Hogwarts. There's still folk fighting, but—" He ran out of sentence the way Vernon had, but in the space Hagrid left there was something else, a promise. "Maybe." Petunia flinched at the name as if it had wind behind it. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't say that in my home." "Your home," Hagrid said, and for a heartbeat anger cracked across his face like lightning. "Right." He took a breath and tucked it away. When he spoke again his voice was quieter. "Harry's got a place where he belongs. He should have been told years ago." Vernon planted himself wider in the doorway. "He belongs here," he said. "He is our responsibility." Hagrid's gaze dropped to the cupboard door still half open. He looked at the mattress, the flaking paint, the shoes lined along the skirting board as if they could hide anything. "Doesn't look like you've been very responsible," he said, without heat now, which somehow made it worse. Harry found he had moved without deciding to. He stood nearer Hagrid than Petunia. The rain smell was sharp and real. Hagrid put his body between Harry and the hall without fuss, like a wall with a pulse. "Why now?" Harry asked. "Why at night? Why not letters?" He almost said, "Why not like last year?" Hagrid hefted the umbrella from one big hand to the other. At the movement, Vernon flinched, as if umbrellas could go off. "Because they're watching the post," Hagrid said. "Because they're watching everything. Because because the person who'd explain it best isn't here, and I am. Because your name is in places it shouldn't be, and if we don't go now, someone else will come who won't knock." The house seemed to lean in. Petunia pressed her lips together until they went colorless. When she spoke, her voice came from somewhere small and far away. You can't take him back into that world. My sister. The word sister came out like it had cut her tongue. She looked at Harry as if he were a word she hadn't meant to say. We lost her to that world. Hagrid's expression changed. If his anger had been a storm, it passed to leave the heavy air that comes after. I'm sorry for that, he said. I am, but keeping him shut up won't change what he is. What am I? Harry asked. He wanted someone to say it. He wanted someone to make sense of the word in his mouth since afternoon, the snake in the garden, the way his skin prickled now like a warning. Hagrid looked straight at him. You're a wizard, Harry. The word wizard settled into his chest as if it had been waiting there for a place to land. Not a surprise, not exactly. More like a door opening on a room he'd been standing outside for a long time, ear to the wood. Vernon made a noise like a burst pipe. No, absolutely not. We took you in. We clothed you. We gave you a roof. You stuck me in a cupboard, Harry said before he could stop it. The sentence fell out small and flat. It sounded strange in the hall, the way true things do when they've been quiet too long. Petunia's hand twitched. Hagrid didn't smile. He didn't say anything kind. He just nodded once like a man who had expected the worst and still found a way to be surprised by it. Get your coat, he said to Harry, gentle and firm at once. We don't have long. Vernon swung his arm out, blocking the stairs. He's not going anywhere. Hagrid's mouth went thin. Move, he said. Vernon did not move. He was a big man in his own house, and the hall was narrow enough that two big men had to choose who got to be tallest. For a second, Harry thought someone would start swinging. Hagrid shifted the umbrella in his hand and tapped it once against the doorframe. A spark, small and white, jumped from the fabric to the wood and crackled along the grain. It wasn't a bang. It wasn't even loud. But the hair on Harry's arms lifted, and Vernon stumbled back as if the house had growled at him. I said. Hagrid repeated, lower, move. Petunia caught Vernon's sleeve. He didn't shake her off. He stepped aside in stiff half-inches, jaw clenched to cracking. His eyes said things his mouth didn't. None of them were good. Harry went up the stairs without running and came down with his frayed coat and the cheap trainers that had rubbed his heel raw last week. He didn't own a proper bag, and he didn't own much at all. He slid a book into his coat pocket, a library book he hadn't taken back yet because he liked the feel of the paper, and faced the door again. The rain blew fine and cold into the hall. It tasted like pennies. The street lamps threw puddled light along the pavement. Hagrid looked up and down the road the way men do who have made a habit of checking exits. We'll cut across the back gardens, he said. No point making ourselves a picture for anyone looking the wrong way. Where are we going? Harry asked. He wasn't sure if he hoped the answer would be anywhere or somewhere. He just wanted it to be an answer. Hogwarts, Hagrid said, and then, as if realizing how ridiculous that word could sound to a boy in a thin coat in the rain, he added, school. He glanced at Petunia, not kindly, not cruelly, and said in a quieter tone, I'll keep him safe as I can. Petunia looked at Harry very hard for the first time in years, not through him, at him. Her eyes were damp at the edges, whether from the wind or something else. He couldn't tell. Don't talk to snakes, she said, and then snapped her mouth shut as if the words had escaped without permission. Hagrid's head whipped round. Snakes. Harry flushed. Only once. In the garden. It wasn't. I didn't. It just happened. Hagrid stared at him for a heartbeat too long, then muttered, right, under his breath, as if filing that in a drawer marked important. We'll see the rest later. Vernon found words at last and flung them like crockery. If he steps out that door, don't come back, he said. Not for clothes, not for anything. You hear me, boy. You made your choice. Harry didn't know he'd made a choice. He hadn't been offered one. But the air in the hall smelled like rain and something else, sharp and old, like the snake eats. Storm. Word. He put his hand on the edge of the door and said very quietly, "Okay." They stepped out into the night. The rain touched his face like the world recognizing him. Hagrid shut the door behind them with the carefulness of a man who could have slammed it off its hinges and didn't. They went down the path, over the wet grass, through the gap in the hedge Hagrid made wider with his shoulder. "Stay close," Hagrid said. "If I say duck, duck. If I say run, run. Run from what?" Harry asked. "From who?" Hagrid corrected. "And don't say his name where anyone might hear." He paused at the end of number 4's back garden and looked at Harry like he was seeing someone and remembering a different someone too. "You all right?" Harry wanted to say no. He wanted to say he didn't understand any of this. He wanted to ask about the word in his mouth and the snake and why the hair on his arms wouldn't lie down. What he said was, "I will be," which surprised him when it came out. "Good lad," Hagrid said, and they moved. They crossed 2 gardens, one with gnomes tipped on their faces, one with a washing line snapping in the rain. A dog barked and then didn't. The houses watched them with square eyes. When they reached the alley that ran behind Magnolia Crescent, Hagrid stopped and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "You'll feel a tug," he said, "like a hook behind the navel. Don't fight it. It's already set to take us to the right place. Had to nick it off, never mind. Point is, ready." Harry nodded, because he didn't know how to shake his head here. Hagrid took a metal object from his pocket. It looked like a bent coin with scratches. He pressed it into Harry's palm. It was warm from Hagrid's hand and heavier than it looked. Hagrid covered Harry's hand with his own. "On 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. The world yanked. Harry's stomach lurched into his throat. The rain became a smear, the hedges a crooked green line, the lights a handful of stars thrown in a jar and shaken. Then his feet hit stone. He staggered. Hagrid steadied him without comment. They stood in a narrow, wet lane with old bricks rising on either side. The air smelled of soot and something wild. A sign hung crookedly above them, the paint half faded. The letters spelled out words that made Harry's skin prickle again. "The Leaky Cauldron. It's shut," Hagrid said, peering at the dark windows. "Has to be. But there's folk who still help if you know how to ask." "Ask who?" Harry said. "Me, for now," Hagrid said. He raised his umbrella and tapped the top of the door with it, very soft. A pulse ran through the wood, and a slit of warm light opened where no light should have been. An old man with a face like a walnut peered out, one eye milky, one sharp. When he saw Hagrid, his mouth twitched. When he saw Harry, he opened the door a fraction wider and then stopped as if a thought had struck him between the shoulders. "Not here," he whispered. "You'll be seen." "We won't be long," Hagrid said. "Just need a way through." The old man's sharp eye slid to the alley mouth, as if measuring how much trouble could fit down it. 2 minutes, he said, and stepped back. Hagrid pushed the door with one finger, and it swung enough to let them in sideways. Inside smelled like old beer and wood polish, and a spice Harry couldn't name. Tables stood in the gloom like people pretending to be furniture. A single candle burned at the bar. The old man, Tom, Hagrid called him, reached under the counter and brought up a keyring that looked like a nest. "Cellar door," Tom said. "Down. Through. Back up the other side. Don't talk to anyone you didn't bring with you." "Cheers," Hagrid said. "I owe ya." "You owe me nothing," Tom said flatly. "Just keep the boy in one piece." Hagrid nodded once and set a wide hand in the center of Harry's back, guiding him across the room. The floor creaked in friendly ways. Harry looked at the shadowed chairs and the empty hearth and wondered what they looked like when they were full of people. He tried not to imagine other faces. He tried not to think about a word he hadn't said again since the afternoon, the way it had wanted to jump out of him like a frog. Down in the cellar, Hagrid found a door at the back and opened it onto a stretch of narrow passage that sloped gently upward. The air on the other side was cold and tasted like stone. Hagrid ducked and Harry followed, and the door swung shut behind them with a click that sounded a lot like the lock on the cupboard at number 4. They went up. At the top, Hagrid pressed his ear to another door, listening. He nodded to himself and pushed. The smell changed, wet leaves, torch smoke. Harry stepped out and the sky opened above him. He hadn't expected sky. He had expected a roof and more walls. Instead, he saw the outline of a huge broken tower against clouds. "Hogwarts?" Hagrid said softly, like a man saying home and sorry at the same time. Harry stared. The castle on the hill was not the one from his half-remembered dream of a picture. It was dark, and parts of it looked like teeth missing from a grin. Something in the air buzzed the way wires do when they're about to go wrong. Far away, a flicker ran along the edge of the stone like green fireflies. The hairs on his arms did their trick again. "We can't go in the front," Hagrid said. "Round the side, through a way most folk don't know." "Do you hear that?" Harry asked. "Hear what?" "Like whispering," Harry said, feeling foolish. It wasn't whispering. It was the idea of whispering, sound with no words, as if the stones themselves had secrets tucked under them. Hagrid gave him a long look and then made a face at himself, as if telling his thoughts to behave. "You've got more in you than most," he said, not unkindly. "We'll talk about it when it's safe." They kept low across the wet grass. Hagrid moved surprisingly quiet for a man his size. Harry copied the way he put his feet down. When they reached a low wall, Hagrid breathed out carefully. "All right," he murmured. "Now we—" A shape peeled itself off the shadow at the edge of the wall. Hagrid's arm shot out and shoved Harry behind him so fast Harry didn't have time to yelp. "Who's there?" a voice hissed. Not a snake. A human hiss, thin and mean. Hagrid said nothing. He put himself square to the voice and lifted the umbrella a fraction. The shape shifted again, and this time Harry saw it. A man in a dark cloak that looked wet even where the rain didn't touch it. The man's wand was already up. He twitched it once, and a small spark crackled from the tip, greenish, ugly. "Move along," the man said. "Patrol route." Hagrid didn't move. "Evenin'," he said, tone pleasant in a way that made the air feel colder. "You'll be wantin' to report to your superiors there's a leak in the cellars. Smell of gas." The man sneered. "The only gas I smell is the sort that comes out of your mouth, half-breed." Harry didn't understand that, but Hagrid went very still. "Mind your words," he said. "I'm on business for the head of—" He stopped himself. His knuckles tightened on the umbrella. "Business," the patrolman said. He looked past Hagrid for the first time and saw Harry in the lee of that enormous coat. His eyes did a quick, ugly jump. "Well, well." Harry's chest squeezed. He tried to make himself smaller. Hagrid shifted again, blocking the man's line of sight. "Nothin' for you here," Hagrid said. "Oh, I think there is." The man's wand rose a fraction. "Unless you want me to." Hagrid didn't give him the rest of that sentence. He flicked the umbrella, and a thin line of light cracked across the wet ground and leapt up the patrolman's boots to his knees. The man yelped and staggered as if his feet had gone to sleep all at once. Hagrid stepped forward and, with a single, precise movement, knocked the wand into the grass. The man flailed, went down in a graceless sprawl, and lay there cursing in a whisper through his teeth. "Go home," Hagrid said, not loud. "Tell 'em you tripped." The patrolman glared, sucked in air for a shout, and then thought better of it when Hagrid lifted the umbrella a quarter inch. He scrambled on hands and knees, found the wand by luck, and crawled into the dark, swearing that he would remember this. Maybe he would. Hagrid's shoulders stayed high until the dark swallowed the man. "Quick," Hagrid said. "This way." They slid along the wall to a gap that looked like nothing. Hagrid put his hand to the stone and muttered something under his breath. The stone shivered and parted as if it had only been pretending to be one piece. Hagrid nudged Harry through and followed, set the umbrella against a bracket, and pulled a door shut behind them that hadn't been there a second before. Blackness. Then Hagrid snapped his fingers and a soft yellow light bloomed at the end of the umbrella like a tame sun. "Room of—" "Never mind," Hagrid said. "Safe for now." Harry leaned his back against the cool stone and breathed. His hands shook. He looked at them as if they belonged to someone else. Hagrid noticed, said nothing, and shoved a handkerchief the size of a tea towel into Harry's fist. "Better?" Hagrid asked after a minute. "A bit," Harry said. "Right." Hagrid rolled his shoulders, and the room made room for them. "We'll get you settled down below for the night. Tomorrow we'll find the right people and figure a proper plan."
"Are there other students?" Harry asked.
"Here, a few," Hagrid said. His mouth tightened. "Not enough." Harry nodded. The snaky's words from the morning touched the edge of his mind. Old Stone Storm, don't say the name wrong. He swallowed. The taste of the strange syllables was still there, faint as a smell caught in a jumper. He glanced at Hagrid. "If I hear something, if I say something without meaning to, we'll sort it," Hagrid said firmly. "Some of us hear things most folk don't. Doesn't make you wrong. Just means you've got a bit more to carry." Harry let out a breath he hadn't noticed he'd been holding. He had a lot of questions. None of them would sit still long enough to be asked. Hagrid rubbed the back of his neck. "There's one more bit," he said, as if it were a splinter he had to pull out. "About why you, not that I hold with prophecies and all that rot." He grimaced. "But the short version is, Voldemort tried to kill you once, when you were a baby. Didn't take. Did for your mum and dad." His voice roughened on that, and he coughed as if he could clear it. "He's never forgotten you. Some folk think you've got a part to play bigger than most. I think you're a boy who should have been told the truth sooner." Harry's throat burned. He wasn't sure which part hurt, the bit about his parents, which he knew but didn't, or the bit about someone trying to kill him, which he didn't remember and did. He touched his scar again and felt the faint raised skin under his fingertips like a piece of punctuation. Full stop. Start again. "I don't know how to be what people want," he said, surprising himself. "Good," Hagrid said, and Harry looked up, startled. "Don't try. Be what you are. That'll be plenty." The light at the umbrella tip made a small circle around them. Beyond it, the stone breathed. Harry listened to it and heard nothing and something both. He thought of Petunia's face at the door and Vernon's hand on the wood and the way the snake had said storm. He thought of the word in his mouth that wanted to be said and decided he would not say it in a place like this. Not yet. Not until he knew what it meant. Not until he knew which way it would point him. Hagrid flicked the umbrella and the light shrank. "Come on," he said. "There's blankets in the lower rooms. Might be stew if we're lucky." They moved deeper into the school that didn't quite feel like a school, just a shadow of one. Somewhere above, rain hit a broken window and made a tired music. Harry glanced back at the hidden door they'd come through and felt the far, away tug of number 4 like a memory he'd already started to forget. He put his hand against the cool wall as he walked, as if the stone and his skin could work out a secret between them. Behind him, in the dark he couldn't see, something old listened to his footsteps and kept its own counsel. He didn't hear it, and he didn't need to. He had Hagrid's broad back in front of him and a blanket somewhere with his name on it. even if no one had written it there yet. Harry. Hagrid said over his shoulder, almost as an afterthought. If ye hear anybody saying there's no hope, you don't listen. Folks have said that before. They're not always right. All right, Harry said. And if ye hear some voice in your head tell ye to say any old words. Harry's mouth went dry. Yes, don't, Hagrid said, and his tone made the hair on Harry's arms lift again. Not till we've got folk around who know what they're saying, and you're not standing in a corridor with a lightning rod in your gob. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and, to his own surprise, laughed. It wasn't much of a laugh, just a short, unplanned laugh, but it loosened something in his chest. Hagrid glanced back, and the corners of his eyes crinkled. There's the lad, he said. Come on, then. Daylight's a way off yet. They went down into the belly of the castle, where the stones stayed dry even when the world above was all rain, and Harry tried to hold on to the sound of Hagrid's boots and the idea that someone had knocked hard on a door to find him. He didn't know what would happen in the morning, and he didn't know what the word in his mouth would do if he let it out. He only knew that he wasn't in the cupboard any more, and the dark here felt different, like a room that had kept a light for him under the bed all along. Chapter 2. A grim invitation. Hagrid woke Harry before dawn with a tap on the boot and a quiet, "Up ye get." The lower room didn't have windows, only a seam of light under a door that led to the old cellars, so morning was a guess. The stone kept the chill. Harry sat up on the camp bed Hagrid had dragged out of a cupboard and rubbed at the sleep grit in his eyes. Thought we were staying here, Harry whispered, keeping his voice low out of habit. Just for the night, Hagrid said. He was already wearing his big coat, hair tied back with a bit of cord. His beard looked damp where he'd splashed water over his face. Too many eyes about. Best to move while most of 'em are still rubbing the sleep out. Harry pulled on his coat and laced his trainers, fingers a bit clumsy. His stomach had settled sometime in the night from all the shocks. The steadiness felt strange, like a chair that had always wobbled suddenly sat square on the floor. "Where now?" he asked. "Quick look at the alley," Hagrid said. "In and out. Then we'll slide off to the country. Safer to finish the trip from there." He saw Harry's face and added, "I'll keep you close. Promise." Harry nodded. The promise helped. It wasn't fancy. Hagrid said it like a plain fact. They folded the camp bed, picked up a canvas satchel Hagrid had packed, blankets, bread wrapped in cloth, 2 flasks, and slipped down a short corridor. Hagrid blew on his fingers, and a soft light bloomed again at the tip of the umbrella, more torch than star. He held it low so it wouldn't show under any crack. At the cellar door, he lifted the bar and listened. The pub above groaned once, the sound of old wood thinking about morning. No voices. He eased it open. The Leaky Cauldron's bar was still dark except for a single lamp burning behind the counter. Tom wasn't there. A note sat propped by the till keep to the cellars. Watch the back lane. No names on the note, just a scratch that might have been a T. Hagrid tipped his head, almost a bow, as if the paper could see him. He led Harry to the tiny walled yard and the brick wall beyond. "Stand back," he muttered. He tapped the bricks in a pattern Harry tried to memorize. The wall folded itself away, brick pulling from brick in neat little turns until an arch opened on the other side. Harry's breath stuck. Diagon Alley had looked busy and bright in the picture he'd held in his head after Hagrid said the word yesterday. He'd imagined color and noise and windows full of things he didn't have names for. What stood in front of him now was quiet and gray. Shutters hung crooked. Signs that once swung on neat chains were nailed back. A poster with a moving face slapped a damp board and curled at the corner, "Undesirable No One." The face on it was his, younger and thinner, eyes wide in a way he didn't like. Someone had drawn a mustache on it in ink that rain hadn't quite washed away. Hagrid reached up, angry as a bell under his breath, and ripped the poster down. He crumpled it in one hand and shoved it deep in a pocket. "Keep ye hood up," he said. "Less growl and more care again. Not many folk about this early, but the ones that are, we don't want their sort of notice." They stepped through. The arch sealed behind them with a hard little sound that made Harry's shoulders hitch. Their footsteps on the cobbles echoed. Shopfronts he didn't know the names of had boards or scorch marks. One window was wrapped in wire. Another had bars that made the display look like a cage. A string of paper notices flapped along a wall. Curfew extended in central districts. Registration office for Muggle. Borns relocated. Rewards for information. "What's a registration office?" Harry asked, even though he could guess from the word and the way Hagrid's jaw clenched when he read it. "Bad news," Hagrid said. "They use it to round up people they don't want in the world." He glanced down at Harry. "They call it something tidy, but it's not. Don't go near places with lists if ye can help it. Not till all this is put back right." Harry ran a finger along the cold metal of a shutter as they passed. He tried to picture the alley the way he'd imagined it, full of people and laughter. He couldn't make the sound stick. "Thought we'd get ye a wand proper, like," Hagrid said, keeping his voice low and steady, as if this were an ordinary errand. "But Ollivander's well. He's not here to ask." He set a big hand on the doorframe of a narrow shop with a faded sign, "Ollivander's makers of fine wands since 382 BC, and left it there for a heartbeat. We'll sort it later. There's other ways for now. Will I be useless without one?" Harry asked. It came out smaller than he meant. He didn't want to be carried. He wanted to stand up and be useful. Hagrid's mouth tugged, not quite a smile. "I've seen folk do a lot with less than a wand," he said. "Keep your head. Listen quick. That'll do for now." He dug in the satchel and handed Harry a stubby bit of wood with a handle worn smooth. Not a proper match. But for light, a spark, small stuff, it'll take the edge off. Don't show it unless ye have to. Harry slid it into his sleeve and felt odd and taller, even if it was only a sliver. They walked the length of the alley. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes sat shut with its bright paint scuffed and a hanging sign askew. Hagrid paused across from it, face heavy. "They made it shine," he said, as if to himself. "Even when things were dark. Good lads." He cleared his throat and moved them on. In front of Gringotts, the white steps were stained and empty. The great bronze doors were sealed. A notice in precise letters read "Closed for security review." A goblin in armor stood far back in the shadow, motionless. His eyes flicked toward them and away. Hagrid dipped his head. The goblin did not return it. "Are they on his side?" Harry asked. "They're on theirs," Hagrid said. "Goblins don't forget a slight, and they don't like being told who holds what. We're not enemies. We're not friends. We're something else these days." He nudged Harry on. "Don't stare. They don't care for it." At the turn that would lead to Knockturn Alley, two men in cloaks stood with arms folded, wands tucked in their sleeves the way people tuck knives. They watched the street like fishermen watching a river. One of them said something that made the other laugh without opening his mouth. Hagrid changed their angle by a step so shop glass threw their reflections wrong and kept walking. Harry matched his stride and kept his eyes to the cobbles. "What do they do if they catch us?" Harry asked, not to frighten himself, but because empty questions were worse. "Depends who they are," Hagrid said. "Snatchers'll try to sell ye. Some of the ones in black cloaks like to pretend they're the law. If it's one of his big ones, we don't get caught." He checked over his shoulder without turning his head. "You're quick. That's good." A sudden cold slid through the alley, as if a door had opened somewhere it shouldn't. The lamps flickered. though it wasn't light enough for them to be on. Harry's breath smoked white at his mouth in the summer gloom. He knew that cold from nowhere. He didn't have a name for it, but his insides shrank like a hand had squeezed them. Hagrid felt it too. "Keep your eyes down," he said. "Think of something that made ye laugh." Quick, Harry tried. He didn't have many. He grabbed at a picture anyway, Dudley falling into a paddling pool when he was 6. The memory wasn't kind, but it had a shape that wasn't fear. He held it up inside himself like a shield. The cold slid past and thinned. "Good," Hagrid said, approving and rough. "There's more of now. They like what he's built. Don't give the satisfaction of more." They reached the far end of the alley where the wall to the Muggle side waited. Hagrid tapped the bricks in a different pattern this time. The arch yawned open. Harry glanced back once, taking in the whole of it. The alley looked smaller from here, like a drawing done in charcoal and rubbed with a thumb to smear the edges. He thought of the faces that should be here and weren't. He didn't know them yet, but he missed them anyway. On Charing Cross Road, the city felt like it was holding its breath. A yellow street sweeper trundled past, brushes spinning, the driver's face blank and pale in the cab. Posters on a bus shelter repeated the same words he'd seen on the magical notices: curfews, closures, without the moving pictures. A shop on the corner had a sign in the window, "Closed early." Sorry for the inconvenience. Someone had scrawled "not sorry" underneath it in marker pen. They kept to side streets. Hagrid moved like he knew the city by its gutters and back ways. Twice he steered them into a service alley and let 2 men with hard faces go by on the pavement, neither magical by the look of them, but both carrying themselves like trouble. Once he flattened them both against peeling bricks as a woman in a neat suit strode past with something wrong about her walk. Harry didn't know magic yet, not properly, but the hairs on his neck lifted when she went by as if she carried a storm in her briefcase. "What's wrong with her?" Harry whispered when she'd turned the corner. "Imperious," Hagrid said. "Or just fear. Hard to tell from behind." He grunted. "Doesn't matter. It's not safe to fight in the middle of the road. We'll deal with the ones we have to when we have to." They reached a narrow square with 3 dead trees and a bench with 1 slat missing. Hagrid checked his watch, an enormous thing with hands that moved like they had to be coaxed. He took a bent penny from his pocket, glanced at the benches, the sky, the faces in the windows no one thought were watching, and then held the coin out to Harry. "Portkey," he said. "This one's for the moor. Last time it went, it put us 3 hedges over from the path, so brace yourself." Harry took the coin. It was warm, as before. Hagrid closed Harry's fingers over it and covered them with his broad hand. "If anyone walks into the square in the next 5 seconds," he said cheerfully. "We're 2 lads out for a very early walk." "No one's going to believe that," Harry said. "They don't have to. They only have to not ask a question." Hagrid's eyes flicked to the left. A curtain twitched and settled. "Ready?" Harry nodded. The tug took him again, not as bad as the first time, but still a punch behind the belly button. The square smudged out. The smell of the city swapped for peat and rain and something clean. His feet hit soft ground. He staggered 2 steps and caught himself on the edge of a low, dry stone wall. The wind moved over the open land with a sound like someone sighing a long way away. The sky had a thin strip of light to the east. Everything else was gray and brown and green. Hagrid planted his boots and looked around. "Good," he said. "No sheep. Last time there was a sheep. Didn't like me. Maybe it didn't like the coat," Harry said without thinking. The words popped out and hung there. Hagrid looked at him, surprised, then laughed, short and honest. "Maybe it didn't," he said. He clapped Harry on the shoulder, careful not to knock him over. "Come on. There's a path that way. Stay to the stones. The bog sucks at the edges." They walked. The heather brushed Harry's trousers. His shoes sank a little where the ground remembered last week's rain. Hagrid took the longer strides and then checked himself, shortening them so Harry could keep up without jogging. What happened to Hogwarts? Harry asked after a time. He kept his eyes on the stones as Hagrid had said and let his feet do the work. The question had been sitting in his throat since the first sight of the broken tower. I thought everyone says Hogwarts is supposed to be safe. It was, Hagrid said. For a long time. It kept folks safe and taught them and kept the worst of the world outside. Then he came back proper, and the ministry started pretending it wasn't so. And by the time enough people said the word war out loud, it wasn't really a start. It already begun. He kicked a bit of turf out of his way and put his foot down hard on the next stone. He had friends in places we thought were just noisy rooms full of paper. He had folk who wanted to be on the side that was winning. He had folk too scared to pick. That's how it's done. One rule at a time, one office at a time. Then one morning the badges on the doors mean something else. Harry tried to picture the ministry as an office. It made it smaller and more frightening at the same time. And Hogwarts? He asked, when Hagrid didn't go on. Same as everywhere, Hagrid said. Only worse, because it mattered more. We held it as long as we could. Dumbledore. He stopped, not because the name hurt to say, but because he was deciding what to put next. Dumbledore gave us time. That's what he's always been good at, buying enough of a chance for other folk to run or fight, or write the thing that needed writing, or teach the lesson that meant someone else didn't fall for the same trick. But it's hard to hold a castle when the people at the front won't listen to the ones at the back, and there's more doors than you've got hands for. Harry thought of the broken windows and the posters and the way the alley had felt hollow, as if someone had pulled out the middle. Who's there now? He asked. Pieces of them, Hagrid said. His lot. Creatures that like what he does to a place. A few of ours hiding. More than a few students. Runaways, ones who were here when it turned, ones who made it in after. A trickle from families who couldn't keep their kids safe. There's rooms that won't play along with the new rules. There's passages that don't have maps. Hogwarts has a mind of her own even when nobody's asking. We use that. Why? Harry asked. The word landed warm in his chest. Folk who never left, Hagrid said, like it should have been obvious. Folk who came back. Folk who never had a choice. He looked sideways at Harry. Folk who were waiting on ya. Harry walked 2 more stones in silence. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, he said. Everyone keeps saying my name like it's a plan, and it's not. It's just a name. Good, Hagrid said again, in the same firm tone as last night. Don't try to be a plan. Try to be a person. People can do things. Plans go wrong. At a gap in the wall, Hagrid led them through to a narrower path that ran between scrub and the base of a line of craggy rocks. He checked the sky. The thin, bright strip had fattened into real light. The clouds were low, the kind that sat on hills and made them part of the sky. We'll stop under those rocks a minute, Hagrid said. Drink, quick bite, then another jump. Best to hop a bit than make one big show of it, and land where everyone's looking. They sat on their heels in the lee of the stones. Hagrid handed Harry half a cheese sandwich and a flask. The tea smelled like strong leaves and a little smoke. It was hot and rough and perfect. Harry didn't realize how thirsty he was until he swallowed and his throat burned in a good way. Thanks, he said. Eat, Hagrid said, chewing, watching the path they'd taken in case it tried to send trouble after them. Your body can't fight without fuel. Your brain neither. Who's been lost? Harry asked quietly. After a minute of bread and tea, he didn't want a list. He wanted to respect the space where the list sat. Still, the question pressed at the corners of him. You said, Not enough students. Not enough of us. Hagrid wiped crumbs out of his beard with the back of his hand. Too many to say easy, he said. Some I don't dare say out loud yet, in case the saying makes it softer in someone else's ears. Some we don't know where they are, and hope keeps moving them in the column where it belongs. His mouth went sad. Some are gone. Proper gone. He looked at Harry like he was measuring what he could put in his hands without breaking them. You'll see the names. They've put them up. When we've got time to stand and read 'em without looking over our shoulders every 2 minutes, I'll stand with ye, and we'll do the whole list if ye want. Harry put a hand around the warm flask. Okay, he said. It meant I'm scared to see. It meant I want to know anyway. The next portkey was a dirty bolt from a hardware shop, wrapped in string. Hagrid grunted approvingly at its ugliness. Good disguise, he said. He set it on his palm and nodded to Harry. Same again. The tug took them to the edge of a wood that smelled of rain caught in pine. Birds startled at their arrival, and then decided they had other problems. Hagrid led them along a deer path, pausing when the undergrowth thinned so he could scan ahead. They stopped once while he crouched to look at prints in the mud. Acromantula, he muttered, frowning. Young un. Not here now. Best not to dawdle. He straightened and glanced down at Harry's face. You all right? Aye. Fine, Harry said, not quite lying because whatever else the day held, this was better than the cupboard under the stairs with a door that never knocked for him. In the trees, the world narrowed. It was easier to keep the mind on steps and bark and the sound of Hagrid's boots when there weren't posters and barred windows to pull at his thoughts. Still, every so often, words came into his head, old sounds like last night, just a taste, no letters to hold on to. He kept his mouth shut. Hagrid had told him not to say anything that tried to jump out. He could keep that one rule for now. They cleared the wood to a low ridge. Hagrid stopped, eyes scanning the horizon. He pointed with 2 fingers. There. The far shape of a lake sat flat and dark under the sky. Beyond it, the outline of Hogwarts rose, broad-shouldered, parts of it bandaged with scaffolding that looked temporary and tired. Some towers had scars. One had a missing top, a bite taken out. Smoke drifted from somewhere that wasn't a chimney. Even at this distance, Harry felt the pull, not magic calling in a pretty way, but a tug like a rope around the middle, an old claim. Can't go straight over land, Hagrid said. He's got watchers on the ridge and the old boathouse. We'll take the side way, down past the rushes. The castle knows how to hide folk if folk listen to what she's saying. The castle talks. Harry asked, because after the alley in the wood and the woman with the wrong walk, a talking castle didn't even make the top 5 of impossible things. Not like you and me, Hagrid said. But she's never been shy about letting people know when they're being daft. They went down through bracken that soaked Harry's trousers and into reeds that whispered. Hagrid kept to a narrow strip of firm earth he seemed to find by habit. Halfway along, voices came on the wind, faint sing-song, not human. Hagrid lifted a hand. Merpeople, he murmured. Friendly enough if you're not an idiot. He tilted his head and, to Harry's amazement, whistled 2 notes that weren't quite a tune. The noises from the water changed, not answer exactly, but not warning either. Hagrid nodded. We're fine. They skirted a boggy patch that would have taken Harry knee, deep if he'd stepped careless, and reached a tumble of stones at the base of the cliff below the castle. Hagrid crouched and pressed his palm to a rock that looked like every other rock. He paused, listening with his hand. Then he made a small noise, pleased, and knocked twice slow. The stone didn't move like a door. It loosened like a tooth and slid back a hand's width. Cold air whispered out. Hagrid eased it wider, enough for Harry to slip sideways. Inside, the dark had weight. Hagrid followed, set his umbrella against the floor. and the small light at the tip grew again, golden and steady. "This is one of the old ways," Hagrid said. His voice softened, the way people do in a church even if they've never liked churches. "Not on maps. The founders made too many doors for one man to lock 'em all." They walked hunched along a passage where wet dripped in a slow beat. Harry put his fingertips to the wall. The stone here felt different than the castle's outer face, warmer, or maybe just more awake. The silly thought made him smile to himself, and then felt not silly at all. Why does he want the school? Harry asked into the close air. He's already got the ministry. Why not leave this alone? Because he hates what it's for, Hagrid said. Simple as that. A place where folk learn things and can say no in full sentences. They reached a bend with a door sunk into the wall, old wood, iron bands. Hagrid knocked once, then twice in a different rhythm. Nothing. He knocked again, same pattern, and this time something moved behind it. A bar scraped. The door opened a crack. Two eyes looked out through the gap. They were quick and serious. The person behind them said nothing for a second, measuring Hagrid, measuring the light, measuring Harry's shadow behind him. "Hullo," Hagrid said, voice low. "Brought him like I said I would." A whisper ran along the passage in both directions, from behind the door, from the dark behind them, like a signal passing along a line. "Password?" the quiet voice asked. It was a girl's voice, crisp without being showy. Hagrid's mouth pulled. "Always the passwords," he muttered, not unhappy. He leaned in a little. "Custard creams." The eyes blinked once. "Wrong order," the voice said. "Try again." Hagrid huffed. "Creams custard," he said, resigned. The bar lifted. The door opened wider. A sliver of lamplight fell across the passage floor. "Thought you'd forget," the voice said, a trace of humor there now. Another voice behind it, a boy lower and warm, said, "Told you he wouldn't." And a third, soft and sing-song, added, "It's not the sort of word you forget if you like biscuits." Harry didn't see the faces yet. He only saw hands, small, ink-stained, freckled knuckles, slender fingers with a bandage around one, reaching to help pull the door wider for Hagrid's shoulder and his umbrella and Harry's thin coat. "Quick, before the light carries," the crisp voice said. Hagrid put a gentle palm between Harry's shoulder blades, as if to steer him through a crowd. "Go on," he said with that same note from last night, proud and careful at once. "Your friends are waitin'." Harry stepped into the thin band of lamplight and felt the room breathe, not with air, but with the sound of people who had been quiet a long time because they had to, letting out one little held breath because they could. He couldn't see them all yet. He didn't need to. Welcome was enough to hold on to. Behind him, the door eased shut. The iron bar fell into place with a solid, honest clunk. The passage went back to being what it had always been, stone, water, patient time, holding its secret without complaint. Outside, the broken towers watched the light coming up over the lake. Inside, a kettle started to sing. Chapter 3, Allies in the Shadows. The room beyond the hidden door wasn't big, but it felt lived in. A kettle steamed on a squat iron stove. Two camp beds took up one wall. Shelves made from old crates held jam jars full of buttons, screws, and tea leaves that had been used twice already and put aside for a third time. Someone had strung a bit of twine across the ceiling and clipped socks to it with transfigured paper clips. There was a chalkboard propped on a chair with lists written in a neat hand: bread, bandages, boil cure, battery candles, and then a separate, shorter list: passwords, this week creams custard, moon over mirror, Finnegan owes us, underlined twice. Three faces turned to Harry. They weren't what he'd built in his head. They were smaller, more tired, and somehow braver. The girl nearest the door had a bandage across two fingers, ink stains on the others, hair tied back in a rough ponytail, and a wand tucked half up her sleeve. She was already assessing the rip in Hagrid's coat and the scuff on Harry's cheek. Her chin set, but her eyes were kind. The tall red-headed boy behind her had arms that didn't know where to go in a small space and a jumper with a darned elbow. His grin arrived before he spoke, the sort of grin that showed up to fill silence and keep it from being heavy. The third, a blonde girl with hair like she'd forgotten it existed and then remembered enough to push it behind one ear, was sitting cross, legged on a rug that had once been something else. She glanced from Hagrid to Harry and tilted her head like she was listening to something the rest of them couldn't hear. There was no fear in her face, only alertness like a cat at a window. Hagrid ducked properly inside, the umbrella clacking against the hinge. "Hayes here," he said, and the bit of pride in it was plain. "Hello, Harry," the ink-stained girl said. "I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger." She wiped her hands on her skirt and then didn't shake his hand because she looked at his knuckles and decided a cup of tea would be better. "Sit down, please, Ron Weasley," the redhead said. He tried to lean on the back of a chair, misjudged it, and caught it with quick hands before it went over. "We're not usually that formal. It's just—" He waved at the door and Hagrid's shoulders and the way the air still buzzed. "You know, Luna Lovegood," the blonde girl said gently, as if she'd been asked to confirm the weather and was pleased it was the same as yesterday. "You look like you got here just in time." Harry found the edge of a camp bed and sat. The mattress springs poked his thighs through his thin trousers. He didn't mind. The heat from the stove eased the damp from his coat, and the air smelled of tea and old wood, and that alone made his chest feel less tight. "Tom gave us 2 minutes," Hagrid said, planting the umbrella tip on the floor. "We did it in 1. "Good," Hermione said. "We keep to 2-minute rules." She set a chipped mug in Harry's hands. "Milk, no sugar. We're on rations." "Thanks," Harry said. The tea bit the back of his tongue. Proper. Ron dropped onto a crate and leaned forward, elbows to knees. "So," he said, trying on joking and finding it didn't sit too badly on him. "What kept you?" "Ron," Hermione said, but she smiled a little. Harry held the mug tight so the warmth could climb into his fingers. "We waited for a letter," he said, careful. Nothing came. Then the news got stranger, and my aunt started sleeping with the phone under her pillow. "Hagrid knocked last night." "Knocked," Luna repeated, pleased by the word. "It's good to knock." "Hay knocked," Harry said, and discovered he wanted to say more now that the door was shut and the iron bar made an honest sound. "He said there's a war. That the school—" He looked to Hagrid. Hagrid scratched at his beard as if it itched whenever he had to be the first to say a hard thing. "They know most of it," he rumbled. "They've lived more of it than you should have had to." Hermione folded herself onto the rug near Luna, her sore fingers tucked careful. "We've been here since it turned," she said. "Well, off and on. Hiding in rooms the castle still likes. Going out when we have to and coming back when we can. Sometimes coming back in ways that make you wish you'd walked," Ron added. "There was a tunnel that smelled like feet for a week." "It smelled like troll," Hermione said primly, and then to Harry, "He's making you laugh. That's his job when things are bad. Good at it," Harry said, without meaning to be kind, only telling the truth of what the grin had done to his insides. Ron blinked, surprised, then shrugged and tried to look like he hadn't needed the praise. Luna sat up straighter and studied Harry's face. "You slept in a cupboard," she said, not a question, just a fact landing softly. Harry's throat did an odd thing. He nodded. "Me too," Luna said. "For a bit. It wasn't so bad when I pretended it was a ship." Hermione's eyes went quick to Luna's and softened. "We're going to get you a proper bed with a blanket someone hasn't worn twice already," she said to Harry, trying to make her voice brisk and instead landing on gentle, "and a toothbrush and a jumper without holes. If the room behaves." "Room," Harry asked. Off requirement, Hagrid said. Finds ye what ye need when you need it. Doesn't always hand it over neat. She likes to be asked please. We keep a camp here, Hermione said, pointing to the walls that weren't quite square. But the room feeds the fire when we can't. We share with others when we have to. It's not just us.
Are there many?
Harry asked. He didn't know whether to hope for a lot or a few. A lot meant hiding places were thin. A few meant too many were gone. Enough to call it a crowd if you squint, Ron said. Not enough to make the Great Hall look like the Great Hall should. Luna had been watching Harry's hands. You're holding the cup too tight, she said. It'll break and then you'll have no tea. Loosen your fingers. The warmth will stay. He loosened his fingers. She was right, the heat didn't leave. The kettle wheezed. Hermione topped up mugs without asking, like someone who'd had to learn to see need before people said it out loud. Hagrid took his with a grateful grunt and lowered himself onto a crate that creaked and decided against breaking under him. Tell him, Hermione said carefully to Hagrid. Tell him the short version. Then we'll fill in the corners. Hagrid looked like a man who'd rather carry 2 sacks of coal than say 5 sentences about grief. He did it anyway. Voldemort got the ministry, he said. The name made the light from the stove dip for Harry, if only in his head. Not all at once, bit by bit. People who liked him, people who feared him, people who turned away and said it wasn't their business. Then it was their business whether they liked it or not. Hermione nodded, eyes on the chalkboard, as if the words might chip if she stared at a face. They replaced good laws with bad ones, and then they started calling bad things order. It's always wrapped up nicely at first. Ron blew on his tea. They called the curfew safety. They called the lists necessary. They called the bits where they locked your friends up temporary measures. They put dementors at checkpoints. Hermione said, her mouth tightening around the word the way Hagrid's did around Voldemort's name. They said it cut down on crime. All it did was cut people down. And the school? Harry's voice was small. He made it larger. Hagrid said, we held it. Hagrid said, the kettle hissed, crossing his sentence. Longer than we had any right to with how they were pushing at the gates. Dumbledore was here, Hermione said. And then he wasn't. He left to draw them off or to find something we needed. Everyone's got a theory. I don't know if the theories matter. What mattered was he wasn't on the stairs when it started. We had Professor McGonagall and the rest, and she stopped. She'd swallowed things before. She swallowed this and kept going. They were brilliant. They were brave. But it was a lot. Ron's jaw worked. He angled his face to the stove so his eyes would water from the heat and not from remembering. They came through the forest at night. The first night, lanterns low. We thought it was Hagrid at first. He glanced sideways at Hagrid, apology there for a memory that wasn't his fault. I was out past the pumpkin patch with a pack of kids and a handful of half-brewed potions, Hagrid said. He said it without the air of heroics. It sounded like a job he would have taken even if nobody asked him. I saw the first lot and I took the long way round. I got as many as I could into the old boathouse. The lake was angry. I told it we'd swim quiet. It let us. They broke the gates, Hermione said. The big iron ones. The ones you think will always be there. They used spells I didn't know the names of. Some of them were in cloaks. Some were in armor like they thought they were knights in a book. Some wore masks over their faces like they were ashamed, and some didn't, like they wanted to enjoy it properly. She steadied herself with a breath. We fought. I never liked dueling club, but I was glad I knew the forms. The older students were incredible. They moved like they'd practiced all their lives. Then a wall went down. It was the charms corridor. I still think I can smell the dust if I go past it too fast. Fred, Ron began, and then stopped the way Hermione had, then forced the word out on his second try. Fred lit a string of their robes on fire with something he shouldn't have been able to get his hands on. It made a whole new passage in the middle of theirs. I saw him laugh like he used to. Then I lost him in the smoke. Luna had been quiet, listening the way people do when they've had to learn to hold stories without letting them fall. They broke the bells, she said softly. The ones in the towers. I miss the sound. It used to tell the day it was time to begin again. Harry looked down at his cup and saw the warped reflection of the stove flame twitch across his forehead scar. He didn't know which part of his face he wore in that distorted circle. It felt like all of them. What happened after the first night? He asked. He hated that he needed the picture filled in. He hated not knowing who he'd be missing. We made deals with the castle, Hermione said. The suits of armor woke up and did what they could. The portraits ran messages. Peeves, she stopped, surprised at her own small smile. Peeves made the worst racket in the world. It was very useful. The room of requirement took in students who would have been caught on the stairs. We posted lookouts at the entrances they didn't know about and moved people when the air changed. Some of the teachers got people out, Ron said. Through the greenhouses and down the back path. It's all thorns now. You can't use it. I think Sprout did that on purpose. Clever. And some stayed, Hermione said. Because there were still children here. We were here. It didn't feel like a choice. Hagrid's hand closed around the umbrella handle until his knuckles went pale. Couple of nights later they brought in things that didn't belong in our woods, he said. Big spiders, trolls, things that can smell fear so well they don't need eyes. That's when it went from a battle to whatever this is. A siege? Hermione supplied, because giving something a proper name helped even if it didn't make it smaller. Yeah, Hagrid said. That. Harry swallowed. Where's Dumbledore now? He'd tried to keep the hope out of the question. It kept seeping in. We don't know, Hermione said. There are rumors. There are always rumors. Some say he's under a disillusionment charm in Hogsmeade, Ron said. Some say he's in the forest with the centaurs. Some say he went abroad to find something the rest of us aren't old enough to say. He scratched his jaw. Some say he's gone, and we should stop being stupid about it. I don't like those some. Ooh, keep our ears open, Hermione said. We'll keep our feet ready. If a message comes through that actually feels like him, we'll move. Until then, we keep other people breathing. Luna, who had been watching the steam from her mug make faint shapes in the air, looked at Harry. We'll keep you breathing, she said. You look like someone who holds his breath. I do that when people shout. Harry said before he could decide not to. No shouting here, Ron said, unless it's at a kettle. We shout at broken plans, Hermione said, as if reminding herself as much as telling him, not at people. The kettle gave a small offended burp as if to say it had heard enough about shouting. Hagrid chuckled, the sound low and brief. Right, he said, glancing toward the door. We should talk about what's next before I go kick the bottom of a stair and see if it still opens where it ought. What's next? Ron echoed, rolling his shoulders, ready to turn nerves into work. We can't sit down here counting tea leaves forever. Hermione tapped her bandaged fingers against her knee, thinking. Supplies, she said. We're low. We need salves and something for bruises. Boil, cure if we can manage it. It helps burns in a pinch. St. Mungo's is out of the question. It's crawling. Slughorn kept a stash in his old cupboard. If the corridor's passable, we can get in and out. Library, Luna said dreamily. The books under the south window know things we forgot to ask. Ron made a face. Books don't help much when someone's throwing curses at your head. They help before that, Hermione said patiently, so you don't get your head in the place a curse would like it. Hagrid rested his elbows on his knees. And Dumbledore, he said, putting the name gently on the table like a fragile thing. We can't rely on him coming through a door with a plan. That doesn't mean he won't. But we can't sit and wait for him to turn up. If there's a sign he's close, it'll come strange, not neat. Keep your eyes open for neat. Neat's a trap. Harry listened to the way they talked, not like children pretending to be soldiers, but like people who had learned in a hurry how to make a cup of tea and a plan at the same time, because you have to do both or neither works. He didn't have much to offer yet. He had stubbornness, and he had ears, and he had a word in his mouth he wasn't going to say until he understood it. "What can I do?" he asked. "Today, I mean. Not in stories. In this room and then the next one." Hermione looked at him properly, the kind of look that weighs you without making you feel small. "You can learn our passwords," she said. "You can learn the halves of the ones we don't put on the board. You can practice the 3 spells you're going to need when you don't have time to think: shield, disarm, stun. You can run silently down a corridor." "I can do that?" Harry said. He thought of his cupboard and the way he had learned to move in a house without drawing a breath louder than the fridge. "I'm good at not being heard." "Brilliant," Ron said. "You can teach me. I sound like a wardrobe falling downstairs." "You do," Hermione agreed, a smile breaking through despite herself. Luna finished her tea and set the mug down squarely on a little circle of woven cloth someone had made to keep the table from scaring. "You can also sleep," she said to Harry, as if it were a difficult assignment people forget to give. "There are beds that don't argue as much as that one." Harry wanted to say he didn't need to sleep. His body answered for him with a yawn that made his face ache. He covered it with the back of his hand, embarrassed. "I'm fine." "You're not," Hagrid said, not unkind. "And you will be more fine after a nap. We go slower when we're stupid about sleep. We can't afford stupid." A scrape came from the other side of the door, 1 soft knock, then 2 in an odd rhythm. Hermione's head snapped up. She gestured for quiet and crossed to the slit at eye height. She looked through, held her breath, and relaxed a fraction. "Neville," she whispered, and slid the bar back. A boy with a square face and a bruise along his jaw slipped in, shut the door, and leaned his back against it as if he needed to feel a solid thing. "Patrol turned left at the armory," he said. 2. They were arguing about soup. "Soup," Ron repeated, both baffled and annoyed. "What's there to argue about soup?" "Whether to spit in it," Neville said flatly. Then he noticed Harry, did a double take, and something like relief cracked through the set of his shoulders. "Blimey," he said. "You made it." He stuck out a hand. Neville Longbottom. Harry shook it. The handshake was firm, in the way of someone who decided last year it was time to be firm about things. "Harry," he said, and then, because everyone else had offered something beyond their name, added, "I can run quietly and drink bad tea without complaining." Neville's mouth twitched. "You'll fit." He glanced at Hagrid. "We're moving the younger ones to the west storerooms when it gets dark. The ones with the broken crates, less damp. I'll take a batch. Seamus is making something that pops like fireworks but smells like cabbage. It might keep the snatchers from sniffing too close." "Good," Hermione said briskly. "We need 3 runners and a watcher on the stairs. Ron, you and Luna can. I'll go with Neville." Ron said quickly, like he hadn't meant to say it but found it true once it was out. "He looks like he could do with someone who can take a joke if it all goes wrong." "I can take a joke," Neville said, surprised into saying it. "I can even make one if you give me a minute." Hermione's eyes softened. "All right." Luna, stairs. "You've got the best ears." "I do," Luna said, as if someone had told her she had a gift for peers. "They've always liked me." Hagrid stood, the crate under him sighing in relief. "I'll go look at the lower passage," he said. "See if the stone still remembers the old knock. If it does, we can use it to bring in whatever we nick from Slughorn's cupboard." "Don't get caught," Hermione said. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't have to. It carried anyway. "Wouldn't dream of it," Hagrid said dryly, which made Ron snort and Hermione roll her eyes like they'd done that 100 times, and it had helped 100 times. Neville touched his bruised jaw without thinking. Hermione saw and turned to the shelf of jars. "Salve," she muttered. "We're almost out." She lifted one, frowned at the empty bottom, and set it down with care, disappointment held in a neat hand. "Tonight," she said. "We'll fetch more." "We will." Harry looked at the board with the lists and at the people in the room and felt something shift, not like a prophecy or a drum, just a small click in the chest. He'd spent a lot of his life being careful not to be seen. Here he was seen and still wanted. "You said 3 spells," he said to Hermione. "Show me the shield one." "Protego," Hermione said, moving into teacher without apology. "Arm steady. Mean it. That matters more than pretty wand work." "I don't have," Harry started. "Use the stick Hagrid gave you," Hermione said. "It'll do for the feel. We'll get you a proper wand when we can. For now, stance. Don't lock your knees." Harry mimicked her posture. She corrected his elbow with a light tap. Ron slid the kettle off the heat so it wouldn't yell during a lesson. Luna stood by the door, listening through the wood for footsteps, humming under her breath a tune so thin it might have been air. Neville checked the bar was seated properly. "Protego," Harry said. He put his weight where Hermione had told him to. The shield that sprang from the stub of wood was small and shaky, like a hatchling that didn't quite trust its legs. It hung there anyway. Harry felt it the way you feel a held breath. It wobbled and steadied. "Good," Hermione said, honest praise. Again. Build the muscle memory. He did it again. The next shield was smoother. The one after that didn't wobble until he tried to grin at Ron without moving his face too much. "Don't show off in the first 5 minutes," Hermione said, eye smiling even as she scolded. "Save it for when you need to distract someone trying to hex your ear off." Ron leaned in. "She says that to me twice a day." "Because you try to show off 3 times," Hermione said. Neville watched Harry cast the spell a 4th time and nodded. "You're a quick study," he said. "That's going to make people trust their backs to you." Harry startled at the weight of that sentence. "I don't want anyone to get hurt," he said. "None of us do," Neville said. "It still happens. The trick is making sure it happens less when you're there." Luna's head tipped. "2 on the stairs," she said not loudly. "Boots, not shoes. Left foot heavier than right. They don't care if we hear them." Hagrid was already at the door. "I'll take this one," he said. "They'll think twice with me standing in the way. Don't open up unless I knock a waltz." He slipped into the passage as if it were a field he knew by smell. The bar dropped back into place. The room held its breath together. The boots went past. One set clomped, one dragged slightly, a rhythm that made Harry's muscles itch. Voices, too close, words, ordinary and ugly. "Brat's down here. We should flush him. Be done. Orders are orders. We scare, we don't storm." Someone up top thinks it's funny to watch him jump. Funny, that what you call it. Shut it. Their steps dragged away. The room exhaled, not in relief exactly, just in the habit of lungs. Hermione moved first. "Right?" she said. "We're not rabbits. We're not waiting for Boots to decide whether we get to keep breathing. We've got a plan. We break it into parts. We do the parts. We rest. We do more parts. That's how this goes." Ron saluted with 2 fingers, not mocking her, more marking the moment with something that wasn't fear. "Captain Granger." he said lightly. Hermione gave him a look that said she would let him have that one if he did what he was told. He grinned back, grateful she was the sort of girl who always had a plan and the stubbornness to make other people follow it. Harry lowered his makeshift wand. The shield blinked out. He'd been holding his breath again. He let it go. "Harry," Luna said, and when he looked over, she was offering him something. A little folded bit of parchment. He took it. Inside, in a careful hand, someone had drawn a narrow window with stars. In the corner, a note read, "When you forget there are stars, there still are." "Thanks," he said, the word coming out thick. "It helped me," Luna said, "when they broke the bells. I forgot there were stars for a whole night. That felt like too long." He tucked the paper inside his coat, safe. "I won't forget." "Good," Luna said. "But if you do, you can borrow mine." Neville shifted his bag higher on his shoulder. "I'll go check the west storerooms," he said. "If the crates are dry, we can move the little ones in before curfew. It'll feel like a change, at least." "I'll come," Ron said. He looked at Hermione, waiting for her to tell him not to. She didn't. She only stepped close and tied the laces of his boot tighter where they'd come loose without him noticing. "You trip when you're nervous," she said. "Double knot." He opened his mouth. Closed it. "Thanks," he said, as if the small care had landed exactly where it was meant to. "Don't be idiots," she said, which from her was as affectionate as a kiss. "Wouldn't dream of it," Ron said, and this time his smile was steadier. They left with the careful speed of people who've practiced making quiet look like air. The door shut, the bar settled. Luna stayed by the door, touching it once with 2 fingers as if she and the wood were on good terms. Hermione picked up the chalk and added to the board salves, Slughorn's cupboard, west rooms, Walt's knock. Her bandaged fingers complained. She ignored them with practice. Harry set the mug down and stood awkwardly. "Can I help?" He didn't specify how. He just wanted to be useful in a room that had given him tea and a plan. "You can carry blankets," Hermione said. "They weigh more than they look when you're little and tired. You can learn the quiet ways between here and the west side. You can remember faces. That's important. We don't have uniforms. We need minds that make names stick." "I'm good with faces," Harry said, surprised to hear himself say it, and then realizing it was true. He had spent a lot of time studying faces the way other people studied maps. "Good," Hermione said, pleased. "You'll be our map." Hagrid's knock came, a neat 3, beat, 1, 2, 3 with a little flourish at the end like a music hall joke. Hermione lifted the bar a hair. "Yes, waltz," Hagrid murmured. She opened up. Hagrid ducked in, shook off a wet he hadn't got in the passage, and grinned in a way that took 5 years off him. "Stone still knows me," he said. "Bottom stair opens on the old storage under the great hall. Smells like spice. We can get to Slughorn's cupboard from there if we go when the patrol's swapping watches." "When's that?" Hermione asked. "An hour after dusk," Hagrid said. "They think nobody notices their habits. Never met a castle that didn't know when you were lazy." Hermione underlined something on the board. "Then we go tonight. Small team. Me, Harry. Me." Harry said, not because he wanted to say no, only because the word leapt out of his mouth and checked his fear in the air. "You," Hermione said, firm and matter of fact. "You need to learn the corridors. You'll be with me. You'll keep low and do exactly what I say even if you think of something clever. There'll be other nights for clever. This one's for learning." Harry nodded. "Okay," Hagrid considered, then nodded as well. "All right," he said. "I'll run a different errand. Big boots make too much echo in Slughorn's bit. I'll go see if the greenhouses will give me anything that'll keep a body warm without making the whole room smell like onions." "Bring back anything blooming," Luna said softly. It's easier to breathe when there's something alive on the shelf. I will, Hagrid promised. Hermione checked the little watch pinned to her jumper. We've got a few hours, she said. Harry, nap now. No arguments. You'll be no good if you're nodding off while we're tiptoeing past someone who thinks he's important. I'll wake you, Luna said. I'm good at that without being cross. I believe you, Harry said, because he did. He lay down on the second camp bed. The mattress was thin, but it held. Hermione shook out a blanket that had definitely been a curtain in a previous life and tucked it over him without ceremony. Hagrid blew the umbrella light down to a small glow that looked like a coal. The room settled into a quiet that wasn't empty. People moved softly. Chalk ticked on slate. Someone, Hermione, he thought, cut a heel of bread and wrapped it in cloth for later. It smelled like something to look forward to, which was new. Sleep took him faster than he intended. It wasn't the cupboard sleep of listening for footsteps. It wasn't heavy. It was just enough. He dreamed of a corridor that didn't stay straight and a word that waited behind his teeth like a bead on a string. He didn't say it. In the dream, he met his own eyes in a cracked mirror and shook his head at himself the way Hagrid did when the kettle misbehaved. The word drifted back against his tongue and slept too. Luna woke him with a hand on his shoulder and a smile that said she'd been careful not to startle him. It's time, she whispered. You didn't snore. That's polite? Thanks, he said, rubbing his face and sitting up. The room had changed. The light was different, and the air held that moment before curfew when the castle seemed to pull its breaths tighter. Hermione stood ready, coat buttoned, hair pulled back, bandage retied. She held out a scarf that had been mended so many times it might have remembered every pair of hands that fixed it. Wrap up, she said. We'll be slow. The corridors are drafty where they shouldn't be. He wrapped the scarf. Luna adjusted the knot with neat fingers. That way, she said, so it won't catch on a nail. Hagrid passed him a stub of chalk. For doors that ask politely, he said. Don't write rude things. They don't like it and they remember. I'll write, please, Harry said. Good lad, Hagrid said again. The words a steady brick to put your foot on. Neville and Ron slipped back in, damp and a bit flushed from moving crates. West rooms are dry, Neville reported. We moved the kids. Ginny's with them. She says not to be stupid. When is Ginny not telling us not to be stupid? Ron muttered, fond as anything. Hermione checked faces again, counted heads without moving her lips. Right? She said. Hagrid, greenhouses. Ron, Neville, Luna first shift on the stairs, then swap with Dean and Seamus when the clock does the half. Harry with me to Slughorn's. We don't get brave. We don't get clever. We get in. We get jars. We get out. Ron touched Harry's shoulder as he passed. A quick press that said both, You'll be fine, and I'll come looking if you're not. Neville's nod was the sort you'd give someone before climbing out of a trench. Luna tied a bit of red string around her wrist and then around the door handle, 2 loops, 1 knot. For luck, she said. It's worked twice. That means it's real now. They headed out. The door opened on a passage that smelled of stone and an old draught. Hermione's steps were sure and soft. Harry put his feet where hers had been a heartbeat before and found he could be quiet here the way he had been quiet in a different house. They slid through a gap where the wall didn't quite meet the ceiling and came out on the lower stairs where heat rose from a place that had once been full of soup and laughter. The great hall above was dim. Harry could see the outline of the long tables and the blank stare of the high windows. Somewhere far off, someone laughed in a way that didn't belong in a school. Hermione stilled until it faded. Come on, she whispered. Slughorn's cupboard lived down a corridor that had had the good sense to keep its corners. Hermione paused at the door and ran her fingers along the frame. Greasy. she murmured. He warded it with something cheap. We can get through. How? Harry breathed. By being better at the same trick, Hermione said, and tapped the frame with the tip of her wand in a rhythm Harry recognized from the door. Back in the hideout, 1, 2, then a longer pause, then 3 in quick succession. The door sighed as if it had always known it would have to behave for her eventually. It opened. The smell of old potions and lemon peel drifted out. Shelves lined the small space, and on them sat jars with clear labels in a fussy hand: comfrey salve, Dittenia, last good bottle, soothing balm, pepper, up save for wintered. And on the top shelf, where you'd have to be tall to get it, a box marked for emergencies. Don't even think about it. Hermione looked at the labels with something like love. We'll take half the salve, she said. Leave half. If we empty it, someone will notice. If we leave enough, they might think Slughorn is being stingy with students. Harry reached for jars and passed them down. His hands were steady now. The work had weight and sense. Hermione tucked each jar into a padded cloth bag and handed it to him. If we get separated, she said softly, and you have to choose between breaking jars and being quiet, break jars. They're loud for a second. Then they're not. Okay, he said. A sound carried down the corridor, the soft scrape of a boot. 1 set, not 2. Hermione's eyes flicked up. She reached across Harry and pushed the cupboard door almost closed, leaving a sliver for them to see through. A wand's glow bobbed at the far end of the corridor. A man's silhouette cut against it. He walked with the lazy confidence of someone who thought the place belonged to him. He stopped outside the cupboard and rubbed his neck, bored. Harry's heart knocked once hard, and then found a quiet rhythm he could hold. Hermione's breathing didn't change at all. The man yawned. He reached up for the for emergencies box, and then paused, thinking. He made a face at the idea of lifting his arm that high and decided he didn't need whatever was in there. He picked up a small, tin-marked cough drops and stuffed it in his pocket. Then he turned and shuffled off, the glow of his wand floating along like a lost firefly until it vanished around a corner. Hermione waited long enough to make sure he hadn't only pretended to go. She opened the door and drew a steady breath. In and out, she whispered. We're done. They slid back along the corridor, the padded bag of jars heavy in Harry's hands in the best way. At the corner by the stairs, a whisper brushed the back of Harry's neck, faint, old, like syllables walking past. He halted a fraction. What? Hermione breathed. Nothing, Harry said, and it was almost true. The word in his mouth rolled once and settled. They made it to the passage with the spice smell without meeting another wand. Hermione tapped the bottom stair, and it admitted them with a grumble, as if it had opinions about late, night visitors, but had decided they were acceptable. They slipped through and pulled the stone back into place. The air in the little room on the other side felt like safety and soup that had gone cold but could be warmed again. Back in the hideout, Luna raised the bar and smiled when she saw the bag. Jars, she said, pleased. They'll be happy to be useful. Ron peeked in, eyebrows high. No explosions. That's new. Not every mission needs a bang, Hermione said. She set the bag on the shelf and began lining the jars in a neat row. Sometimes the victory is salve. Neville, who had appeared like a habit of the door, touched his jaw again and grinned when Hermione set a jar in his hand without making a speech about it. Bless you, he said, and meant it. Hagrid came back with a coat smelling of damp earth and his beard full of something green that looked like hope. He set a bundle of plants on the table. They gave us enough to make the room feel like it remembers spring, he said. Don't ask for more until we've said thank you for that. Luna put a pot of herbs on the stove beside the kettle. The room changed, tiny and real, the way a room changes when someone puts flowers on a windowsill. Harry eased onto the bed again, not to sleep, just to sit. The day had fitted itself around him like a coat that had belonged to someone else and been taken in at the seams. He watched Ron untee his double knot without admitting he needed Hermione to show him how again. Watched Neville smear salve without wincing. Watched Hagrid unknot string with hands gentle as shovels. Watched Hermione write 3 new lines on the board in tidy script. Salve, Slughorn half left, West rooms dry. Greenhouse thanks, and then below that add a 4th Harry here. He cleared his throat. We should have a something, he said, feeling like an idiot and not minding. A promise. Not big, just ours. Ron raised an eyebrow. Not big, he said, amused. No candles and speeches then. No, Harry said, firm and quiet. Just say we do this together. You lot already decided it. I want to say it with you. Hermione capped the chalk and looked at Luna. Luna nodded, as if this had been waiting and was glad he'd noticed. Ron stood and stuck out his hand. All right then, he said. Hands in. Don't be weird about it. Hagrid put his hand in first, enormous and careful. Hermione set her small ink-stained hand on top. Ron's knuckles covered hers without squeezing. Luna's fingers, cool from the door, rested next. Neville slid his in from the side. Harry put his hand on top of the small, strange pile. Together, Hermione said, steady and without drama. Together, Ron echoed, a grin in it. Together, Luna repeated like a bell. Together, Neville said, more sure than he'd sounded all night. Together, Hagrid rumbled a promise. Harry swallowed. Together, he said, and felt the word take root. They let go. The kettle sighed as if it had been waiting for the exact end of that sentence to announce itself again. Hermione poured. Ron handed around mugs. Luna added 1 leaf from Hagrid's bundle to the pot despite Hermione's skeptical look. Hagrid folded himself back onto the crate, the wood learning him all over again. Outside, the castle shifted in a way you could feel in your bones if you lived there long enough. Stairs settled. Portraits turned in their sleep. Far away, a bell that had been broken made a sound in a dream, and Luna smiled without explaining why. Harry leaned back against the cold wall and let the heat from the mug seep into his hands. He looked at the little drawing of the stars Luna had given him, tucked safe in his coat, and at the chalkboard with the new line added, and at the faces around the room that already had space in his head. The world upstairs was ruined and loud and dangerous. This room was small and stubborn and warm. Tomorrow, Hermione said, already planning. We'll go to the library. We'll check the south window. We'll start a list of what we need for the long term, and we'll ask the castle for 1 more bed. It'll say yes, Luna said. It knows we said together. Harry let himself believe her. Not for always. For now it was enough. Chapter 4, Shadows and Betrayals. They planned by stove light, heads close, breath making small clouds in the cool room. Hermione used the chalkboard and the edge of a book to draw a rough map of the upper floors from memory. Ron held the lamp low so it didn't throw shadows under the door. Luna wound a bit of red string around her wrist and then around the handle of the satchel as if tying luck to it. Once more, Hermione said, tapping the map. Astronomy Tower stairwell is blocked at the 3rd landing, but the East Service stair is clear if you mind the missing steps. Ollery is too obvious. We'll try the parapet outside arithmancy. It faces the forest, best line for a message. Message, how? Ron asked. All's a no. If we send a Patronus, it'll carry, but if the wrong eyes see it, it's the quickest way to reach Dumbledore, if he's close enough to answer, Hermione said. And a Patronus is less traceable than a charm woven into the air. She saw Harry's face and softened her voice. We try the Patronus. If there's no reply, we look for another way. But we need to try. What if he doesn't answer because he can't? Ron said. He wasn't being a misery. He was asking the dangerous question so it wouldn't sit in the corner and grow. Then we stop trying to find him tonight and we get out before we bring more trouble to our door," Hermione said, steady. "Agreed." "Agreed," Harry said. His stomach had that tight knot from the Dursleys' kitchen, waiting for a bolt to fall, but his voice didn't shake. Luna nodded. "If he doesn't answer, it doesn't mean he isn't listening," she said. "Sometimes listening is the only thing you can do." Hagrid had left an hour ago to check the greenhouses and try to nudge the castle's friendly bits to be friendlier. Neville and Ginny were with the younger kids in the west storerooms. Dean and Seamus watched the stairs. It would be the 4 of them tonight. "Invisibility cloak?" Hermione asked. Harry pulled it from his satchel and set it on the table. It looked like water held in a sheet. "It's small for 4, he said. "We use it at choke points," Hermione said. "The rest, we stick to shadows and keep to the side of the corridor opposite the light. If you have to run, run close to the wall. People miss you when you're not where they expect." "That's comforting," Ron muttered, but he pulled on his jumper and tied his shoes tight the way Hermione had shown him yesterday. "Ones." Hermione looked at Harry and caught herself. "Harry, I'll manage," Harry said. He had the stub Hagrid had given him and a pocket full of stubbornness. "I'll keep close." "Right," Hermione said, and then, because she was Hermione, she added, "If anything feels wrong, say so. Don't try to be brave and swallow it." "Swallow what?" Ron said. "Feelings. I only chew mine." Luna smiled. "Chew slowly. They go down better." Hermione drew a line under the plan with the chalk and capped it. "Let's go." They left the hideout through the spice stair Hagrid had found. The stone remembered the knock and let them through. The corridor toward the great hall had more drafts than it ought to. At the bend near the portraits of the witches with hats like birdcages, Hermione raised a hand. All 4 hugged the wall. A pair of cloaks moved past at the far end, black charmed fabric soaking up the dim light. The voices were low and bitter. "Waste of time. There's no one here. There's always someone here. That's why we're here. Ate this place. Then leave." A sharp laugh, not happy. The cloaks turned down a passage that smelled of damp and vanished. Hermione waited until the sound of their boots melted into the gloom. She looked at Harry. He nodded. He could breathe. They moved on. On the second landing of the East Service stair, they hit the missing steps. Hermione went first, testing each plank with the edge of her foot before she put weight on it. Harry followed, copying her angle and counting under his breath to keep his balance. Ron gritted his teeth and kept his arms close to his sides. Luna ghosted along as if she weighed less than the air. Halfway up, a stone gave under Ron's boot with a loud clack. He froze, pale. "It's a sprung tile," Hermione breathed. "White off it slowly." Slowly, Ron lifted his foot. The pressure eased. The clack didn't repeat. "Sorry," he mouthed. "You did fine," Hermione mouthed back. No left. They reached the 3rd landing and the blockage. The hallway beyond was a mess of collapsed ceiling and slanted floorboards. Hermione crouched and pressed her palm to a section of wall that looked wrong only if you lived here. It clicked and gave, opening into a gap that smelled faintly of lavender. "Through," she whispered. They slid along a narrow passage that had never been on any official tour. Halfway, Harry heard the hiss of a conversation coming from the corridor on the other side of the wall. He held still, hand against stone. Hermione sensed him stop and stopped too. Through a crack, he saw a wand, tip glow, greenish. The voice attached to it was familiar in a way that made his skin crawl. One of the Carrows, he thought, though he didn't know which. The words themselves were the worst sort of ordinary. "If you see anyone under 5 foot, you send them my way. I've got orders." Another voice. "Orders from who?" "Don't be thick." They moved on when the glow bobbed away. Harry let out the air he'd been saving sip by sip. They came out into a corridor with arrow slits and a low ceiling. It ran along the outer wall, past empty rooms where the wind made the curtains shiver. Hermione pointed to a narrow window ledge that turned into a walkway between a buttress and the wall. "Parapet," she mouthed. Ron looked at the ledge, then at his feet, then at the drop beyond the arrow slit. "Brilliant," he muttered. "My favorite. Heights in the dark." "You'll be fine," Hermione said, though she kept her own voice a shade too steady. Luna peered through the slit. "The forest is listening," she said in her normal voice, soft as ever. Hermione put the cloak over Harry and herself for the first stretch, then handed the edge to Ron and Luna for the second. It covered 2 properly, 3 at a pinch, 4 if they breathed in, and nobody moved. They went one by one along the ledge, backs to the wall like children learning to swim at the edge of a pool. At the corner, Harry looked down and saw the black plate of the lake taking a piece of the sky in. He didn't linger. At the far turn there were steps up to the arithmancy parapet. Half were broken. Someone had tried to mend them with charm, glue, and a prayer. Hermione went up first, testing again. Ron climbed in a way that made the steps creak with complaint but hold. Luna hummed under her breath, one of those thin lullabies that didn't have a tune so much as a shape. Harry followed, counting the parts of his body he could control. The parapet faced the forest. Beyond the first line of trees, the night looked thick. The stars were smudged by high cloud, but they were there. The roof slates under their feet were slick. Hermione checked the sky, then the corners, then Harry's face. "All right," she whispered. "We do it now. Quick and clean." Ron, Guard, Luna, listen. "If you see anything we don't, tug my sleeve." "Harry, I'm here," he said. He was. She lifted her wand and drew a breath the way she did before saying something important. "Expecto Patronum." A bright, silvery otter leapt from the end of her wand and landed at her feet. It glowed like it made its own air. Hermione bent toward it as if speaking to a friend. "Find Albus Dumbledore," she whispered. "Tell him Hogwarts needs him. Tell him we've got Harry and we're holding on, and to send a sign only he would send." The otter sat back on its haunches and looked up at her, head tipped like it understood every word. Then it turned, sprang to the parapet edge, and dashed along the air like it was the safest thing in the world. It streaked over the trees and vanished into the dark. Ron whooshed out a breath he'd been hiding. "All right," he said, almost a laugh. "That's my favorite one of your spells." Hermione kept her wand up, eyes on the edge. "Give it a minute," she said. They gave it a minute. The minutes stretched thin. The forest breathed. Somewhere far below, a ripple touched the edge of the lake and moved on. Harry's heart knocked a steady beat against his ribs. 1, 2, 1, 2, the way you count steps on a stair. "Do we?" Ron began, and then broke off at Luna's soft tug on his sleeve. "Left," she murmured. Something woke up. Hermione straightened. "Back," she said, slowly. "If we—" Light flared along the walkway they'd used, a thread of green, then blue, then green again, like someone had tugged a wire under the stones. Hermione swore simple and quiet. "Wards," she said. "They've netted the parapets." "I thought the cloak," Ron said. "It wasn't the cloak. It's me," Hermione said tight. "The Patronus hit a sensor I didn't see." "Not your fault," Harry said, louder than he meant, because the look on her face made something in his chest twist. "We needed to try." Luna lifted a hand, fingers pointing without pointing. Voices. "Not close yet, but coming." Carried along by the same drafts that made the curtains twitch. "Down," Hermione said. "Back through the service stair. If we cut across the Sh, no. That corridor's blocked. Ravenclaw Tower. No. We'll never make it in time. New plan." The northwest car. A shadow moved at the far end of the walkway and became a boy in a prefect's cloak with a pin he'd removed. He was tall and thin and seemed to have been surprised by his own bones. His face looked familiar from the hall at mealtimes, but Harry didn't know his name. "Eddie?" Ron said under his breath. Carmichael. Eddie glanced behind him, then back at them. His eyes landed on the cloak and then flicked away fast, as if not seeing would keep him honest. They're coming, he whispered. From both ends. Which way is clear? Hermione asked, all business, putting trust in the word before it had a chance to be asked for. Eddie jerked his chin behind him. Not here. The tower steps are crawling. Come on. He didn't wait to be thanked or questioned. He turned and moved, fast, quiet, confident, like a boy who'd learned every squeak of this place by listening with his feet. Ron's look said what his mouth didn't do. Wuggo, Hermione said, quick the economy of someone who knew there wasn't time to argue with her gut. Harry, stay between me and Luna. Eddie led them down a narrow seam between outer wall and classroom door, then along a passage that had been half bricked up and reopened in a hurry. He paused at a plain section of stone, pressed his fingers in a pattern that looked less like a code and more like a knock you'd use on a friend's back door, and the wall swung inward an inch. Through, he hissed. Quick. The space beyond was black and short-ceilinged. The air tasted old. Hermione glanced once at Eddie's face. He ducked his eyes and let them pass. They moved sideways through the slit and came out into a corridor Harry hadn't seen before, low arches, workmanlike, with pipes along the ceiling. Lanterns hung at long intervals, unlit. Eddie turned left, then right, then left again without hesitation. How do you know all this? Ron said. I don't sleep much, Eddie said without humor. Harry kept his eyes forward. The stone around them felt different, more awake. The odd whisper he'd been hearing since he arrived, faint as breath on glass, was stronger here. He pressed his teeth together on a word that didn't want to stay put. They turned a last corner and saw pale light ahead. Eddie stopped dead. What? Hermione whispered. He didn't answer, and he didn't have to. Two black, cloaked figures stood at the far end of the passage, wands up. Behind them, more shadows. Eddie's shoulders sagged. I'm sorry, he said, barely sound. They said they'd get my mum out if I gave them. He stopped and swallowed hard. I'm sorry. There was no time for anger. It would come later. Hermione made the call in a breath. Back, she said. Run. They ran. The corridor's echoes snapped like sticks. Spells hissed past, red light, then blue. Hermione's shield flicked up and took one. Ron threw a trip jinx without breaking stride. Someone yelped behind them and went down hard. Luna glanced back and murmured something that sounded like a lullaby. The lights in 3 lanterns sputtered and died at once, buying them 3 heartbeats. Left, Eddie gasped and darted ahead. There's a... Shut it, a voice yelled from behind. Cut them off the other way! They turned left and hit a dead end that looked like the wall of a cellar. Eddie slapped his hand against it and it didn't move. Panic flashed across his face. It was open, he began. Hermione didn't wait. Reducto, she snapped, and the middle of the wall cracked open enough to make a gap if you were brave and small. She shoved Harry through, then Luna, then Ron. She ducked last as a bolt clipped the edge of the stone and sent chips into her hair. Beyond the hole was a cramped space like a forgotten storeroom, empty sacks, a broken ladder, the smell of yeast. A narrow window at the top showed a slice of night. There was a door on the far side, bolted twice. In here, Hermione said, throwing the bolt. We'll go out the other side and down. She slammed the door, dragged a crate up against it, and threw up another shield. The cloak went over all of them on instinct. Footsteps hammered outside. The door thudded once, twice. The crate skidded but held. Someone cursed. Through the yard. Ron panted, pointing at the window. It's the staff yard. We can cut to the lower cloisters and the boathouse. Too crowded, Hermione said, checking her pulse against the beat in her neck as if she could slow it with a look. We'll be seen before we run 2 steps. Then where? Harry said. The word he wasn't saying prickled against his tongue like a splinter. Luna's head tilted. "There's a gap behind the yard wall," she said, calm, as if describing a biscuit tin. "It smells like stone that doesn't like to be looked at." Hermione didn't question it. "Show us." They hauled a barrel under the window. Ron boosted Luna, then Harry. Luna slipped through and dropped into the small yard, beyond with hardly a sound. Harry landed beside her, knees jarring, and spun to reach for Hermione's hand. She took it and used the momentum to clear the sill. Ron followed, catching his jumper just long enough to swear and then fling himself after them. They made for the far wall, keeping low. Shouts rose behind them as the door to the storeroom gave at last. A light stabbed into the yard. Ron's sleeve brushed the wall and left a smear of dust. Luna put her palm to a section of stone that looked like every other bit of stone and breathed in through her nose. "Here," she said. "It's shy." Hermione and Harry both pressed with her, gentle. The wall didn't swing. It sighed and fell inward a fraction. A breath of cold air slipped out, smelling of earth and water and something older. Hermione said. There was no space for second thoughts. They slid into the gap and down a steep slope of cut stone. The air went from cold to colder. Behind them, the yard filled with boot sounds and clipped voices. Light flared along the wall and then slid off, as if the stone itself didn't care to be lit. The passage took them down in a long curve. When the ground leveled, the ceiling rose. A thin glow came from the floor ahead, not light from a torch, but something soft, like moss given a reason to shine. The walls around them changed texture. Harry could feel it even through the sleeve of his coat. Lines cut into the stone, runes or not runes. Marks like writing and not writing ran in circles and straight lines that made his eyes water if he looked too long. "What is this?" Ron whispered, awed in spite of the shouts and feet above. "Something older than our books," Hermione said, voice quieted by the place rather than the chase. She reached out and then pulled her hand back before she touched the marks. "Don't." "I wasn't going to," Ron said, wounded. "You were," she said, without heat. Luna walked as if she were in a church at night. "It's a listening room," she said, like she was choosing words that would behave. "It remembers things said here." Harry's scar prickled. He didn't rub it, and he didn't need to. The not words crowded his mouth, quick birds beating against the back of his teeth. "Keep moving," Hermione said. "There'll be another exit." They found a wider chamber with a low arch at its far end. The floor here was a ring of stone around a circle cut into the middle, the marks on it tighter and cleaner than the ones on the walls, like letters in a careful hand. In the center of the circle was a flat section that looked like a seal. It glowed a little different than the rest, warmer, if stone could be warm. Boots sounded on the passage behind them, not many at first, then more, then many. A voice barked orders in a tongue that wasn't English. Another voice answered in something rougher. The sound crawled down the stone like frost. Hermione scanned the chamber fast. The low arch on the far side was narrow and half blocked by rubble. She tested it. It crumbled under her fingers. "We can squeeze," she said. "If we—" A shout cut her off, close, and a flash of green light cut across the chamber and smacked the far wall. Stone dust puffed. Ron swore. Harry grabbed his sleeve and yanked him down behind the lip of the ring. "Stunners," Hermione said. "Use the rocks for cover." They ducked and scrambled. Red light burned the air above Harry's head and left a taste like metal. He threw his tiny shield charm, and it absorbed one spell and gave up. Hermione took 2 curses on a stronger shield and hissed through her teeth at the strain. Luna kept low and watched the edges. "Left," she called, and Harry shifted just in time to make a green curse sizzle past his ear instead of into it. He smelled hair singe. Shadows filled the mouth of the passage. The first 2 figures stepped into the chamber and spread out. Not snatchers, not carrows, taller, wrong-shaped. Harry's skin crawled the way it had when the cold had come into the alley. The leader stepped forward into the glow from the floor. He was too big, not giant, but beyond human. His skin had a gray cast like old meat. His eyes were too small under a heavy brow, and at the corners of his mouth 2 scars pulled his face into something like a grin. He carried a weapon that wasn't a wand, a curved blade on a shaft, and the blade drank the light instead of throwing it. "What is that?" Ron breathed. "Orc," Luna said simply. "Not from here." The leader's voice sounded like stones rolled together. "Small ones," he said, English thick in his mouth. "Pretty ones. Run farther. We like chase." "Don't answer him," Hermione said, soft, as if the warning would break if she said it louder. "Keep low. Keep moving." The orc made a flicking gesture with his free hand. Dark figures fanned out along the walls, men with wands. 2 more orcs with shorter blades, something that clung to the ceiling with too many legs. The room filled with a quiet that made Harry's ears ring. "Back," Hermione said, and they moved as one toward the half-blocked arch. Harry shoved rubble aside with his shoulder. Ron braced the rock against his thigh so it wouldn't fall on Hermione's feet. Luna slipped through first like a cat. Hermione followed, then turned to take Harry's hand. The rock under Hermione's right boot shifted. The floor by the arch had been patched at some point with a different kind of stone. It gave. She went down in a blur, sliding sideways into a narrow gap where the ring dipped under the platform. "Hermione!" Ron yelled. "I'm all right," Hermione said, calm through a strain that made the words thin. "Ankle. I think it's twisted. Don't, Harry, don't come down the rocks." Too late. Harry had already gone to his knees at the edge. He saw Hermione in a yard below the lip, wedged at the hip where the ring's edge met the seal. She was white around the mouth. Ron flattened himself and reached. "Take my hand," he said.
Come on.
"Don't pull," Hermione hissed. "If you pull, the stones will shift and we'll both go." She made herself breathe. "I need to turn my foot and push." "Count of 3. On 3, Harry said, because counting was one thing he could still do. 1, 2. He didn't get to 3. The orc leader had moved while they'd been looking down, fast for something his size. He crossed the chamber in 3 long steps and jumped the ring with a grunt. He landed near Ron and, without even bothering to swing the blade, reached down with his free hand and closed it around the back of Ron's neck. Ron made a sound like he'd been punched in the throat. The orc lifted him the way adults lifted toddlers, casual, and shoved him toward the center of the ring. "Ron!" Luna cried. She rose from the gap and flicked her wand. "Stupefy." The red burst hit the orc's shoulder and made him flinch. It did not drop him. Hermione twisted her face up at Harry. "Do not let go," she said, and then gritted her teeth and turned her ankle. The joint made a wet little pop. She went gray and made a sound she'd never made in front of them before. "Okay," she breathed. "Okay, I can climb if you don't pull." Harry dug his fingers into the stone with his left hand and flattened his right palm for Hermione to use as a brace. "Now," he said. "Push." She pushed. He took her weight and gave it back as balance. She slid an inch, another, then got her knee under her. The whole time, the ripping sound of Ron's straightened breath filled the chamber. "Drop him," Luna said to the orc in a voice Harry had never heard from her, a voice that made the air cooler. "Or the room will refuse you." The orc turned his head toward her without letting go. "Little bird," he said, amused. "I like when birds beg." He tapped Ron lightly on the side of the head with 2 fingers. Ron went limp, not unconscious, but almost, and the orc grinned with those pulled scars. He leaned close, bringing his small eyes level with Ron's wide ones. "Sing," the orc said, and laughed at his own joke. Harry's vision tunneled. The knot words surged against his teeth, thick, old, stronger in this circle than they'd ever been in his dreams. He had the sensation, ridiculous and clear, of standing at the edge of a pool with a rope tied around his waist, the other end vanishing into the stone. Harry. Hermione panted, and her fingers found the lip. "Don't." "I'm not," he said, and he wasn't sure whether he was lying. Two Death Eaters in the doorless black cloaks moved forward, wands up. "Take the girl," one said, jerking his chin at Luna. "We'll use the others to draw the rats out." Luna's eyes had gone very calm. "You won't," she said. "This room likes us." The Death Eater laughed. "Rooms don't like anyone." "Some do," Luna said. She took one step back and one to the side, slow and precise, as if stepping onto a boat. Hermione hooked her elbow over the lip and dragged half her body up with a grunt. Harry grabbed the sleeve of her coat and held it without pulling. His fingers dug in enough to hurt. She didn't mind. Ron twitched in the orca's fist, trying to find leverage with a heel. He failed, because there wasn't any. The orc raised the blade in his other hand. Not as a swing yet, just a promise in the air. "Stop," Harry said. The word came out in English because the other one hadn't left him yet. The orc looked at him. It was almost bored. "Make me." Harry's head was full of that old, wrong word. All the lines on the floor ran into it. His tongue had it. He could feel the air under it, as if saying it would change the weight of the room. "Harry," Hermione said again, not a warning this time, more like a hand on his sleeve. "Don't say anything you don't understand." He didn't answer. He couldn't. The knot word had moved from his tongue into his chest. He could feel the floor under his knees hum with it, faint, the way the kettle made the table hum sometimes. It wanted something. He didn't know if it wanted to help or to hurt, and he didn't know if wanting mattered. The orc's blade lifted a fraction more. It was a gesture Harry had seen in the Dursleys' kitchen when a fly had dared to land on Vernon's ham. "Harry," Ron rasped. His face was red now. "Don't be stupid." "Do you think you can stop me?" the orc said, teeth bared. Harry's scar burned. Not the sharp pain he knew from nightmares. A heat like a hand on his forehead. The sound in the room deepened, as if there were a lower note under the air and it had just found itself. Boots pounded in the passage again. More bodies. More shadows. The thing on the ceiling shifted its legs and dropped a thread that hissed when it hit the ring. The Death Eaters moved closer. Hermione reached up with her other hand, found purchase, and got her chest over the lip. She pressed her forehead to the stone for a heartbeat, getting the color back in her face, then pushed herself up onto her elbows. "Harry," she said, voice steady through the pain because she had to make it steady for him. "Look at me." He pulled his eyes from the ring and met hers. They were not calm. They were fierce. "We need you," she said. "The room needs you. But not like that. Not yet. Use the things you can name. Names." He knew the ones in his pocket. He pulled the stub of wood Hagrid had given him and snapped up a shield just as two curses came in together. The shield took one. The second clipped his shoulder. His arm went numb to the elbow. He grunted, teeth clacking. Luna's wand moved again, neat and unfussy. "Expelliarmus," she said. It was so ordinary it surprised the Death Eater. His wand jumped. Hermione scooted sideways, grabbing Harry's coat and dragging herself with him behind a taller bit of ring. The orc jerked Ron toward the center of the circle, shoving him down to his knees. "Kneel," he said, delighted with the word. "Make the right sound with your mouth." "You first," Ron croaked, because he couldn't help himself even with no air. "Ron," Hermione hissed, half a laugh strangled. "Not helpful." "It's how I die," he wheezed. "Annoying." "Not dying," Harry said. It felt like a promise as solid as the chalk on the board. He put his hand flat on the edge of the ring to steady himself. The stone under his palm thrummed. The knot word flared again, strong enough to pull his jaw open a fraction. He snapped his teeth shut, but it was there, ready. From somewhere up the tunnels, a human voice yelled an order. The orc snarled and looked up. Luna took the breath that gave her and flung a little glass vial. It snapped at the orca's feet and announced itself with a ridiculous smell, cabbage and fireworks. The orc reeled back a step in surprise and disgust. The big blade sliced the air and missed Ron's ear by a finger. "Seamus," Ron croaked, dazed, hope and laughter mixed. "Bloody legend." Shouts rang from the passage. The Death Eaters swore and turned as a new wave of movement hit the chamber mouth, snatchers forced forward by a bigger thing behind them, 2 more orcs, a wolfish shape that wasn't a wolf, and a man in black armor with a face like a night without stars. "Oat," Hermione gasped. "We have to go." "We're—" Ron choked. Hermione's eyes went to the half-blocked arch again. "There," she said. "Luna, cover." Luna planted her feet, thin as a reed and twice as stubborn. "Protego," she said, and the shield she threw was not big, but it was placed exactly where a curse wanted to be. It spat and held for a breath and collapsed. It was enough. Harry hooked his arm under Hermione's shoulders and hauled. She bit off a cry and got her good foot under her. They crabbed toward the arch. Ron suddenly dropped as the orc swung at the smell, scrambled like a man learning to run again, and crashed into Harry and Hermione with a curse and a laugh and an apology in the same breath. "Go," Ron coughed. "Go, go." The arch took Luna and Hermione first, then Harry. Ron turned at the last second and flung a hex at the orc's face, not brave, just buying himself half a heartbeat, and then threw himself sideways into the gap as the blade hissed down. It caught his sleeve and tore it, and kissed the skin under it with a line that would be a scar if they lived to see it heal. They fell into a sloping tunnel that was too narrow for the orc to follow at full speed. Behind them, the chamber filled with bodies and light. The orc roared. The sound bounced along the stone and made the marks hum again under Harry's palm like a cat pressed to a radiator. "Down," Hermione said, even as she lied to her ankle with each step. "Don't stop." The tunnel widened again after 20 paces, then split. Left smelled like wet, right smelled like old air. Luna put her hand on the wall between the two and closed her eyes. "Left," she said. "Then right again when it feels like you're going in circles." "Copy," Ron said, breath coming back in rags. He held his arm tight against his side. Blood made a sticky patch on his sleeve. He didn't look at it. They went left. The floor dipped further, then evened. The ceiling lifted into a low dome. The air changed. The stone felt different, smoother under Harry's palm, warmer again. The glow from the ring room seeped into this space too, lighter here, as if reflected. They had just enough time to register that this new chamber had a larger circle set into its floor, the marks cleaner still, the seal broader in the middle, when the tunnel behind them filled with a deeper shadow. The orc leader was too big for the slope, but not too big to push the world around his body until it let him through. He ducked under the lip and straightened into the room, like a man stepping through a curtain, angry and pleased to be angry. Ron spun and raised his wand. Harry reached for his own stub and felt the knot word slam up his throat from his chest like a fish snapping at air. "Not yet." Hermione hissed through her teeth, dragging him by the sleeve without shame. "Harry, not yet." The orc lifted the blade. Around him, the black figures fanned into the chamber, 10, 20 more behind them, their faces masks, or not faces at all. A hiss washed the high corner where the two many-legged things skittered. The man in black armor stepped to the leader's shoulder and laid the point of a thin sword along the stone like he had the right to touch everything. "End of run," the orc said, content as a cat on a wall. Hermione's ankle gave at last. Her knee hit the stone. She scrabbled up and fell again, breath caught. Ron went to her on instinct and put his back square to the two of them, thin wand a flag that still meant something. Luna stood on Harry's other side, eyes unblinking, that thin, calm voice ready to tell the truth if asked. The not word burned in Harry's mouth, full and bright. The seal in the center of the ring glowed warmer, like a coal under ash blown on. His hand, without his permission, lifted half an inch from his side. "Don't," Hermione said, eyes on him, trusting him with a fear that made him feel taller. "If it's meant to be said, you'll know when. Not because you're scared, because it's time." The orc took one long step onto the edge of the ring. "Take the boy." The man in black armor said, "Bored. They can watch." Hands reached for Harry through the gap between the two outermost figures. The room tightened. Stone hummed. The old lines on the floor caught the hum and passed it around the circle. The word in Harry's mouth leaned forward like a diver going over a rail, and the tunnel mouth behind the orc vomited up another body, huge, shaggy, Hagrid's coat, Hagrid's shoulders.
Get back!
He bellowed, voice filling every corner at once. He looked big enough to be the wall. He didn't get a chance to do more than throw a boulder-sized fist at the first mask before 3 curses hit him in the chest and sent him skidding against the stones with a sound Harry had never wanted to hear. "Hagrid." Ron shouted, grief and fury hot in one syllable. He moved. Luna moved with him. Hermione pulled once more at Harry's sleeve and let go because there was nowhere to go. The orc grinned with that scar, pulled mouth, and raised the blade in an easy two-handed grip. Harry's jaw opened. The word took shape behind his teeth. The stone under his palm sang once, low and returning. The room leaned toward him, and the cliff of sound and teeth and light was one breath away. Chapter 5. The Champion Unleashed. The blade rose. Harry's hand flattened on the carved ring. The sound under the stone wasn't music. It was a pressure, a held breath, a word pushing up from somewhere older than the castle. It filled his chest and the back of his throat until he couldn't swallow it anymore. "Don't," Hermione rasped. She was half up, face gray, ankles screaming, eyes locked on his. The orc's mouth peeled back over those scar-pulled lips. "Kneel," he told Ron, satisfied with the way the word tasted in his mouth. Ron choked a laugh that had no air in it. "You first." The blade twitched an inch lower. Harry let the word out. "Zam!" The last part cracked off his teeth like stone breaking. The sound hit the ring and went through it. The marks in the floor lit all at once, not like flame, cleaner, brighter. The glow ran the circle twice and slammed into the seal in the middle. The seal answered. Lightning didn't fall from the ceiling. It punched straight up from the stone itself, white-yellow, solid as a pillar for a blink, then gone. The first flash slammed every body in the chamber back a step. The second flash took the air and shook it. The third hit the orc full in the chest. He roared and dropped Ron like a thrown bag. Harry's palm burned. The word left his mouth and didn't come back. For an instant there was nothing in the ring but light and noise. Then something stood in it. A man. He was tall, taller than Hagrid. No, that was the shock talking, tall like a doorframe. Broad-shouldered, old scars on the cheek, black hair close to the head, a short, dark beard cut neat as a blade. He wore a fitted, ancient-looking suit black as suit, shaped for fighting, with a lightning mark across the chest that still glowed from the strike. No cloak, no helmet, bare hands. His eyes burned the same color as the seal had a second before. He hovered an inch above the stone, not floating like a ghost, standing without kneading the floor. Everyone froze. The new silence wasn't fear at first, it was disbelief. Then the Death Eaters shouted at once. Wands came up. A green curse hit the man square in the sternum. He rocked half a foot. Then he looked up. Ron coughed, eyes watering, voice a croak. Blimey. Hermione, pale and set, found her wand again even on one foot. Harry. Down. She snapped and tugged him beside the ring. The man turned, taking in the chamber the way fighters do, entrances, edges, threats. His eyes passed over the orc, lingered a beat, then slid to the 4 kids crouched by the broken arch, Hagrid on the floor, the next wave of figures crowding into the room. Another killing curse hit him. He lifted his hand and let the curse slam into his palm. It fizzled out. He turned his head a fraction toward the caster, as if only now deciding this counted as an attack. The chamber erupted. Spells poured in. Red, blue, green, the air hissed and clipped and burned. The ceiling shook dust. The thing on the ceiling spat a line of gray silk at his face. The man didn't move like a wizard. He moved like a storm had been given shoulders. He was simply there and then not there. He crossed 10 feet in the space of a breath, caught the silk with 2 fingers, and yanked. The creature came off the ceiling as if plucked by its belly. He swung it once and threw it hard enough that it hit the far wall and stayed. A Death Eater fired point, blank at his eye. He didn't blink. The curse splashed and vanished. He grabbed the man's wrist, not cruel, just efficient, took the wand, snapped it in two with his other hand, and pushed the man aside with a shove that sent him skidding. The orc roared again and came in with the blade. It would have cut a horse in half. The man let it bite into his left forearm and stopped there, metal shrieking. The orc yanked. The blade didn't come back. The man looked down at the metal like it was an opinion he didn't share. His right hand closed on the haft and broke it at the collar with a twist. The orc's eyes widened, just a fraction, but enough to make a small hard joy jump in Harry's chest. The man stepped in close and drove his shoulder into the orca's ribs. Bone and armor clanged. The orc went back not far, but far enough to make space. "Get away from the ring!" Hermione shouted at them, mind still doing 3 things at once. Keep the circle clear. Luna's hand pressed to Harry's arm. "Don't stand up," she said. "He'll cover the high space. We keep the low, right," Harry said, though his eyes didn't know how to stay off the center. 2 Death Eaters tried together, crossing their curses the way battle manuals said not to. The man stepped between them, let the curses hit his chest, and then, almost politely, tapped both of them with a flick to the temple. They dropped like sacks. He turned his head at Ron's ragged breathing. "Move," he said. The voice was deep and unstrained, as if talking didn't cost him anything. The accent wasn't British. It had edges from somewhere desert, hot and stone old. Ron, on his knees, scrambled behind the ring, hand pressed to his cut arm. Not arguing, he muttered. He looked dazed, then focused again. "Hermione, your ankle." "Fine later," she told him, jaw tight. "Shield." They threw one together without looking, practiced by a day that felt like a year. It caught a curse meant for Luna and splashed it across the ring lip. The new man flicked his fingers. Lightning jumped from his knuckles in a neat line and walked across 3 wands at once. The wands screamed metal on glass and died. The men holding them screamed too, not for long. The man's eyes flicked over Hagrid, who groaned once and tried to sit up. He moved, a blur, and was beside Hagrid with a quiet that didn't seem possible from something that heavy. He put a hand to Hagrid's shoulder, 2 gentle fingers to his throat, then looked up at Luna. "He lives," he said. "Keep him behind the stone." Luna didn't ask how he knew her. She didn't ask at all. She slid across the floor and braced her back against Hagrid, wand up, eyes clear. The man turned back to the orc leader, who had recovered his balance and fury. The orc bellowed a word that didn't belong to this language and came on with the broken haft like a club. The man met him halfway. Their clash shook dust from the ceiling and woke a line of old runes at the edge of the seal. The man's mouth pulled back in something that wasn't quite a smile and wasn't kind. "Slaver," he said, as if naming the orc was a sentence. The orc spat a word back. The man's hand closed on the orca's throat, not squeezing, just holding him there the way you hold a door that wants to slam. He lowered his head so their eyes were level. "Do not command children to kneel," he said, the words edged with a promise. He lifted his other hand and called lightning with a small, precise gesture. It answered him like it had been waiting for that hand. The bolt didn't blast the orc. It wrapped him clean and bright, a band from shoulder to hip, burning without flame. The orc jerked, silent for the first time, eyes rolling. The man let it go on a heartbeat longer, then cut it off with a clenched fist. The orc fell. The red-haired Death Eater on the right panicked and flung fiendfire. Hermione saw the first lick of it and swore, a single hard word. "No," she said, and fired 2 quick dowsing charms that did nothing because fiendfire doesn't listen to dosing charms. The man didn't bother with water. He walked into the first breath of cursed flame, grabbed its snarling head like it was a snake, and tore it in half. The fire screamed, which was wrong, and went out like a candle pinched between fingers. Ron gaped. "Okay," he said to no one. "Okay? Ron, your arm," Hermione said, because the cut wasn't nothing and he was bleeding too much. She ripped a strip from her own sleeve, wound it tight, and tied it with her teeth. "You need Dittany. Later. Don't swing that elbow too wide." "Yes, boss," he said, trying for a grin and almost managing it. A killing curse cut the air toward Luna. The man didn't even look. He raised 2 fingers, caught the curse on the tips, and flicked it sideways into the ceiling, where it burst into a dull, angry spark and died. He finally spoke to the Death Eaters. "Leave," he said. It wasn't a request. "This place is not yours." They stood a second too long, caught between obedience, fear, and orders given by someone far away. The man didn't repeat himself. He moved, not running, not even striding, simply arriving wherever he needed to be. A wand broke. A wrist turned wrong. A knee found the corner of a ring with unpleasant accuracy. Each time, he did just enough and no more. When someone raised a curse that would kill, he answered hard. When someone threw a stunner, he took it and let it fizzle against his chest with a faint look of surprise, as if admiring the courage if not the judgment. The black, armored man who'd come with the orc stepped forward at last. He had waited, not out of caution but out of disdain, the way men do who like to watch others work before they lift a finger. "Identify yourself," he said, voice cool and bored even now. The man turned to him. "You first," he said. "I speak for the Dark Lord," the armored man said, "and for the law that—" Lightning took the sword out of his hand, so fast it left a ghost of steel in the air after it was already clanging on the floor. The man's eyes did not warm. "You speak for a coward who hides behind masks and children," he said. "And for laws that are chains." The armored man swallowed. Avada." "Don't," the stranger said, and there was something in the way he said it that made the words sound childish. The armored man's lips moved anyway. The stranger closed the space and set 2 fingers politely against the man's forehead. The armor rang like a bell. The man sat down very suddenly with his back against the wall and watched his own hands tremble as if they belonged to someone else. Harry's heart was still going too fast, but it had found a rhythm he could manage. He kept his body between Hermione and the ring, the way she would have done for him, and tracked threats the stranger hadn't killed yet. "Left," he said once, and Luna's shield caught a stray curse. "Hi," he said, and Hermione tagged a shadow near the ceiling with a neat stunner. The stranger finished the work. Not with ceremony, not with speeches. He walked through the last group like a man clearing a path for a funeral, spared anyone who dropped wand and ran, refused mercy to the ones who laughed and raised killing curses. He stopped the second the room stopped trying to spit violence at children. Then the silence came back, the first kind, the one that didn't know where to put its hands. Dust floated down in lazy sheets. The glow in the ring faded to a slow throb, and then to nothing. The marks around the seal dimmed. Hagrid groaned and shifted. Luna pressed her palm to his shoulder and looked at Hermione. Hermione nodded once, more grateful than she had words for. The stranger turned to them. Up close, his face was carved, not soft anywhere, but it wasn't cruel. It looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with breath or muscle, old tired. He studied each of them in turn. Hermione steadied herself on one hand, and pushed to sitting with the other. She put her wand down on the stone with its tip toward her to show she wasn't aiming at him. "Thank you," she said, a little hoarse. "Whoa, you." He glanced at her ankle, at the way she held herself, at Ron's tied arm, at Luna's hand on Hagrid. His eyes came back to Harry. "You spoke the word," he said. Harry swallowed. "I didn't know what it meant." His mouth was dry. The old sound had slipped back into whatever place it lived before it had leaped up his throat. He felt lightheaded and heavy at once. "That is clear," the man said. "The words weren't unkind. Who taught it to you?" "No one," Harry said. "It was in the stone. In my head. Since I was little, maybe. I dreamt it. Tonight it wasn't a dream." The stranger's gaze slid to the seal and back. "The prison was made to be opened by the line that bound it," he said, as if reciting a rule he hated, "or by a will that matched it." He tilted his head, curious without being gentle. "Which are you?" Hermione shifted so she could take Harry's sleeve. She didn't pull him back. She didn't speak for him either. She just touched cloth and made her presence felt. "I'm Harry," he said, because anything else felt stupid. Harry Potter. It sounded small in the big room. It also sounded true. Something flickered in the stranger's face. Recognition of the name, maybe, or it in the air. He didn't go soft and he didn't laugh. "You woke me?" he said. "And you are a child." "Not by choice," Ron muttered, exhausted and stubborn at the same time. The stranger's mouth twitched. It might have been the ghost of a smile or a grimace or nothing. He looked at Luna. "You," he said, more statement than question. "Why did you stand your ground?" "Because you were going to," Luna said. "And I didn't want the room to think you were alone." That did earn a small, startled breath from him, not quite a laugh. He looked at Hermione's ankle. "You will not walk on that," he said. Hermione bristled automatically. "I will if I have to." "You will not," he repeated, and then spoke a word, not the one Harry had spoken, something shorter, older, with the weight of a door hinge in it. His hand hovered above her ankle, and heat spread through the joint. Not boiling heat, a steady warmth like a coal through a wall. She sucked a breath and let it out slow. Some of the stiffness eased. "Not all enough. Don't do that again yet," he said. Hermione blinked. "Thank you," she said stiffly, not quite ready to be grateful to anyone for telling her what to do, ready anyway. He looked to Hagrid. "He needs a healer," he said, "but he will wake up sooner than you fear." He looked at the four of them one by one again, measuring, a soldier who had found himself in a nursery in a war. "Who are you?" Harry asked. It felt obvious and absurd to ask after all that, but someone had to say it. The stranger studied him a heartbeat longer, as if deciding how much of his name to give. When he spoke, he didn't roll it out like a title. He just said it plain. "I am Black Adam." The name thudded in the air like a dropped weight. Ron's eyebrows went up. "That is an excellent name," he said, then added, "because this was still Hogwarts and this was still him. Is there a Red Adam? We should be warned." "Ron," Hermione said, scandalized and overtired. Black Adam's mouth moved, there and gone. "There was," he said, "once." He let the rest lie. "Where are you from?" Hermione asked, caught between wanting to know everything and getting them out before the next wave arrived. "How long were you here?" "We're," Black Adam said, looking to the stone. His face tightened for the first time. "Not here?" He lifted his head and took another long look at the chamber. "A long time," he said, "long enough for language to rot and be born again, long enough to forget which faces I hated." He lifted his chin toward the arch. "This is not where we will discuss it." The chamber groaned, agreeing with him. The fight had woken lines that slept for a reason. Dust sifted. A crack dragged itself like a slow worm across a seam near the arch. "Right?" Hermione said. "What go?" "How?" Ron said. There are 50 of them behind us on the stairs. There were, Black Adam said. There are fewer now. Hermione bit back the immediate questions and did the next necessary thing. We can't leave, Hagrid, she said. You will not, Black Adam said. He walked to Hagrid, crouched, and lifted him in his arms as if the big man weighed what a person should weigh, not what Hagrid did. He didn't grunt, and he didn't make a show of it. He stood and Hagrid was simply there against his chest, beard dark with stone dust, breath rough against Black Adam's collarbone. Harry's jaw went slack. He just... Focus! Hermione snapped, but her eyes were wide too. Luna gathered the satchel. Ron tightened the strip round his arm with his teeth. Black Adam nodded toward the arch and then at Harry. You will lead, he said. Harry almost said, I don't know the way. But he did. Not the map, he had those too. But the pull. The same old tug that had dragged him toward the ring had flipped and now told him where the next breath of safe air lived left. Then a low turn. Then up, not far, to the side. This way, he said. He didn't disguise the surprise in his own voice. He set off, not running. The others matched him. They moved through the low arch. Black Adam didn't duck. He seemed to walk and let the world fit itself around him. The sound of boots behind them was thinner now, people picking their feet carefully over the mess in the first chamber. Once, a curse flicked toward Black Adam's back. He didn't turn. It hit his shoulder and went out on contact like a moth against a window. Please teach me that, Ron whispered. Later, Hermione said. No offense, but you'd zap your own nose. I would not, he said, offended and amused at once. The tunnel opened to a wider run with hand-cut steps. Harry took them 3 at a time, then checked and looked back because Hermione shouldn't. She didn't. Luna slid under her arm and took her weight without ceremony, the way you pick up the other end of a table. Hermione's teeth were clenched. She let herself be helped anyway. Ron took the rear. Wand always pointed where trouble would logically arrive next. Black Adam walked like gravity was an agreement he could reconsider. At a dog-leg bend, 2 snatchers stumbled into view and stopped dead at the sight of what was coming toward them. One lifted his wand slow, as if maybe that would be brave enough for history to forgive him. Black Adam didn't slow. He reached out with the small finger of his left hand and flicked the wand tip. It glanced off the stone and snapped. The snatcher yelped and dropped the other half. The second snatcher threw himself to the wall and flattened there, eyes shut, whispering a prayer to someone who probably wasn't listening. No more fights. Hermione said, practical to the bone. We've done enough for one night. Agreed, Black Adam said, and meant it. They came up under the low storage by the great hall. The spice smell was stronger here, a breath of kitchens and days that weren't like this. The loose stair remembered Hagrid's knock. Harry did it without thinking. The stone moved. They slid through. Dean and Seamus were on the far side, faces white, wands up. They both nearly fired on instinct. Ron hissed, "Don't," and flung up a hand. The 2 boys froze. Seamus's eyes jumped from Ron to Hermione to Hagrid in Black Adam's arms to Black Adam himself and back again. Who? Dean began. Later, Hermione said. Move. In. They crowded into the hideout room in a rush that would have knocked the pots if there had been any on the stove. Luna shoved the bench aside with her hip and cleared the bed with one sweep of her arm. Black Adam laid Hagrid down like he'd spent his life laying down friends in places where resting had to be quick and careful. Neville burst through the door on the last syllable of a password. We heard, he said, and stopped dead. His mouth stayed open. He closed it by hand. Oh, Ginny crowded in behind him and bumped his shoulder when she stopped equally short. What did you? She saw Black Adam and decided not to finish the question without better information. Hermione leaned on the table and breathed, light-headed. Ron caught her elbow without making a show of it. Dean looked at the blood on Ron's sleeve, and his face went from curious to grim. He stepped forward with the jar of dittany Hermione had stolen an hour ago. "Arm," he said. Ron held it out. The dittany hissed as it hit the cut and knitted it into a neat pink line. Ron hissed with it and then sighed. "Tay," he said. Luna poured water. Neville brought blankets. Seamus stood in the middle of the room and stared at Black Adam like he was looking at a statue that had just blinked. Black Adam took in the small space. The shelves, the chalkboard, the socks on the string, the faces. He didn't try to make himself smaller, and he didn't fill more space than he took up. Harry found his voice again. "You saved us," he said, "because someone had to say it out loud in this room. Thank you." Black Adam's head dipped the smallest degree. "You spoke my name," he said. I answered. Hermione found her spine again fully, and the list, making part of her brain, woke up. "One need to move cells," she said, already listing. "This door's been used too much tonight. They'll be watching the lower stairs. We go through the broom closet by the tapestry. No, that's blocked. Through the old armory walkway." She limped to the board, found the chalk, and wrote a new line with a hand that still shook "Move camp at dawn." "Who is he?" Ginny asked quietly to Neville, eyes still on Black Adam. "Someone who can catch a killing curse," Neville said, not taking his eyes off Hagrid's rising chest. "And break a blade over his arm." Ginny blinked once. "We're keeping him," she decided. "Careful," Hermione said, hearing the line even while writing another. "We don't know him yet." Black Adam didn't bristle. "Your caution does you credit," he said. He looked at Luna. "Do you trust the castle?" "She trusts us tonight," Luna said. "That's enough." He nodded once, like she had confirmed a calculation. Ron sank onto a crate. The shock had worn off. The shakes had arrived. He wrapped his arms around his middle to keep them from showing too much. "Adam," he said, testing it. "Do you mind if I call you that? The black bit feels like something I should earn the right to say." Black Adam considered, then shrugged small. "Adam is fine," he said. Hermione's eyebrows went up. "And we're calling you Adam now." "Are we?" she said, but she didn't fight it. Names mattered. So did choosing the simple one first. Dean set the jar back on the shelf and finally allowed himself to grin, fragile and bright. "I saw you throw the cabbage fire," he told Seamus, as if needing to say something that wasn't about the man in the room. Saved Ron's ear. "Told you it would work," Seamus said, preening and tired. "Horrible, though. Smelled like my uncle's flat." "Smelled like victory," Ron said. "And vegetables." Black Adam watched them ease back into themselves. The lines at the corners of his mouth eased too. He turned his head to Harry. "You said the word once," he said. "Say it again, and I return to the prison, or I bring the storm again, depending on your will and the place." Harry's stomach turned. "I shouldn't say it again without knowing what I'm doing," he said quickly. "Correct," Black Adam said. "The world does not need children with thunder in their mouths." Hermione nodded to herself, relieved, impressed, annoyed at the sting in the words all at once. "We agree," she said. "No thunder unless we intend it." "Who put you here?" Neville asked, quiet. "Who sealed you?" Black Adam's eyes went somewhere none of them could see and came back. "A wizard who thought he was careful," he said. "He was not wrong to be. I did not agree." He looked at the chalkboard, at the cramped letters, at the word Harry here, and the new line "Move camp at dawn." "You fight a tyrant." "We do," Hermione said. "He has our school. He has our world. And you are children," he said again, not as a cut this time, as a fact that made something in his jaw work once. "Not by choice," Ron repeated softly. Black Adam nodded. "Then we are in agreement." He set one hand flat on the table. The wood creaked under the weight and then decided not to break. He looked at Harry. "You woke me. You ask. I answer while I am here. When the danger is gone, I leave. Harry's chest tightened. Leave how? He asked, already hating it. The way you called me, Black Adam said, in reverse. Hermione caught Harry's sleeve again. She didn't look at him. We can worry about that later, she said, as if scheduling grief made it easier to hold. Right now, we need to move the little ones and make a list of every patrol that will be down 2 men because of tonight. 3, Seamus said, pleased. 3, Hermione corrected on the board. Luna looked up at Black Adam. Do you eat? She asked because someone had to ask the human thing. He blinked, surprised. Yes, he said, as if it had been a long time since anyone cared. Not much. He glanced at Hagrid. He will want broth. On it, Ginny said, already moving to the pot. And bread for the rest of you before you fall over. Ron exhaled a laugh. We've been adopted, he told Harry under his breath, by a lightning man and the soup. Harry found a smile he didn't know he had room for. He held it a second and then let it fade because the night wasn't done. From far off, through stone and stair and air, a sound reached them distant, low, like drums underground. Not an army, not feet. Harry felt it in his palm where the seal had burned him earlier. Black Adam felt it too. He lifted his head and stared at the ceiling as if it were a sky. His creatures regroup, he said. They will come again. Hermione capped the chalk and put it down. Then we make ready, she said. We'll set watchers on the 4 approaches. We move everyone by dawn. Adam, he looked at her. She didn't flinch. Thank you, she said again. This time the words came out the way she meant them. He inclined his head the same small degree. You are welcome. Harry took a breath. There was too much to say and not enough air. He went with the smallest necessary thing. Please stay, he said. Just for now. For now, Black Adam said, picking the phrase up and setting it down between them like a promise with corners. The room got busy in a way that meant everyone would feel better. Dean and Seamus traded shifts on the stairs. Neville gathered blankets and counted heads in his head. Ginny stirred broth and refused to let anyone leave without a mug. Ron cleaned blood off his sleeve with a spell that left a faint pink blotch that would make Hermione mad in the morning. Luna drew a small lightning bolt in the corner of the board and then drew a little flower next to it. Hermione left it. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and watched Hagrid breathe. He looked at his hand, at the faint reddened skin where the seal had heated it. He thought of the word. He put it away again, gently. The way you fold a letter you're not ready to send. Black Adam stood near the door, not blocking it, but filling the space so anyone coming through would have to decide they meant to. He didn't fidget, and he didn't test his strength against anything in the room. He simply watched the children he had been called to protect, and for the first time since the ring, a thin line of tiredness creased the skin between his eyes. Harry got up and stood beside him. You asked who taught me, he said. No one did. But if you know who sealed you, maybe that's the person who taught my blood to say it. Black Adam's jaw worked once. Perhaps, he said. He was old even when I was not. He would be dust now, or worse. He glanced down at Harry's scar. You have already been used by men who like making stories. Do not let them make you their weapon again. Harry swallowed. I won't, he said, meaning it more than he knew how to explain. Good, Black Adam said, and the small word sounded like approval given to a soldier on his first night watch. The kettle clicked. Ginny pressed a hot mug into Harry's hands, then another into Black Adam's before she could think better of it. Soup, she said. House rules. Black Adam looked at the mug as if confirming it was not poison, then drank. He didn't smile, but something in his shoulders eased. House rules, he said, tasting the phrase. He set the empty mug down with care. Outside, the castle settled and then tensed again, as if flexing a hand before work. The night hadn't finished. The next wave was out there. But the room hummed with a different kind of noise now. People, plans, small comforts. A man who could catch death in his hands standing by the door. A word that could wake thunder sleeping in a boy's mouth. Put away for now. Tomorrow. Ron said around a yawn he tried to swallow. We do this again. Hermione glanced at the board and then at the door. Tomorrow, she said, and didn't make it sound like a promise or a threat. Just a plan. Black Adam looked at the four of them again, mud on their knees, chalk on their fingers, fear in their eyes that hadn't won. Tomorrow, he said too, the syllables heavy and sure. For the first time since they'd crawled into the cave, Harry believed the word had a chance. Chapter 6. An unlikely alliance. Hagrid woke to the smell of broth and the scrape of a chair leg. He blinked, frowned at the ceiling, and tried to sit up in one go. The bed complained, so did his ribs. Easy, Ginny said, pressing a hand to his shoulder. You'll undo all the mending. Did I miss it? Hagrid rumbled, confused and cross with himself. I were right there. You were, Luna said. Now you're here. That's better. Hagrid's eyes found the tall man by the door and stayed there. Black Adam didn't move, but the room's temperature seemed to tilt toward him all the same. Big fella, Hagrid said softly, a greeting and a wary question together. Black Adam dipped his head. You took 3 curses meant for children and stayed on your feet, he said. Rest. Hagrid eyed him another beat and then decided, pragmatically, to accept being told to rest by the only person in the room taller than he was. Right, he muttered. If we're trad in orders, you have a bowl of soup. House rules. I have obeyed the rule, Black Adam said gravely, and set his empty mug on the table with care. It was the same mug Ginny used for everyone, which seemed to please her. The room had changed since they'd tumbled back from the caverns. Blankets had multiplied. Neville had found another string and hung up 2 more pairs of socks. Seamus had scrawled a lopsided lightning bolt under the password lists, and then, after Hermione's look, tidied it into something less like a toddler's drawing. Harry felt the bone, deep jitter that follows terror and outlasts triumph. He held it steady by counting ordinary things: spoons, breaths, faces. When he finished counting, he ended up where he always ended up now, looking at Black Adam. Up close, he didn't exactly loom. He occupied. He stood like a man who didn't intend to be knocked over by any force he hadn't chosen. His eyes landed and stayed when he looked at you. His attention wasn't cruel, but it was a weight you felt. Tea, Ron offered, hovering with the kettle like a peace envoy. Strong the way Hermione makes it when she wants me to finish a plan without whining. I do not make tea to manage your temperament, Hermione said from the board, but her mouth tugged sideways. Ron waggled the kettle anyway. Tea manages my temperament on its own. Black Adam accepted the mug this time with a short, puzzled glance at the bag of leaves, as if considering whether leaves should be boiled at all. He took a sip, paused, and made a small noise that might have been approval. Better than the desert, he said. What's the desert? Dean asked before he could help himself. A place with fewer fools, more sun, and the same number of tyrants. Black Adam said. He drank again and looked around the room, letting silence settle long enough that the children had to consider how to fill it. Hermione put the chalk down and stepped closer to his height without letting herself crane her neck. We need to speak plainly, she said. You saved us. Thank you. We also need to make sure we understand each other if we're going to survive the next day. Agreed, Black Adam said. Right, Ron said, parking himself on a crate. Introduction's the proper way then. I'm Ron. This is Hermione, who'll tell you what to do, but is usually right. Harry, you know. Luna sees things flat when the rest of us see them sideways. Dean and Seamus are stairs duty. Neville does everything that needs doing and half of what doesn't. Ginny scares me, but kindly. Hagrid is Hagrid. Hagrid gave him a look that said he would remember being described that way forever. "And you are Black Adam," Hermione said, pointedly ignoring Ron's unofficial titles. "From where and when?" "From a land that would not know your maps," he said. "When? From before your grandparents' bones grew soft in the earth. Do not ask me the count. Years mean little in stone." Hermione folded her arms, weighing that. "All right. You were sealed under the castle by someone very powerful." "Yes," he said simply. "A wizard who loved order more than justice. He feared what I would do in anger. He was not always wrong. Did you do what he feared?" Harry asked before he could think to file the question and ask it gently. Black Adam did not flinch from the boy's eyes. "Sometimes," he said, "when men took children in chains, when kings starved a city, when someone spoke a law and called it righteous to hide his own hunger, I am not a judge. I am a punishment. There is a difference." The words landed. Ron swallowed. Hermione's mouth pressed thin, not with disapproval, but with the work of fitting new information into a mind that already had too much in it. Luna just nodded, as if that answer fitted a space she'd already made. Ginny ladled another bowl of broth and shoved it into Ron's hands without looking. "Eat," she said. "Thinking is worse on an empty stomach." He obeyed automatically, surprised halfway through a mouthful to find obedience easy. Hermione touched the list on the board with a knuckle. "All right. Then the war. We'll give you the short version, and you can ask for details. A wizard calling himself Voldemort has taken the ministry that rules us and the school that taught us. He uses fear, masks, and laws written badly on purpose. He sends men who prefer to be cruel in packs and monsters who don't need orders. He broke the bells and the gates. We defend who we can and move who we can't." Black Adam's face did not change much at names, but his attention sharpened at it. "Slaver," he said again, softly this time, as if trying the word on a new mouth. "I saw collars in that cavern." "Yes," Hermione said. "We'll rescue people whenever we can, quietly, in 2s and 3s. She lifted her head. "We're good at quiet." Ron coughed and looked away. "Getting better," he amended, contrite. Black Adam's gaze slid to him. "You are loud when the room needs to know it is alive," he said. "That has a place." "Thank you," Ron said, startled into politeness. "Voldemort calls himself the Dark Lord," Dean said from the doorway. "He sends things. We've seen giants. Today it was those other ones." "Orcs," Luna supplied. "Not from this world," Black Adam said, certain. "Cowed or dragged. Someone made a door they did not know how to close." "We've noticed that theme," Hermione said dryly. Hagrid reached gingerly for the mug on the table. Black Adam shifted, lifted it out of reach without ceremony, and passed it to him like he'd always done that sort of thing. Hagrid blinked, then drank obediently. "Dumbledore," Harry said, the word appetite less in his mouth. "We're trying to reach him. He used to run the school. He's gone, maybe hiding, maybe hurt, maybe worse. We sent a message." Black Adam looked at Harry as if weighing whether saying the next thing would help or wound. "He chose help. If he does not answer, make your plans as if he will not," he said. "Oaths to men are good. Oaths to work are better." "That's exactly what I've been saying," Hermione said, relief and guilt tangled. "All right, then our next steps are what they were before tonight, plus what tonight taught us. We move the young ones. We stock salves. We map patrols. And we use the fact that the other side now thinks there is a storm in the basement," Ron said, eyes brightening at the first bit of good mischief he'd had all week. "They'll be jumpy. They'll make mistakes. They'll move slower. They'll send more," Neville said from the wall, and the brightness cooled to something sensible. "But they'll crowd each other. They hate that." Hermione nodded. "We use the crowding to slip people out. If they double a checkpoint, they leave another thin." Black Adam listened, as if they were laying out a campaign, not children making a shopping list. "You keep using this room?" he asked, glancing at the cracked ceiling, the socks, the chalkboard. "Not for long," Hermione said briskly. "We're moving at dawn to an old armory walkway. It has 3 exits and stone that remembers us kindly." She paused, then added, "We'd appreciate it if you didn't break any of the walls on the way." "I will ask them to move," he said, as if speaking seriously to stone were normal. Most walls know the difference between a fist and a plea. Luna smiled, pleased. "What do you need from me?" Black Adam asked, cutting to the part that mattered to him. Harry expected Ron to say, "Everything," and Hermione to say, "Nothing we can't do ourselves," just out of reflex. Instead, Ron and Hermione looked at each other and then at Luna. She tipped her head at Harry.
"Tell him," she said.
"You woke him." Harry rubbed his thumb across the cup he was holding. The skin of his palm still showed a faint pink from where the seal had warmed it. "We need you to help us hit what we can't reach. Not all the time. Not everywhere. That makes noise we can't hide from." He looked up, made sure he had Black Adam's eyes. "But when there's a chain we can't break, or a door we can't open, or a thing that only listens to thunder, we need you then." Black Adam considered that framing and nodded once. "Good," he said. "You have cunning enough to live. I will not do your thinking. I will strike where you cannot." Hermione breathed. A corner she'd been holding alone in her mind wasn't only hers anymore. "We will also need to agree on limits," she said. "There are people on the other side who chose what they are. There are also boys our age who didn't, and men under spells, and cowards who might yet stop being cowards if they can breathe. I don't want to trade one evil for another." Black Adam's face hardened. "I do not murder the weak," he said flatly. "I end the men who make them." Hermione didn't drop her gaze. "And the ones in between." He let the question sit a breath, then gave a nod that was almost ceremonial. "We do not hunt those who run. We do not break hands that drop wands. We do not scorch a field to catch a fox. If one of yours says enough to me, I hear it once. If you waste that word, I will not hear it twice." Ron swallowed audibly. "That's fair," he said. "Horrifying, but fair." "It's war, Ronald," Hermione said, wary. "I know," he said, and the boy who made jokes to hold rooms up shut up and held his own mouth up instead. Black Adam set his mug down and examined the small iron stove like it was a beast he might be asked to fight. "This is a cauldron that pretends to be a brick," he said at last. "It's a stove," Hermione said, smiling despite herself. "It eats wood and gives heat," Black Adam said. "A small dragon that has learned manners." "It is a dragon," Luna said, "without scales. Very brave." Ron brightened. "See, we're already speaking the same language." Black Adam turned to the chalkboard. He read the neat lists and the untidy additions, and, for a long beat, the small line Hermione had written last night without meaning to be sentimental Harry here. He nodded once and then, carefully, picked up the chalk the way a man might pick up a tool he respected, but rarely used. "Under move camp at dawn," he wrote, in a hand that looked like someone used to carving in stone had tried to draw on paper "watch the sky." Then he put the chalk back where it had been. "The sky?" Dean asked. "They will send eyes you think are yours," Black Adam said. "Birds. Clouds that sting. I will see them before you do. But learn the habit of looking up." Ginny glanced at the socks line and snorted. "Add wash socks more often while you're helping." "Ginny," Ron said, offended. "These are wartime socks. They're a crime," she said primly. Hagrid shifted again, winced, and then sat straighter. "I can stand," he declared. "No use being a lump while there's work. Sit." 3 voices said at once, Hermione, Ginny, and, to everyone's surprise, Black Adam. Hagrid blinked at Black Adam. "You and me are going to be friends or fight, aren't we?" Friends, Black Adam said, as if it were a decision he'd already made. You do not frighten children to feel tall. Hagrid's eyes went suspiciously bright. He hid it in his beard and pretended to grumble. Right, Hermione said, clapping her hands once softly. We have 3 hours till dawn. We'll break it like this. She pointed as she assigned. Dean, Seamus, stairs. Neville, you and Ginny start packing the west storerooms, blankets first, then food, then the little library. Harry and Ron, you're with me to check the armory walkway, no heroics. Luna, you're walking with Adam to learn the new sky. If he says duck, you duck. Obviously, Luna said. Black Adam turned to Luna. You heard the room when you stood in it, he said. Do you hear the stone when it lies? Sometimes, Luna said. Sometimes it whispers when people lean on it in the night. It remembers their backs. She smiled, not embarrassed to be odd in front of a man who had torn cursed fire like paper. Do you hear loud things or small ones? Loud, he said. I was not made for small. He seemed apologetic about that for the first time. That's why I'm coming, Luna said. You can miss the softest step in the world if you only listen for thunder. Then we are well matched, he said. They moved on. It was a relief to be told to do instead of to think. Ron trotted after Hermione and Harry with his usual half-step too fast, and then slowed when Hermione hissed his name. Neville looped a scarf around his neck and another around a child's shoulders without breaking stride. Ginny tied each bundle with the same knot so no one had to think in a hurry later. Seamus invented a code knock for the new door and tested it 4 times until it sang. Black Adam followed Luna into the corridor outside like a man stepping onto a balcony. He didn't look over his shoulder to make sure the door was strong. He simply placed himself where the first danger would meet him if it came. Luna stood at his elbow and tilted her head the way she did when listening for something only she could hear. Do you know about Quidditch? Ron asked Black Adam when they crossed paths near the Great Hall, apparently deciding that now was the time to introduce the most important cultural touchstone in his mind. No, Black Adam said. It's flying and throwing and not dying, Ron said. It's very good. Flying, Black Adam repeated, skeptical. On sticks? On brooms, Ron corrected, offended on behalf of brooms everywhere. Sticks with bristles, Black Adam said, deadpan. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and then narrowed his eyes. You'd be a keeper, he decided, or a bludger. Ron, Hermione hissed. I mean beater, Ron said quickly. Beater. Sorry, he'd be a very good one. Black Adam looked as if he had been called worse. I will carry your broom if it keeps you alive, he said. Do not ask me to sit on it. We won't. Harry said, grinning despite the hour. Probably. They reached the old armory walkway. The stone-remembered boots and orders and the dull weight of steel. Hermione ran her fingers along the wall and hummed under her breath to a rhythm only she used when mapping. 3 exits, she said. 1 narrow, 1 decent, 1 awful. We'll use the decent one unless the narrow one is clear. The awful one is a last resort if someone clever blocks the decent one with furniture and a smug look. Smug looks are my speciality, Ron said. I shall counter with a glare. Counter with moving quickly, Hermione said, but her mouth tugged again. Harry, mark the loose planks with chalk. When we run at speed later, we won't have time to tiptoe. Harry crouched and drew small, neat crosses where boards argued with nails. The act of drawing tardy marks in a filthy corridor was comforting in a way he would have laughed at 2 months ago. He stood and brushed chalk dust from his fingers. Do you usually draw lightning? Black Adam asked, peering at the tiny crosses as if expecting them to spark. Only sometimes, Harry said. He looked at Black Adam's chest and the faint gold where the bolt had glowed. Does it hurt? When it wants to, Black Adam said. Tonight it did not. It was glad to be used. He touched the scar on his cheek. Old hurts are worse. Hermione cleared her throat. This is good. We can move in 2 passes at dawn, youngest first, then stores. We'll leave decoys and tidy our trail. Tidy. Ron repeated, making a face. You and your tidy trails. You love them, Hermione said. I do, he admitted. They returned to the hideout with the kind of quiet bustle that builds itself, things finding boxes, boxes finding hands, hands finding doors. Luna and Black Adam came in last. What does the sky say? Hermione asked. It's humming like a wire, Luna said. Too tight. It'll snap if someone plucks it. Don't go on the roof. Understood, Hermione said at once, striking through a note on the board. Roof road if needed, with almost vicious satisfaction. Black Adam paused at the doorway and looked at the portraits on the far wall. Most of the frames here were empty. The raven-haired witch who usually pretended to be asleep peeped between her fingers. Black Adam inclined his head to her as if she were a queen. Are they ghost shards? He asked. Portraits? Hermione said. Bits of people. They remember what they're fed. They are like the room, he said. Useful and false together. The witch sniffed. Rude, she said, and pulled her curtain. Black Adam looked faintly abashed. Useful and honored, he corrected to the curtain. Harry had to bite his lip to keep the laugh in. Luna didn't bother. Hagrid eased his feet to the floor and stood with a grunt that made the bed glad to be free of him. Right, he said. If we're movin', at dawn, I'll go have a word with the trees. They don't like being used as ladders by men with bad hearts. I'll ask him to make their roots inconvenient. Don't get caught, Hermione said, gentler this time. Wouldn't dream of it, Hagrid said, and the room breathed at the ritual. Neville reappeared with a rolled map that had been someone's homework and now had stairwells penciled across it. Patrols shifted, he said. They've doubled the south cloister. West Hall is thin. The armory walkway's clear for now. Good, Hermione said. We'll go out by west and come back by north. Dean, Seamus, swap at the hour. Ginny, start the little ones moving at first light. Ginny nodded. Her eyes snagged again on Black Adam, curiosity and the beginnings of trust there. And you, she asked him. Will you fly above us like a giant bat and frighten anyone who looks up? I am not a bat, Black Adam said very dry. But yes, I will watch. He looked at Hermione. I will not be seen if I can help it. The first time they see me again, I want them to remember they're dead. Silence held on that sentence for a beat. No one liked it. No one dismissed it. Ron cleared his throat. On a scale from 1 to 10, he said, holding his hands apart, how likely are you to do the lightning thing when I annoy you? 0, Black Adam said. Ron blinked. Really? I do not strike my own, Black Adam said. I find other ways. Ron squinted. What other ways? Sit, Black Adam said and pointed at a chair. Ron sat. Ah, Hermione said, delighted. At last, someone else you listen to. I listen to you. Ron protested. You do, she said, softened at once. Harry watched them. This strange new world where a man who had stepped out of lightning told Ron to sit and Ron sat, and Hermione teased him and meant it kindly. And Luna tied a ribbon to a nail, for luck, and Neville made a smile that looked like sleep would be easy for 10 minutes, and Hagrid nodded to himself for no one's benefit but his own. He edged closer to Black Adam. You said you'd help until the danger is gone, he said. What counts as gone? Black Adam's eyes went to the ceiling as if he could see the sky through a dozen stories of stone. When he looked back, his face had a softness Harry hadn't seen on it yet. When your days are boring, he said. When tragedy returns to being rare instead of breathing in the doorway. When a boy sleeps without hearing war in the pipes. Harry swallowed. I don't remember what that sounds like. You will, Black Adam said, or the fault is mine. Hermione checked the little watch pinned to her jumper. "All right," she said. "We're running out of night. We set the first watchers now. We sleep an hour in turns. Then at first light we move. After we make the new camp, we go to the cellars and the courtyard and see who's in chains." She met Black Adam's eyes. "We free them quiet if we can, loud if we must." "Loud is my talent," he said. "Try quiet first," she said, a plea under the instruction. He inclined his head. "I will try." They broke again. Harry lay down because he was told to and was out, not the white, hot sleep of the cupboard, just the honest shut down of a body that needed it. He woke to Luna's hand on his shoulder and the smell of bread. Dawn was a slow gray pressing against the crack in the stone near the ceiling. The castle felt different at that hour, sadder, somehow, but willing to try. "Time," Luna said, soft. "The socks are ready." "You keep saying that like it's a normal sentence," Harry said thickly, and she smiled. They lined the younger children up in 2s and 3s, each with a bag that wasn't too heavy and a pocket full of something sweet because Ginny had insisted. Neville went first, a scarf tied at his waist that the little ones could hold if they panicked in the dark. Dean and Seamus took the rear, talking about nothing, so that nothing would be the thing that held. Hermione limped to the door and hesitated. Pride and pain argued for one heartbeat. Harry stepped in and, without making a thing of it, took the strap of her bag so it wouldn't pull on her ankle. She let him. Ron stood on her other side and didn't say anything at all, which was his best trick when it mattered. Black Adam stood at the door as they filed past. Each child looked up at him with big eyes. He nodded to each, not changing his face, but something in the set of his shoulders softened. One tiny girl with freckles paused and held up her palm. He looked at it, puzzled, then gently tapped his palm to hers. She went after Neville, smiling like she'd been given a medal. "House rule," Ginny said to him as she passed, hoisting a bag. "If small people ask for a high five, you say yes." "High five," he repeated, turning it over like a foreign coin. "Very well." When the last of the children were gone, Hermione, Ron, Harry, Luna, Neville, Ginny, Dean, Seamus, and Hagrid stubbornly, leaning on a stick he insisted was not a cane, stood in a loose half-circle. Black Adam faced them. "This is how we do it," Hermione said. "Small movements, eyes open, talk when you have to, stop when your gut says stop. No running unless I say. No stopping unless I say." "Exception," Ron said, lifting a finger. "If Seamus's bag starts smoking." "Yes," Hermione said without missing a beat. "Exception for Seamus. Rude," Seamus said. "Correct, but rude." "Harry," Hermione said. He met her eyes and then everyone else's in turn. "We do it together," he said. He didn't make it a speech. He made it a fact. "Together," Ron echoed. "Together," Luna said, like a bell rung once. "Together," Neville murmured, and the thin line of fear in his face smoothed. Black Adam did not repeat the word. He did something better. He moved to the head of the line and then, deliberately, stepped aside and let Neville go first. He took the place above them instead, where the ceiling met shadow. "Watch the sky," he reminded them quietly. "We will," Hermione said. They headed out of the hideout and into the waking castle, down the spice stair and along the gap where the wall liked them, across the old armory walkway with its decent exit and the awful one marked with a chalk cross for later. They moved like people who had learned to be quiet and sometimes failed and then learned again. They passed the place where the air felt thin and waited. They passed the place where the stone felt warm and didn't touch it. They turned at the place where the draft carried soup instead of damp, and 3 of them smiled without meaning to. Above them, a shadow that wasn't a shadow kept pace, silent and sure, a promise that didn't need to be said out loud. Ahead, the day waited like work does, heavy, necessary, ordinary if you do it enough times in a row. Harry tightened his grip on the strap of Hermione's bag, felt Ron's sleeve brush his, and kept going. Behind his teeth, the thunder, word slept. In front of him, the corridor bent toward the first door they would open together. They set out. Chapter 7, Rescue and Reconnaissance. They left the armory walkway at first light, shoulders hunched out of habit, feet remembering the boards Harry had marked. The castle breathed a damp chill through its seams. Far above, Black Adam kept to the rafters and broken arches, a dark line against the paler dark, there and not there. Hermione walked with a list in her head and a limp she refused to favor. 2 sweeps, she whispered. Courtyards first, labor gangs, shackles, posted guards. Then the lower cells near the kitchens. We bring out who we can in 1s and 2s. No grand gestures. Ron nodded, adjusting the strap on a sack of bandages. Grand gestures after lunch, he muttered, and caught Harry's look. Kidding. Only a little, Harry said. Luna touched the cold stone with her fingertips as they passed, as if saying good morning to an old friend. The wall on the stair to the 3rd courtyard remembers songs, she said. It won't echo if we keep our voices small. Brilliant, Hermione said, believing her without missing a step. They reached the narrow arch that led to the Transfiguration courtyard. Before the war, students had sprawled there with books and biscuits, arguing about wand motions and house points. Now the benches were smashed and stacked as barricades. A chain ran through iron rings set low in the wall, and 8 people were clipped to it with heavy clamps, 3 children, 2 older students, a man in a charred robe with a healer's badge torn off, and Professor McGonagall. Harry stopped breathing for a beat. She was thinner, the line of her mouth harder, her hair more gray than black. But she was still Professor McGonagall, spine straight even sitting, eyes that weighed and found and decided. She had her hands on the clamp at the wrist of the smallest child, not tugging, not wasting skin, just holding so the child could take slow breaths. 2 snatchers leaned against the stacked benches, bored and cruel in equal measure. A 3rd paced, one twitching at every noise, eager for an excuse. Near the arch opposite, a thick-shouldered Death Eater stood with his mask up, eating an apple like he'd won it in a fair game. Positions, Hermione breathed. Ron left side on the pacing one. Harry with me on the... A latch clicked at the far side. Another guard wandered in with a bucket and a smirk. He slopped stale water down the line, drenching trousers and bare feet. The smallest child flinched and bit back a cry. McGonagall murmured something that sounded like knitting needles quick, calming. "We don't have time to set a full scene," Ron said, jaw tight. "We do it now." Hermione took a breath, counted 1, 2, 3 with her fingers, and moved. It started quiet. Hermione slid to the ring in the wall and pressed her wand to the lock without drawing the eye line of the guard with the apple. Ron ghosted up behind the pacing one and, with the gentlest jab Harry had ever seen, tapped the back of his knee. The man folded and met Ron's stunner half, way down. Harry stepped past Hermione and put his chest between the smallest child and the bucket carrier. "Hey," Harry said, voice steady. "Pick on someone who can pick back." The bucket carrier sneered. "Like you." His wand snapped up. A shadow fell, sharp as a held breath. The man's wand hand stopped an inch from Harry's face, caught between 2 fingers that didn't look like they should fit there. Black Adam didn't squeeze. He lifted the man's wrist the way you lift a curtain and plucked the wand free. The bucket sloshed. Luna caught it with a charm before it spilled across McGonagall's knees. "Ooh," the Death Eater with the apple began, and then saw exactly who. His face lost all its clever. "Leave," Black Adam said, the word quiet enough to sound like advice. "Run while running is still counted as wise." The snatcher on the left panicked and fired a curse that would have hit the healer square in the chest. Black Adam turned his head, met it with his palm, and bled it into the stone, where it died with a short, ugly hiss. He didn't look back at the snatcher. He looked at the apple man. Leave, he said again. The apple dropped. The Death Eater ran. The other two followed, dragging the unconscious one by the collar like a sack. Their boots slapped stone in the direction that didn't have children in it. Hermione's wand was already in the first lock, her fingers precise. Good, she breathed. Old ministry pattern, meant to look clever. It isn't. McGonagall's eyes found Harry's. In them, for an instant, relief flared so hot it made gratitude look pale. She didn't spend it. Mr. Potter, she said, voice dry as ever and twice as soft. You appear to have brought a storm indoors. Harry swallowed a watery laugh. We tried not to. Sorry, Professor. Accepted, she said. A day overdue. Hermione snapped the first clamp. The little boy brought his hands to his chest, disbelieving. You'll walk with Ginny, Hermione told him, already moving to the next shackle. Slowly, Ginny, who had been watching the arch with a hex ready, slid in like water and took the boy's hand. With me, she said, warm and firm. He got up on shaky legs and blinked like someone had turned the world right, side up. The healer stared at Black Adam with the face of a man who had peered into too many bodies and seen too many endings. I know that name, he whispered, from the old stories. My name was told by men who wanted fear, Black Adam said. Tell it how you like. Later, McGonagall's clamp stuck. Hermione set her jaw, not letting anger make her hand clumsy. It's welded, she said, disgusted. Barbaric. Allow me, Black Adam said. Hermione stepped back, wary. Please don't. She gestured at the wall. It's load-bearing. I will not insult the stone, Black Adam said, and set 2 fingers lightly on the clamp. He didn't pull. He spoke a short word in a language that had weight instead of letters. The metal sighed and fell open like it had been waiting for someone to give it permission. McGonagall lifted her wrist slowly. The skin was raw underneath. She didn't flinch. She looked up at him. Thank you, she said, straightforward as ever. Whoever you are, Black Adam, Harry said, too fast with pride he didn't fully understand. McGonagall's eyebrows climbed a 1/4 inch. I see, she said, as if she did. Enough. The last shackle popped. Neville, who had ghosted in with a blanket and a hand that never shook when it was needed, wrapped it around the older girl's shoulders. We're going to the west storerooms, he told her calmly. There's bread, and no chains. Is it safe? She whispered. No, Neville said honestly. But it's ours. She nodded, and he got his arm around her without asking again. Footsteps pelted on the far side. Seamus skidded into sight and jerked his chin. 2 more. Then 4. Then a lot. Hermione's eyes flicked and counted. We go. Now. McGonagall braced a hand on the ground and pushed to her feet. For a second she swayed. Black Adam was there without looming, simply present so the stone did not have to catch her. I can walk, she told him, dignified pain sharpening the words. I know, he said, and stepped aside. They moved like the world required it. Neville led the first pair under the arch. Luna and Ginny took the children. Seamus and Dean covered the rear. Hermione and Ron bracketed McGonagall, and Harry, because he couldn't not, matched his steps to Black Adam's for 6 paces until the urge to be right beside him eased. A patrol rounded the corner into the passage just as they reached the stairs. Masked men, stinks of sweat and too much magic burned too fast. The leader raised his wand, saw Black Adam, and forgot every plan he had ever made. Down. Hermione snapped, and they folded without elegance. Hexes sang over their heads and broke into the wall behind like claws. Stay, Black Adam said to the rescued with a glance that pinned them gently to the stone. He stepped forward, not fast, just certain. 3 curses struck him chest, shoulder, temple. He shook them off like rain. He lifted his hand and snapped, nothing more, and a bright line of lightning jumped from finger to finger along the line of wands. Wood exploded into splinters. Men dropped, flinching as if they had bitten tin. One reached for a knife. Black Adam stepped on the blade as if he were putting out a candle and flicked his other hand. The knife skittered past Ron's foot to the far wall and buried itself hilt deep in mortar. "Bleemy," Ron said under his breath, then, catching Hermione's look, added, "We'll collect that later, for evidence." "Move," Hermione said, but the corner of her mouth twitched. They didn't lose anyone going back. They shouldn't have, with luck being owed for once. Still, Harry's throat felt raw by the time the storeroom door closed behind them and the bar dropped. The small space filled with breath sounds and the low burr of McGonagall's voice as she counted heads and names, a hymn he hadn't known he missed. "Mr. Longbottom," she said when her eyes found Neville again. "You have grown into yourself." Neville blushed and cleared his throat. "Trying," he said. "You are succeeding," she said, and put a hand on his shoulder a second, a benediction with mud still on it. She turned to Harry, took in the scar, the tired, the way his friends had positioned themselves inside his reach as if by a rule none of them had declared. Her eyes softened. "And you, Mr. Potter," she said, voice low so it didn't carry to the little ones, "seemed determined to give me heart failure for another year." "Sorry," Harry said again, and this time she allowed herself the ghost of a smile. Her gaze landed last on Black Adam. "You are not a wizard," she said. "Not accusation. Fact." "No," he said. "I am what you see. What I see," she returned, "is a man who caught a killing curse and didn't blink." He held her eyes. "Your children were in chains." A pause that wasn't a challenge. "I do not blink at chains." Something eased in her posture. "Good," she said. "Then we'll work on not breaking everything else." "Reasonable," he said. They fed the rescued, hid them in the next room between the sacks and the quiet portraits, who promised to keep watch if someone would please dust them one day, and set out again before stillness turned sticky. "Dungeons," Hermione said, checking the lines on the map Neville had drawn on the back of a biscuit recipe. "If they're doing what they did last month, there'll be a work gang sorting salvage near the old kitchens, and a cell block under the second hall. If McGonagall was here, Sprout might be alive," Neville said, steady, as if saying it would plant it. "Alive." Hermione agreed. They moved the long way, across a collapsed classroom where water dripped from an indoor window into a bucket, through a black doorway where the air smelled like cold iron and regret, down a flight of stairs where the fourth step always gasped. Harry's skin prickled in the old way at the edges, like language he didn't know pressing at him, but the pull that had dragged him to the seal slept. He was grateful for its breathing, quiet and even. At the corner before the kitchens, Luna lifted her hand. "Listen," she said. They listened. Clank, clank. The deliberate pace of someone making prisoners feel time move slowly on purpose. Hermione signaled. They checked wands, straps, courage. Harry felt his palms dampen and rubbed them on his jumper. Black Adam rolled his shoulders once, like a man about to shoulder a door. They headed out. The old kitchens were half rubble. The great hearth yawned black, pots knocked about like bells no one rang anymore. House, elves moved among the ruins, thin and quick, eyes flicking between the floor and the boots of the snatchers who stood with clenched fists, daring them to be slow. A line of prisoners sorted scrap iron and broken chair legs under a thread of chain that made moving painful on purpose. Professor Sprout knelt by a pile of smashed jars, hands gentle even with nothing that would grow, lips moving as she counted the shards. "Professor," Neville breathed, and had to bite the word to keep it from cracking. One snatcher kicked a small elf for missing a nail. The elf went down with a squeak and curled, apology running out in a little stream. "Enough," Black Adam said, and the word bounced off the fireplace like hot air. The snatchers startled and spun. 6 this time. One had a long, thin face and the kind of mouth that liked other people's pain. he sneered. "A," he said, making the sound like a spell. "The famous children, and your pet." Black Adam looked at the man the way a man looked at a stone he intended to move. "Drop your wands and walk away," he said. "You will not get a second invitation. Kill the big one." The thin-mouthed man said, almost cheerful, "The master wants him tested." Harry felt the shift in the room like air going wrong before a storm. "No tests," he said, pulse jumping. "Not today." The thin-mouthed man flicked his wand. A bolt of magic like a chain of knives leapt toward the line of prisoners. Hermione swore and raised a shield, catching the worst of it, but the edge cut through and would have taken a house, elf's ear if a hand that wasn't a hand hadn't grabbed it. Black Adam's fingers closed on the air itself, as if it were rope, and yanked. The spell tore like wet cloth. He flung the ragged light up into the chimney where it died. The snatchers charged. Dean and Seamus took the left flank with neat, compact curses. Ginny went low, fast, a ribbon of red hair in bad light. Neville moved to the chain with his spare hand already on the first clamp. Hermione strode straight for the long table where a knot of prisoners cowered and put her back to it. Her wand work was book, precise and horrible in a way books never were. Harry cut right to draw fire away from Luna and the elves. Luna stood with her feet planted like she had roots, her wand doing small, necessary things, disarming, blinding, tripping, never wasting. Black Adam waded through the center. A killing curse took him high on the shoulder. He didn't stop. He reached the caster in a long step and tapped him in the gut with 2 fingers, no show, all precision. The man folded, breath gone, knees gone, anger slow to realize it would have to wait. Another fired at his head. Black Adam turned his cheek, let green light smear across his jaw, and then caught the man by the collar and walked him backward into a pillar with gentle finality. Plaster dust drifted onto his hair like snow. He slid down the pillar with the expression of someone deeply surprised by physics. "Harry," Hermione called, and he ducked in time to let a hex aimed at his chest sizzle across the straps of his bag instead. He felt the heat through the canvas and grinned without humor. "Missed?" he said, and sent a stunner that wasn't elegant, but was exactly where it needed to be, center mass. Neville's voice carried in a fierce whisper. "Professor Sprout." She looked up, eyes red, face smudged. Recognition broke over her like sun turned careful and small so it wouldn't blind. "Neville," she said. "Oh, my dear boy." He got the clamp off her wrist and she stood, creaking like a greenhouse door after a winter. She smiled at him with cracked lips. "You've done your homework." "Trying," he said again, and she squeezed his fingers. Ginny knocked a wand from a hand and stamped on it for good measure. "No more," she told the man. He believed her. The thin-mouthed man saw he was losing and did the thing men like him always do when cornered. He went for the smallest throat. He grabbed a house elf by the ear and dragged it forward like a shield. "Drop your wands or the rat dies," he sang. The elf went very still and then, with terrible dignity, reached up and took the man's wrist with a small hand. "You can't hold us all," it said. "You'll do." The man spat and raised his wand. Black Adam did not wait to see the end of the sentence. He crossed the space like a thrown spear. He did not strike the man. He closed his hand around the wand and crushed it. The thin-mouthed man screamed at the loss like a tooth pulled without warning. He swung with his free hand in a pathetic, brave, human motion. Black Adam caught that, too, and held it until the hand forgot what punching was. He didn't break fingers, and he didn't need to. He leaned in where only the man could hear. "Look at them," he said, not loud, not theatrical. "Look and see who you feared enough to hide behind." He turned the man's head with 2 fingers so he faced the elf. The elf met his eyes without flinching. The man's face crumpled, anger slipping out like air. He sagged. Black Adam let him go, and he slid to his knees and stayed there, because there was nowhere lower to go without digging. "Bind him," Hermione said. Dean did it quick, neat, double, checking the knot because tonight he trusted nothing, but checked everything twice. Professor Sprout moved through the freed elves like a farmer returning to a field after a storm. She touched shoulders, fixed collars, murmured names that sounded like sunlight. "You're not to bow to him," she told one elf who had started toward Black Adam with wet eyes. "He did the decent thing. We thank him and get on with it." The elf sniffled and straightened. It walked up to Black Adam, chin up, and extended a tiny hand. "Thank you, sir," it said, fierce. Black Adam looked at the hand for a heartbeat and then lowered himself half an inch so the moment didn't feel like a joke and shook it solemnly. "You are welcome," he said, and the elf's ears wiggled with pride. They emptied the chain fast and moved people into the shadowed hall. Sprout leaned long enough into Neville's shoulder that his breath hitched. "We've a little patch in the north yard," she said quietly, like describing contraband tomatoes, "under some boards, if they haven't found it." "We'll check," Neville said, "after we get you to the storeroom." "I can walk," Sprout said, and took 2 steps to prove it. She wobbled. Neville offered his arm, and this time she took it with a nod that carved his name into a new part of his heart. They'd nearly reached the door when the temperature dropped. It wasn't wind. It was the wrong sort of cold, the kind that climbed into the mouth and settled its weight on the tongue. "Dementors," Hermione said, as a fact to push back against panic. Harry's breath smoked. The memory wrenched his stomach the way it always did, a hand turning him inside out. For a thin second he was 10 again, and the cupboard had no air in it. He reached, without looking, and found Luna's sleeve. "Harry," Luna said. "Look at me." He did. Her eyes were clear. "We're not alone," she said simply. He drew breath around that and nodded. "Right." Hermione's otter burst from her wand, bright and sure. It ran feet, first into the nearest Dementor, and drove it up toward the battered ceiling. Ginny's horse, shy, brighter for being so, charged alongside it. Neville's badger came out huffing despite his trembling, stubborn as ever. Harry raised his wand and felt the happiness he'd saved wrapped tight like a sweet, Luna's laugh last night when the kettle hissed, Ron's "we" instead of "me." Hagrid's hand heavy and gentle on his shoulder when he was 6 and didn't understand why that mattered. "Expecto Patronum," he said, and his stag leapt. It felt so ordinary that he could have cried. Black Adam watched them drive back the dark. He didn't know this magic, and he didn't have it. He looked at the Dementors, and something hard under his ribs answered, old, ugly, older than chains. He lifted his hands and called a low, steady lightning that didn't flash or boast, it glowed. He cradled it in his palms like a lantern and stepped forward into the cold. The Dementors hated it. They shrank back the way roaches do when the lamp finds them. The warm light curled around Hermione's otter and made it brighter. The horse tossed its head, the badger dug in. The stag lowered his antlers and shoved. The Dementors fled as if a door had opened onto noon. The warmth lasted a breath longer than it should have, enough to take the taste of metal out of Harry's mouth. He blinked and grinned, dizzy with the relief of simply breathing in a room that wasn't terrible. "That's new," he said. "It is old," Black Adam said, "but it still remembers how." Luna stood beside him and watched the last shadow slip under a door it didn't deserve. "Thank you," she said. "Light that doesn't burn is hard to find." He glanced at her. "You are a child who speaks like an elder," he said, curious. "I'm a person," Luna said. "So are you." He inclined his head as if she'd bestowed a title. "So I am." They reached the storerooms again with twice as many feet and 3 times as many plans. McGonagall took the far corner like a queen claiming a throne that needed dusting and immediately turned it into a classroom. Names, assignments, a whisper of a roll, Call that promised continuity where none should have been. Sprout let Neville steer her into a chair and then used his sleeve to blow her nose, apologizing as if she'd spilled tea on his notes. "Professor," Neville blurted, unable to keep it in any longer, "I think the patch might still be there. The one you hid. If we can get to it, we could." "Later," Sprout said, touching his hand. "When the ground has had time to forgive." Harry sank onto a crate. His legs shook with the old fear and the new joy. He watched Ginny press bread into small hands and Seamus invent a game with 3 buttons that didn't involve explosions only because Hermione was watching. He watched Black Adam stand by the door with the patience of a statue and the attention of a guard dog. "Tea," Harry offered. Black Adam considered the mug like it was an artifact. "This house rule is stern," he said, and took it. "Very," Harry said. McGonagall limped over, hand on her side. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, "I will not ask what bargain you have made to bring this ally. I will say only that if Dumbledore were here, he would tell you to keep your head and your heart and not let either outrun the other." Harry nodded. "I'm trying." "I can see that," she said. "Keep trying." She turned to Black Adam. "I have taught a great many children," she said. "They are not all worth the effort. These are." Black Adam's mouth moved in what, on another face, would have been a smile. "I have watched a great many men," he returned. "Most are not worthy of command. This boy is." McGonagall's eyes shone and sharpened at once. "We will discuss chain of command," she said dryly, "after the rescue." "Agreed," he said. They took their hour to breathe, while Seamus and Dean swapped the watch and Ginny bullied people into nibbling. Luna found a quiet corner by a cracked window where a sliver of sky showed. Black Adam stood a pace away, facing the same slice of gray. "The castle likes you," Luna said. "It likes children," he said. "It doesn't like all of them," Luna said, unruffled. "It likes you." He thought about that like a man rolling a coin in his palm. "I am not gentle," he said. "It has suffered under men like me." "You are not like them," Luna said. "You're loud, but you listen. People who only listen to themselves break things for fun. You break them because you don't want them used to hurt someone smaller." He turned his head. "You make it sound simple." "It isn't," she said. "But most true things aren't complicated." He looked at the thin line of daylight. "I had a son," he said, casual, as if he were mentioning a weather change and not tearing cloth that had been mended too many times. "Once, long ago, he died because men like this." He gestured at the walls that stood for Voldemort without needing to say the name, wanted to be gods. "I'm sorry," Luna said, "because there wasn't anything else." "I was not made to be sorry," he said. "I am learning." "That's good," Luna said, and didn't make it complicated for him. He breathed out. "You love the boy with the scar," he said, not as a challenge. "I love my friends," Luna said. "Harry is one of them." "That is a wise answer," he said. "It's the true one," she said. He nodded once, satisfied. By mid-afternoon, the whispers had circuited the safe halls. McGonagall alive, Sprout alive, children fighting, a stranger made of thunder. The mood in the storerooms changed by degrees. Hope made people foolish. Hermione guarded against it by making more lists. Fear made people freeze. Black Adam guarded against it by standing where fear could not get past him without asking. When it was time to move again, McGonagall didn't argue. "We go for the lower cells," she said. "Flitwick, if he's anywhere, will be there. And there's a boy, Colin Creevey. He was taken 2 nights ago near the library. If he's there, we bring him," Hermione said. "We bring all of them," Ron said. They took Sprout's patch on the way, a quick detour to a board in the north yard, where, under planks and 3 inches of honest dirt, a row of seedlings pushed sheltered leaves into cold air. Neville crouched and touched the soil like it was someone's face. "Hello," he whispered. "We'll be back." Sprout watched him. "You'll make a fine professor if we live," she said. "I don't want to be a professor," Neville said. "I want to grow things where no one expects them to live." "That is what a professor is," she said. The lower cells stank of mildew and defeat. The corridor was tight, the doors closer than they should have been, the little barred windows cruel. 2 masked men and a woman in a black robe with too many rings leaned on benches and told a bad joke 3 times. The punch line got worse each telling. Hermione signaled no noise. They didn't get the choice. A cough came from the nearest cell, dry and too loud in the close space. The ringed woman's head snapped up. "Who's there?" "Housekeeping," Ron blurted, then looked stricken with his own mouth. Harry didn't laugh. He surprised himself by saying, flat and clear, "You don't want to do this." The ringed woman saw the children and showed her teeth. "He wants them alive," she told her men, mostly. She didn't get to test that order. Black Adam stepped forward out of the tight dark and filled it. The ringed woman's face went pale. "You," she said, but it came out a squeak. "Me," he said, without vanity. "Keys. Now." She tossed them at his chest with shaking hands. He didn't glance away from her as he caught them. "Kneel," he said. She laughed, half crazed. "Make me." He said nothing. He simply stood and waited. After a long 3 seconds, the woman's knees bent, as if some part of her brain had decided to listen to a better part. She knelt. Hermione didn't waste the moment. She took the keys and moved door to door with Ron at her shoulder, Harry a step behind, watching for wands and knives and the strange urges of trapped men. The first door held a woman with a split lip and a gaze that burned. "I can walk," she said, and stepped out like a queen. The second door held a boy with a camera hanging uselessly around his neck and eyes too big. "Colin," Harry breathed, and the boy's face crumpled into a smile so bright it hurt. "Harry," he said, "I knew you weren't dead." "Not yet," Harry said. "Let's go." The third door held Flitwick, small and furious, wandless, humming under his breath like a storm trapped in a bottle. "About time," he said, and then, seeing Black Adam, added, "Oh, well, that's new. We're collecting unusual allies," Hermione said. "I approve," Flitwick said crisply. "Later I will disapprove at length. Looking forward to it," Ron muttered. They moved quick, out, up, through. The ringed woman stayed on her knees, breathing like a person who had run out of choices and was trying to decide if that was a relief. Black Adam didn't touch her. "Do not follow us," he said. "Do not open your mouth until we are gone." "Yes," she said, surprising herself. They reached the storeroom in a flush of bodies and air. McGonagall and Flitwick clasped hands with such formality it might have been a duel and might have been a wedding. Sprout cried openly and pretended not to. Neville pressed a packet of seeds into her palm because he couldn't not mark the moment with something living. Colin looked at Black Adam the way Harry had the first time, as if he wanted to put the feeling into a photograph so he could look it again and again and remind himself it had been real. "Can I?" he began. "No," Hermione said at once. "No flash. Ever." "Right," Colin said, breathless. "Right. Sorry. Later." "Later?" Black Adam said, and Colin looked like someone had handed him a signed broom. They counted, they checked, they drank water. The room swelled with people and plans until it was hard to breathe for reasons that had nothing to do with stone dust. It couldn't last. Nothing good did unless you worked at it. Hermione tapped the chalk to the board and set the next line. "We have 2 choices," she said, not raising her voice. They leaned in without needing a call to quiet. "1, we keep doing this, small rescues, fast moves, never drawing the eye. We'll save lives. We'll get tired. They'll adapt. 2, we use what we have that they don't." "Me," Black Adam said without vanity. "Not just you," Hermione said. She pointed the chalk at Harry. Him. Us. Everyone in this room who can still think when they're scared. We can choose where the next fight happens. Voldemort will come if we shine a light bright enough, McGonagall said. Or he will send a knife in a coat. There is no middle. Flitwick folded his arms. If we can draw him away from where he is strong, we stand a chance of cutting a few strings before he notices the knots. Speak plainly, Black Adam said, not unkindly. Where do you want to bleed him? The astronomy tower. Hermione said, he likes heights. He likes to look down. He'll expect us to cower in dungeons. If we move fast and sharp, we can force him to split his force, rescue in one hand, bait in the other. Ron rubbed a hand over his face. Bait, he said. That would be Harry. Or me, Black Adam said at once, as if the decision cost nothing. Harry's stomach dropped and then steadied. It should be me, he said. He's wanted me since always. He won't ignore it. I won't let him have you, Black Adam said. A flat line. He won't, Harry said, meeting the eyes that had caught death. He'll chase me and look at you and forget what he was doing. Unflattering, Black Adam said, and the faintest shade of a smile moved on his mouth. Accurate, Hermione said. We don't fight him alone. We make the ground choose our side. We put Professor Flitwick on the stairs with 2 wards I've only seen in books. We put Professor Sprout on the battlements with 3 plants no one should touch with bare hands. We hide McGonagall in the shadows because it will give me joy to watch her turn a corridor into a trap with a transfiguration charm and a bad mood. McGonagall's eyes shone. Detention, she said mildly. Worth it, Hermione said. Ginny leaned her hip against the table and crossed her arms. And the rest of us, she said. We free more people, Hermione said. We make a hole for them to run through. We show them that the sky can be ours again. And when he comes, we don't let him choose the place or the words. Black Adam looked to the ceiling as if seeing the tower through stone. He nodded once. You make a plan, he said. I add noise and wait where you point. Good? Hermione said, and it didn't sound like relief so much as the way you write the last step of a problem you've already solved 3 different ways. She circled Y on the board with the chalk. Tonight we move the fragile. At dusk we set the traps. After dark we light a beacon he can't bear to leave alone. What beacon? Ron said. Hope. Luna said simply. Seamus snorted. Bit abstract. Luna shook her head. He hates it. It will pull him by the teeth. Harry looked at his friends, muddy, tired, scared, stubborn, at his teachers, thin and upright, at the house, elves with their chins up now, at the children who had stopped staring at the door and started staring at the chalkboard because it had a circle around a word and that meant a plan. He looked at Black Adam. Together, Harry said again, not for reassurance this time, but as an oath. Together, Black Adam repeated, like a seal pressed into wax. They broke into teams. McGonagall went to teach 3 teenagers a shield charm better than the one they'd learned in 2nd year. Flitwick vanished into a corner with Hermione and 2 bits of string and came out with an enchantment that made Ron's hair stand up from a distance. Sprout asked Neville for a pot and a spoon and then fed a plant something that made it purr. Ginny and Dean planned the evac routes with Seamus adding, what if the wall falls down here? To each useful as sin. Hagrid put a hand flat on the door. I'll ask the grounds, he said. They'll listen. Luna took Black Adam's sleeve and pointed at the chalk circle. That line is a mouth, she said. Don't step on it. He looked down, then back up and nodded as if she'd asked him to keep his feet out of a stream where something fragile lived. I will not. Hermione wiped her hands on her jumper and inhaled like a climber before a hard bit. Right, she said. We have an afternoon to be small and a night to be loud. Ron nudged Harry.
You ready?
He said. No, Harry said. Then, honest, yes, Good, Ron said. Me too. Outside, the castle settled into a different kind of silence, the kind that comes before a match begins, when both sides pretend to be calm and the ground waits to see who will step wrong first. They had stepped wrong enough. Now it was time to step where they meant to. They set out again. Chapter 8. The mysterious past of Black Adam. By the time the sun went down, the storeroom felt like it had exhaled once and decided to try breathing again. Blankets had been spread in tidy rows. Someone had hung a kettle from a nail with string and declared it a fixture. Professor McGonagall had turned a crate into a desk and, with a stub of pencil, started a ledger of names. Sprout slept with her mouth open for 10 minutes and then woke up scolding herself for it. Flitwick traced a defensive rune on the inside of the door and rubbed it out before anyone could see him getting sentimental. Black Adam stood by the entrance, not exactly on guard, but the door seemed safer for having his back near it. He had not sat since they returned. He had not asked for a chair. Harry watched him as he checked the chalkboard, the ropes, the children. He wasn't sure how to ask for what he wanted without making it sound like an order or a plea. He settled on honest. "We should know who you are," he said, walking up with Luna at his side and Ron a step behind. "Properly, I mean. Not your name. You." Hermione looked up from a list and put the pencil down. McGonagall paused with her ledger. Even the house, elf by the kettle, stopped clinking cups. Black Adam considered the room, the faces, the fact that none of them looked away. "Very well," he said. He didn't choose the largest crate or the darkest corner. He moved to the floor where the light was kindest and sat with his back to the wall, legs folded easily, like a man who had sat on stone all his life. The room gathered without fuss. Ron dragged a crate with a scuff. Hermione took the nearest spot and tucked her ankle under. Ginny poured tea for whoever would take it. Hagrid leaned against the frame so he could see everyone. Flitwick perched on a box and pretended it was for height. McGonagall folded her hands and guarded the silence. Harry settled opposite Black Adam. Luna sat cross-legged between them, eyes quiet and steady. Black Adam looked at his hands as if remembering them. "My first name," he said, "was given by my father. He was a mason. He put stone on stone and made the desert make sense. He was not a king. He taught me to carry weight with my knees and to speak when I was certain." Ron's mouth opened and then closed. He listened. "I was born in a river kingdom," Black Adam went on. "We had fields that could be green, and mountains full of copper, and men who wanted both without paying for them. We were conquered often. We were proud often. We were poor most of the time. It was not a special story." Hermione's fingers twitched for a quill. She kept them still. "When I was a boy," he said, "we lived under a governor sent from far away. He wore gold and fear like armor. He liked to remind us our backs could bend further. One day he ordered 10 men taken for a road project that would never be built. My father was the 11th when he tried to pull one out of the line. He didn't make a meal of the next sentences, and he didn't need to. I learned that day what chains look like on people you love," he said. "Later, I learned how they sound when they hit the ground." Nobody moved. The kettle clicked once and shut itself off, as if deciding to be quiet. "I grew," he said. "I lifted stone. I learned to fight the way men do without teachers. When you have to choose between breaking and breaking something, you get good at it." The corner of his mouth tugged at himself. "I was not gentle. I am not gentle now, but I was loyal." Luna tilted her head. "To whom?" she asked. "To my mother," he said. "To my wife when I had one. To my son when he came. To my city, even when it hated me for not dying on command." He let the names sit in the room without using them. "One day a wizard came to our market. He was not from our river. He was old in the way rocks are old. He was looking for a champion." Flitwick leaned forward, interest bright. "How did he choose?" he asked, professional through and through. "He didn't. Black Adam said. He tested boys and men the way traders test pots. Tap, listen, tap. He looked at shoulders and at eyes. He looked at scars. He was not impressed. He said our world had no teeth left. Why broke his staff? Black Adam said flat. Not to insult him, to show him that if he wanted strength, he would not find it in his stick. Ron winced. Bet he loved that. He laughed. Black Adam said, surprised even now. Not much. Enough. He asked me what I wanted power for. I answered wrong. I said to make men like our governor kneel. He said that was a poor answer for a boy. I told him I was not a boy. Hermione's mouth curved. What did he do?
Ace chose me anyway,
Black Adam said. He said that sometimes the world needs a hammer before it needs a book. He paused. He gave me a word. He said it would lift me when I needed lifting and carry me when I needed to cross a river I could not swim. He said I would be faster than arrows and harder than bronze. He said I would be a shield for those who had no shields. Harry felt the hair on his arms rise. He could see it as the man spoke a sun-baked courtyard, a crowd that pretended not to be a crowd, an old man's voice like dry wind, a single strange word weighing the air. He didn't say it aloud. It worked, Black Adam said with a simplicity that didn't invite awe. The first time I said it, I thought I would burn. I didn't. I learned I could fly not far at first, not high, then further. Men saw me and were afraid. Some were grateful. Some were angry. All were loud. What did you do? Ginny asked, elbows on her knees. I broke the governor's gate. Black Adam said. I broke the door to his cellar. I broke the men who hurt children to hear them cry. He didn't apologize for it. Then I stopped breaking for a while because my mother said I should eat. So I ate. His shoulders smoothed at the memory. For a time, men were careful. And then, McGonagall asked, not to rush him, but to keep him from wandering into only the good. And then kings who had not thought of us in 100 years remembered our river. He said, they sent soldiers. I met them. I turned them. Some I sent home with broken spears. Some I did not send home. His fingers pressed lightly into his knee. War makes men think they are clever. I gave them reasons to stop thinking. Hermione's brow furrowed. When did it go wrong? She asked, and Harry was glad she said it because he couldn't. When my son died, Black Adam said. The words were plain stone laid on a table. A small fever, in a crowded season, in a house that had seen too much. There was a tonic in the market that would have turned it. The governor's men had taken it to sell back to us at a price we could not pay because they thought fear tasted better with profit. His jaw worked once. I would have carried a city on my back to change that day. No one told him he couldn't have. It would have been cruel. I went to the palace, he said. I told the guards to stand aside. Some did. Some did not. I went through them. I found the governor. He was afraid for the first time in his life. He talked about order. He talked about theft. He talked about how I should respect the way things were done. Black Adam's voice thinned. He talked about my son as if he were a miscounted grain. A beat. I pushed him off his balcony. Ron swore under his breath and didn't take it back. Hagrid stared at the floor and blinked hard. The wizard came. Black Adam said, not right away. He is not a clerk. He moves when the world needs him, not when men demand. He looked at the city. He looked at me. He looked at the governor, shaped hole in the courtyard. He said I had my justice, and would I accept my judgment? What judgment? Harry asked, heart sore in a way that felt too familiar. That I could not be trusted to keep my fists off the world when it made me angry. Black Adam said, that I would save many and break as many if no one put a bridle on the horse I had become. He said the word that lifted me would also bind me if it was said by a mouth that had the right to say it. He said he would put me where I could do no harm until people wiser than us could decide what to do with me. He looked down at his hands again. I told him to try. And, Flitwick asked, breathless despite himself. He did, Black Adam said, and for the first time his voice roughened. He spoke a word that turned the day inside out. He put me in stone. I felt the ground come up. I felt the river run past and then stop, and then start again 1,000 times. I listened to mountains grow old. I counted screams and suns. I learned patience. I learned nothing. I learned to hate him sometimes and forgive him sometimes and think of my son more often than either. Luna's eyes shone. She didn't blink. Were you alone? She asked. Yes, he said. No, he considered. It is hard to explain. I was alone in a way that doesn't have a room. But the world is noisy. I learned how many lives you can feel under your feet if you have no choice but to feel them. I think the castle learned my shape the way a bed learns a person's weight. It forgot me for a while. Then it remembered when the seal woke to your word. Hermione rubbed her thumb over the edge of her pencil. You called the wizard a judge, she said. Do you think he was right? Black Adam's mouth moved. I think he did what he thought would save the most lives with the least ruin, he said. I think he did not trust me to put down my anger on days when anger would make more sense than mercy. I think he feared liking me and being wrong about me. I think he chose order over love. I do not forgive him for that. I do not hate him enough to wish he had chosen otherwise. That's a lot of thinking, Ron muttered, impressed. I had time, Black Adam said dryly. Ginny cleared her throat. Your wife, she asked softly. She died before my son, he said. A fever also, or a bad year. My memory lies to me when it hurts too much. She had eyes that made men tell the truth without meaning to. She laughed at me when I was foolish and told me to argue with her when I wanted to argue with the world. I listened. I did not always obey. He looked up at the ceiling. I think she would like you, he said to Hermione, almost surprised by the thought. She would tell you to sleep more. She would tell me to be kinder with my hands. Hermione swallowed. I'm trying, she said, not sure which part she was answering. McGonagall blew out a slow breath through her nose. You said a mouth with the right to say the word could bind you, she said. How did Harry? Black Adam studied Harry with an interest that was fierce without being greedy. Blood is strange, he said. Names shape stone. This castle was founded by men and women who liked to carve their names into the bones of the hill. The wizard who bound me carved his word into the seal and tied it to a line that would live here and wear that word like a memory. You have that look. He gestured at Harry's brow. You are a hinge. Doors open for you because it is useful to the world. Doors close when you tell them to because you would not ask if it were not needed. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. If I had never said it, he asked, would you have been all right? Black Adam took his time. I do not know, he said. All right is a generous phrase. I would still be there. The castle would still be worse for it. The world would still be carrying something only because it had nowhere to put it down. Luna's voice came quiet. Do you want to go back? The room went still again. It wasn't a trap. It was the right question. After, he said. He didn't sugar it. If I stay, men will try to use me, and if they fail, they will try to bury me, and if they fail at that, they will demand I rule them or leave. I do not want to rule anyone. I do not want to be a knife on a shelf men point at their enemies when they run out of courage. I want to do the work that is in front of me and then rest where I do not break things by breathing. He met Harry's eyes. You will speak the word when I ask you to. Not because you own me, because we will agree. Harry's throat burned. All right, he said. Ron scrubbed his face with both hands. I hate this, he said. I know, Black Adam said. Me too, Ron said. Good, Black Adam said. That is how I know you do not want my power for the wrong reasons. Hagrid cleared his throat with a sound like a boulder arguing with itself. "That's a lot o' life to carry," he said. "And you're still standing." "So are you," Black Adam said. Hagrid looked down, embarrassed, and smiled into his beard. Flitwick steepled his fingers. "The binding word, if we must use it, will it harm you?" "It will close a door," Black Adam said. "Doors pinch when they shut. I will not lie about that, but you will not be the first to shut it. And you will not do it because you are afraid to let me walk in your halls." Hermione nodded once, a decision filing itself away in the hard, neat part of her mind that kept her upright. "Thank you," she said, "for trusting us with it." "I am not trusting you," he said, and then, seeing the flash in her eyes, added, "I am trusting who you are when this room is gone and there is nothing left but the four of you and the sky. That is the only part that matters." "Fair," Hermione said. They were quiet a while. The house, elf by the kettle, resumed clinking in the soft way people do when they are doing something to stay upright. Someone coughed. The door hummed under Flitwick's enchantment and then went still. Ron broke the hush, careful. "What hurts?" he asked. "Now, I mean, the curses. The other thing. The killing curse hurts if it catches you wrong," Black Adam said. "It is not pain like knives. It is pain like forgetting your own name. The other things slide. Fire is a nuisance if it is hungry. I do not like steel, but it is honest. Words thrown by cowards from behind masks are the only thing that makes me angry enough to be clumsy." "We'll keep you away from clumsy," Hermione said. "Do," he said. Ginny set a mug by his knee. "Drink," she said. "It's not a law. It's a suggestion." He drank. "A good one," he said. McGonagall rose, gathering the room with her. "We have your story," she said. "Here is ours, short. A boy with a scar survived when he should have died. A man without a nose built a country out of fear and bad paperwork. Friends were murdered. We hid. We learned to undo locks and make soup and take turns at the door. We are very tired. We would like to be ordinary again." Black Adam's gaze went to Harry, to Hermione, to Ron, to Luna. "Then we finish this," he said. Hermione walked to the chalkboard and circled the word Astarau Omai again. She drew an arrow from it to a simple list. Beta controlled, rescue routes, clear wards, stairs, parapet, ground allies, ready, sky watched. She turned back to the room. "We don't fight fair," she said. "We fight smart. We don't give him time to make speeches. We don't stand where the floor likes him. We make him move his feet and think about things he hates, us, together. Hope. Each other." "Hope?" Ron repeated, dubious. "He hates it," Luna said again. "It makes him itch." Flitwick clapped his hands once, decisive. "I will seal the south stairs. When he tries to break them, I will give him a moment's work to do. If he is doing work, he is not killing a child." Sprout patted her pockets, found a small bundle wrapped in cloth, and handed it to Neville. "Put these on the four corners of the tower," she said. "Do not touch them twice. They will know your hands." "What do they do?" Ron asked, leaning. "They bite," Sprout said primly. "Oh," Ron said, and leaned back. Hagrid straightened. "I'll go speak to the trees proper," he said. "They don't like fire. They'll swat at it if it comes." "Good," Hermione said. "If giants appear, I'll have a word," Hagrid said. "Giants speak loud, but they hear quiet if ye catch 'em right." McGonagall's mouth lifted. "I will see about turning a few inconvenient suits of armor into something more useful than dust," she said. "If one falls down some stairs near a masked man, I will not be responsible." "Detention," Hermione said again, and McGonagall's eyes warmed. Ginny tapped the circle drawn around Astro on My. "And the beacon," she said. Luna turned her head toward Black Adam. "We stand him in the sky," she said. "Not for long. Just enough for the wrong eyes to look up and forget to look down. I do not like being bait for pride," Black Adam said. "You won't be," Harry said. I will. He hated how right it felt. No, Black Adam said at once. Yes, Harry said. He'll come for me. He will come for both of you, Hermione said, voice steady even if her hands were not. That's the point. He'll be split down the middle between the thing he hates and the thing he doesn't understand, and in the space between, we take his feet out from under him. Ron blew out his cheeks. I will be directly under the space between, won't I? Yes, Harry and Hermione said together. All right, Ron said. Just checking. Flitwick examined Black Adam the way a craftsman looks at a new tool he respects. You're lightning. Can you direct it fine? Yes, Black Adam said. Good, Flitwick said. If he raises a shield with a narrow throat, I will need you to fill it at the same time I strike the hinge. It will be very precise. I am not a knife, Black Adam said, but I can be a chisel. I love chisels, Flitwick said, delighted. Professor Sprout leaned toward Luna, and you. I keep the quiet places quiet, Luna said, and I tell the wind not to snitch. Excellent, Sprout said, as if Luna had volunteered to water something. The hour grew late. People started to drift to their tasks with the careful, sober energy that comes after a decision. Ginny tied her hair tight. Dean sketched the map with thicker lines. Seamus whispered to the kettle and made it behave. Neville tucked the bundle of Sprouts plant into his jacket like a baby bird. Harry stayed. Black Adam did too. Thank you for telling us, Harry said. About your family. Black Adam nodded once. I would have liked your mother, he said. She had a face that told the truth even when she did not want to. Your father laughed too loud, yes. Harry's breath caught. That's what they say. They say it like a fault. Black Adam said. It is not. Harry didn't answer because he couldn't. He looked at his hands and then at the chalk circle on the board and then at Black Adam's face again. If this goes wrong, he said, if I say the word and it closes the door and you go, will you be angry? Yes, Black Adam said plain. At the sky, at the wizard who bound me first, at myself for needing anyone to hold a leash when I am old enough to know better. Not at you. Harry smiled without meaning to. All right. You will wait for me to ask. Black Adam said. I will, Harry said. Hermione rejoined them with the watch list and a set of ward tokens tucked into her sleeve. We leave in an hour, she said. Eat. Sleep for 20 minutes if your body remembers how. If not, sit with your back against something and breathe. Ron arrived with 3 bits of bread and a handful of raisins. He split the raisins with the care of a jeweler and handed everyone exactly the same number because fairness was easier to carry than guilt. If anyone dies today, he said, won't be because I didn't hand out raisins. Thanks, Harry said, mouth twisting. Got you, Ron said. Luna stood and smoothed her skirt. I'm going to ask the owls to keep secrets, she said. They're very bad at it. They like to tell everything to everyone, but they're sweet. Don't get pecked, Ginny called. I never do, Luna said, and drifted away. McGonagall approached with a small box. She opened it and took out 4 pins, each shaped like a plain circle of pewter. These are not talismans, she said. They will not stop a curse. They will not make you braver. They are simply something for my hands to do. She pinned one to Harry's jumper, one to Hermione's, one to Ron's, and one to Luna's when she returned smelling faintly of feathers. If we are separated, and you see someone wearing one of these who is not us, you will know they have gone through me to get it, and then you will decide if you trust them. Harry touched the pin. Thank you, Professor, he said. Black Adam watched her hands. I have nothing to pin, he said. You have children to watch, McGonagall said. It suits you. He inclined his head, accepting the sentence as a rank. The castle shifted the way animals do when they stand up. Somewhere above, a door banged. Far off, a laugh rang that didn't mean joy. The air changed, small, like someone had turned a page. Hermione checked the time and folded the list. Positions, she said. We do it once, right? And we do not do it again tomorrow. Tomorrow? Ron said, hopeful against the tone. Hermione allowed herself a thin smile. Tomorrow we oversleep, she said. They moved on. The plan was ugly and simple. Neville, Ginny, Dean, and Seamus would guide the rescued to the armory walkway and then out through the west run, splitting into pairs at the end and vanishing into the ground like rain. Sprout would lay her plants on the four corners of the tower. Flitwick would sit on the stairs like a small, furious king and make the stone remember when it was young and didn't like being told where to stand. McGonagall would melt into the tapestries and be wherever someone needed it to be nervous about turning a corner. Hagrid would be outside with the Roots and the Crows. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, and Black Adam would go up. On the third landing, Black Adam stopped and looked at the wall. He laid his palm flat against the stone and spoke in a voice no one else used. Not the lightning word, a quieter one. The stone thrummed once and was content. What did you say? Hermione asked. Thank you for holding, he said. The tower stair opened onto the night. The sky over Hogwarts had been black for months, a lid pressed down. Tonight, thin cold stars showed through. Stubborn, ordinary enough. Luna lifted her face into the air. He will come, she said. He hates the way the wind smells when we are not scared. Harry put his hand on the low wall and felt it talking under his skin the way it did when he was about to make a bad choice with good reasons. He was not alone. That made it better and worse. Black Adam stepped to the edge and looked down, and for a second, he looked like nothing human. Not cruel, not distant, just big, old, built for lifting something most people never see. He turned back. When he arrives, he said, no speeches. Give me the first strike. If he speaks your name, ignore it. If he speaks your parents, ignore it. If he speaks mine, laugh. Ron swallowed. Can I glare? You can glare, Black Adam said. And you can count to 3 while Hermione moves our feet. I like this plan, Hermione said. It involves counting. Harry met Black Adam's eyes. You sure? He asked. About all of it. No, Black Adam said. I am certain about you. It is enough. Somewhere below, a bell that had been broken for a year rang once, clear. It wasn't magic. It was wind and a piece of metal that had been waiting. Luna smiled. He heard us, she said. Good, Hermione said. She lifted her wand and drew a neat line in the air that only Flitwick would recognize as a signal if he happened to be looking. Down in the stairwell, a small man nodded to himself and laid his palm on the stone. Black Adam stepped forward, not into the sky, but to meet it. Lightning moved along the edge of his shoulders like a cat testing whether it was allowed on the table. He didn't call it yet. He would. When it mattered, Harry took his place at the center of the tower, the others around him without needing to be told how far and in which order. He could feel Ron's breath at his left shoulder. He could feel Hermione's sure, quiet balance at his right. He could feel Luna's calm. He could feel the night taking a deeper breath. Ready? Hermione asked, not because she needed an answer, but because the word did something to the air when said at the right time. Ready, Harry said. Ready, Ron echoed, less bravado than usual, more of himself. Ready, Luna said, as if she'd been born waiting for this minute and had finally found it. Black Adam did not say the word. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder for a heartbeat, solid and warm and very simple. Then he faced the dark, and the dark, for the first time in a long time, looked back like it had something to lose. Chapter 9, The Battle for Hogwarts. The wind off the tower was sharp and honest. It brought smells that hadn't touched the castle in months, wet stone, old smoke, something like rain. Below, Hogwarts spread in broken shapes and dark lines, courtyards crossed with barricades, lawns ripped into trenches, windows like missing teeth. Lights moved where they shouldn't. Hermione checked the time, nodded to herself, and made the first mark in the air. The tiny white line drifted outward. No sparkle, no flourish, just a clean seam of light. Down in the stairwell, Flitwick felt it and began. Positions. Hermione said. Ron left parapet, Luna with me on the inner ring.
Harry, center. Adam, or ski.
Black Adam said. He didn't rise. He just leaned forward until the air decided to hold him. Ron looked up, swallowed, and tried to grin. Let's make a very annoying noise. Harry's hands were steady. That surprised him. He took his place with his back to the low wall and looked out over the grounds. In the darkness, lines and shadows were moving fast, Death Eaters stringing to the east, a pack of Snatchers hugging the walls, something big pulling at the edge of the forest. We're seen, Luna said, gentle. That's all right. It started small. A flare from the far gate, a whistle that meant, out, out, then the answer from the north steps. Hermione lifted her wand and cut the flare off mid-scream. Below, a group of masked men skidded, confused. Go, Harry said to himself, to everyone, to the castle. He felt the word land. McGonagall's work went first. 2 suits of armor toppled into a stairwell at the exact wrong time for 3 masked men who'd been sure of their footing. There was a great deal of clanging and swearing. The suits seized up like hounds on command and pinned someone by the calf, politely and firmly. On the west lawn, Sprout's bundles bloomed at once. 4 dull green mounds that split along seams and revealed rows of fat pods. A Death Eater stomped one. It bit him. He howled, fell over, and discovered his boots were tied to the grass by roots that hadn't been there a second before. The roots pulled gently, then insistently. More boots stuck. Flitwick's wards settled on the south stairs with a soft chime. A masked woman hit the first one at a run and was redirected into the wall as if a hand had pushed her. She spat and tried again. The ward turned her around and sent her back down 3 steps. She screamed for help, and 3 more arrived to be equally offended by cause and effect. In the courtyard below the tower, Hagrid walked out of shadow with a thick branch in one hand. It wasn't a club. It was a message. Go on. He called to the trees along the edge. Make it tricky. The line of oaks seemed to lean a fraction closer together. Roots rose under the surface like knuckles. Beacon, Hermione said. Ready. Harry answered. He drew breath, reached for the feeling he'd saved, the weight of Ron's shoulder knocking his, the soft tap of Luna's hand on his sleeve, Hermione's voice counting down from 3. He raised his wand and sent a single white burst straight up. It rose, hung, and then spread like someone opening a curtain, just enough to tempt a furious man to yank it wide. Come on, Ron muttered at the sky. Wait. It bit. The first answer wasn't Voldemort. It was the wave he sent ahead of him when he wanted people to know their knees should remember how. Shadows moved oddly. The air tightened like a belt. Harry's scar tugged and then settled, not calm but purposeful. On the east wall, Seamus lobbed a compact explosive charm overhand. It hit a barricade and cracked it neatly in half with a noise like a slammed door. Dean threw a glittering arc that wasn't real and made 5 Death Eaters duck in the wrong direction. Ginny stood in the mouth of the armory walkway and refused to move until every last child went past her, then followed without looking back. Movement. Giants, Hermione said, voice flat, eyes on the far line of the forest. On him, Hagrid called, and strode out like a man late for a meeting he intended to win. A giant the size of the astronomy tower's lower level lumbered out of the trees with a handful of roof tiles it had collected like sweets. It threw. The tiles burst into shards on the stone near the fountain. Hagrid didn't run. He planted his feet and shouted in a voice that had calmed hippogriffs and made dragon keepers step back.
Hi, you! Put that down! Not yours!
The giant paused, as confused by tone as by words. It threw anyway. The tiles sailed wide. Hagrid smacked the ground with his branch. Down. He bellowed, and the branch cracked like thunder. The trees behind him swayed harder. The giant blinked, scratched its ear, and took a step sideways onto the roots Sprout had woken. It sat down suddenly, surprised to find the ground closer than expected. "Nice," Ron breathed, then flinched as a bright curse sliced past his ear. "Rude. Focus." Hermione snapped, but there was a smile in it. From the north came a crawling dark that made breath smoke in July. "Dementors," Luna said, calm as a teacher naming a beetle.
Expecto Patronum.
Hermione's otter leapt the parapet. Ginny's horse rose on its hind legs, ears back. Neville's badger dug in on a path that led straight through fear. Harry lifted his wand and found his stag ready, no reaching this time. He wasn't alone, it was easier. Black Adam watched the first wave of Dementors with a new, deep anger. "Again," he said to himself, and lifted both hands. The gentle light he had used in the kitchens came to his palms, brighter now, steadier, a lantern for a whole city. He held it where the cold was worst. The Dementors shrank, hissed, and slid backward over invisible stones. The light met Hermione's otter and made it shine like it had been polished. "Thank you," Hermione called up, not taking her eyes off the edge. "You're welcome," he said. Beyond the ridge by the greenhouses, a dozen Death Eaters formed a line and began to advance, slow, steady, disciplined for once. Their leader raised his wand. Fiend fire rolled out, thin and mean. "Absolutely not," Hermione said, and cut it with a banishing charm aimed sideways. It peeled, unhappy, and slithered toward the lake. The line raised their wands together to fire. A bolt came down from nowhere and smashed into the ground in front of them with a bang that rattled Harry's teeth. The line broke. Black Adam floated down on their right flank and landed without a sound. He didn't roar. He moved through them like a man clearing a table, one hand here, a wrist there, a wand broken under his heel, a curse caught in his palm and flicked away, a body set down with its breath knocked out. He didn't kill anyone who dropped their wand and ran, and he didn't spare the one who aimed a green curse at a child across the yard. That man went down and didn't get back up. "Harry!" Ron shouted, and Harry ducked reflexively. A stunner meant for his face clipped his shoulder and made his arm go numb. His wand slipped, he caught it with his left hand and grinned, surprised. "Ha! Left!" Hermione snapped. Harry turned left and fired without thinking. The masked man running at Luna's back folded neatly and slid across the stones like someone had tugged him by the ankle. "Thanks," Luna said over her shoulder, "any time." Harry said, breathless and happy in the way that comes when the plan is working and you can feel it. It didn't last. It never did. A screech cut the air, high and pleased. The sky tightened more. The castle made a sound Harry hadn't heard before, like a pipe groaning deep in a wall. Hermione's head jerked up. "He's here," she said. The first sign was a ripple in the air, as if the world had shrugged unhappily. The second sign was the way every Death Eater within sight stood straighter without meaning to. The third was the snake. Nagini slid into view near the base of the tower, scales glistening, tongue tasting. She moved like she owned the ground she was on. Voldemort arrived a heartbeat later, not walking, not flying there, and then a little closer in the wrong way magic makes distances less important. He looked up at the tower, at the lines of wards on the stairs, at the girl with a quill behind her ear, at the redhead with a cut along his jaw, at the boy with a scar, and at the man floating just above the stone. His smile was thin. "So," he said, "my school throws a tantrum." "Your," McGonagall said from a shadow near the stairs, voice like ice on iron. He flinched as if the old title had pushed him in the chest. He chose not to answer her. His eyes went back to Black Adam, curious, hungry in a way that had nothing to do with food. "What are you?" he said soft, pleased with his own interest. "Your ending," Black Adam said. "I," Voldemort said, an optimist. He lifted his wand, slow, almost lazy, and flicked. Avada Kedavra hit Black Adam square in the chest and splashed there like a thrown glass of filthy water. Black Adam rocked back a foot, as if someone had shoved him with a shoulder. He steadied. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Harry felt it in his scar and in his teeth. He took one hard step forward and planted his feet. "You lose," he said, because saying it out loud mattered. "Tonight." "Chilled," Voldemort said without looking at him. "Do not speak when your betters are talking." "Then stop," Harry said, and found he wasn't scared of the answer. "3," Hermione said. "Low," Ron nodded. Luna took Harry's sleeve for a second and let go. Voldemort raised his hand again and fired off a chain of curses that twisted in mid-air, a killing curse, a slicing hex, a splintering charm meant to turn stone into shrapnel. Black Adam moved like he'd been made to ruin that kind of arithmetic. He caught the green, flicked the slice into the ground, stepped through the splinters like they were snow, and closed with Voldemort. The Dark Lord slipped back, disgusted by the idea of being touched. "Do not," he said. Black Adam did. He seized Voldemort's wand hand, not breaking it, just holding it where the joint would not move unless asked. Voldemort hissed and tried to pull back with strength he didn't have. Black Adam lifted his free hand and called lightning that did not flash so much as press. It ran up Voldemort's arm and fizzled in the air near his shoulder. Voldemort snarled and vanished 3 feet to the left. He landed already casting, hands a blur. Black Adam turned his body and let the curses crash into the space where he had been. Stone exploded. A parapet block skittered under Harry's boots. He went to his knees, rolled, got up with Ron's hand under his elbow. "Cheers," Harry said. "Anytime," Ron said, eyes bright and scared and steady. "Keep him in the circle," Hermione called, and they understood Flitwick's wards were layered around the tower like rings on a tree. If they kept Voldemort inside them, he'd be fighting ground that didn't like him. Luna stood with her wand at her side, watching the air. "Wet," she murmured. "Wait, now." She flicked her wand, and a small gust shoved the edge of a Fiendfire ribbon off its path by a foot. It hit a ward and snuffed itself with a frustrated whine. "Good eyes," Flitwick called up from the stairs, delighted. Sprout's plants woke under the outside ledge, sensing heat and hate. They uncurled, spat a line of sticky sap, and glued 2 masked men to the tower just long enough for Ginny and Neville to drag 3 children past the gap. Voldemort raised both hands and called a serpent of fire, bigger than the last, a thing made for show as much as for harm. It reared, hissed, and came down. Black Adam stepped into it and pulled. The fire tore like cloth. He threw the halves into the sky. One fell toward the lake and hissed out. The other tried to slip back and found a ward that sent it packing. Voldemort didn't step back. He laughed. It wasn't a nice sound. "Old magic," he said, watching Black Adam with more interest than anger. "From a dead room," I wondered. Black Adam's eyes didn't leave his. "You rule corpses and call yourself a king," he said. "You dress your fear in Latin. Big talk from a statue," Voldemort said. His wand jerked toward Harry without warning. "Avada Ked, Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, already moving. The red bolt hit Voldemort's wrist. The green line went wide and blew a chunk off a gargoyle head. The wand didn't fly free. Harry didn't expect it to. He wanted the angle that beat the eyes. Voldemort flicked his fingers and sent a spear of force straight at Harry's chest. It hit a shield that wasn't his, Hermione's, thrown across the gap without a word. The impact cracked the shield like a pane of ice. "Ron," she barked. "I see it," Ron said, and fired at Voldemort's ankle. It wasn't elegant. It made him hop. Black Adam filled the hop with a punch that wasn't really a punch, just an argument with physics. Voldemort spat a curse. Black Adam took it on his cheek and didn't blink. He grabbed Voldemort's collarbone and pressed. The fabric didn't tear, but something under it thought about it. "Snake," Luna cried. Nagini had found the stairs. She slithered up the inner wall with sinuous ease, fangs bared. Neville turned, saw her, and went gray, hands full of Sprout's last 2 bundles. "Professor, do not touch her." Sprout snapped. Harry saw the angle and knew what they didn't. It wasn't the Horcrux count or any prophecy. It was the look in Voldemort's face when the snake moved, the tiny flick of attention, the tug there. "Get her to the window," he shouted. Ginny and Dean hit the inner stair with a combined charm that wouldn't hurt a snake, but would make stone taste awful. The steps under Nagini's belly turned slick. She slithered faster to escape the sensation, shooting forward toward the open side. Sprout flicked her pocket knife with a practiced hand. She'd spent a lifetime in greenhouses with things that needed firm handling, and cut a bag open. The contents, dried and gray, puffed into a cloud. Nagini hissed as the powder settled on her scales and made them smoke. "Sorry, darling," Sprout said. "You're not native." Black Adam glanced, measured, looked back to Voldemort, and made a choice. "Harry," he said. Harry didn't pause. He sprinted, hit the low wall, and leapt. For a half-second that would probably show up in his nightmares later, he was over nothing. He grabbed the torch bracket, swung and landed badly but upright on the inner ledge, 10 feet above the stairs. Nagini bared her fangs and struck for his face.
"Here!"
Luna called, voice like a bell. She tossed Harry a length of rope, no, not rope, the strap from her satchel. He caught it, and in the same breath Hermione's voice cut through. "Harry, now." He didn't understand the plan. He moved anyway. He looped the strap round Nagini's neck as she lunged, let her own weight pull it tight, and flung his body sideways. The snake writhed, furious and slick. The strap held. The weight carried her toward the open arch. Hagrid's hand came out of nowhere and closed on the strap. "Got ya," he grunted, and with a single, sorrowful heave, he dragged Nagini out through the arch and down toward the moving roots below. Sprout's plants reached up like 100 patient hands. They did not bite. They held. Nagini pumped and twisted and found herself tangled in a dozen gentle loops that tightened when she thrashed. "Don't kill her," Hermione shouted, chest heaving. "Not yet." "Wouldn't dream of it." Hagrid puffed, holding on with both hands. Voldemort felt it. He snarled, the pretty mask slipping. He twisted in Black Adam's grip and pointed his wand at the roots. Avada. Black Adam slammed his forearm into the wand. The curse snapped out sideways and took a chunk out of a ruined chimney. "Look at me," Black Adam said. "Coward." Voldemort did, hate blazing. Down the stairs, Flitwick finished a line and clapped his hands once. The tower shivered. Wards thickened. The ground under Voldemort's feet didn't like him at all now. Children. Voldemort spat. Masks. Toys. "I taught this school to bow. I will teach it again. You taught them to die for you," Hermione said, voice icy, stepping to Harry's side. "Not the same thing," he sneered. "Mudblood?" "Boring," Ron said, and fired a curse that sizzled the air beside Voldemort's ear. It was enough to pull Voldemort's eyes for a split second. Black Adam stepped inside his guard and drove his fist into the place just under the breastbone where a body remembers it's human. Voldemort jerked like a puppet on 2 strings. His wand hand spasmed. "Harry!" Hermione shouted. Now, Harry saw it, the wand looser, the angle right, the weight of the room on his side for once. He raised his wand and didn't think about doing the clever thing or the brave thing. He did the Harry thing. Expelliarmus! Red met black and green, and whatever color Black Adam's lightning was when it didn't have one. The wand flew. It spun once in the air, end over end, and fell. Ron threw himself sideways and caught it with both hands, then yelped as it shocked his palms and flung it up again. Hot! Ginny smacked it out of the air with a bat, Bogey Hex, which, absurdly, worked. The wand bounced, as if offended, and skittered over the edge of the parapet. It fell end first, struck the stone ring of a ward Flitwick had set, and snapped with a sound like a bone. Voldemort screamed. It wasn't theatrical. It was a gut noise, animal and wrong. He didn't fall. He reached, not with hands, with something uglier, for the snake, for the old anchors he'd made, for anything that would keep his feet on the ground where he wanted them. The snake struggled in the roots, eyes rolling. Sprout put her hand on Hagrid's sleeve. "Hold," she said, like a command to a runaway horse. Hagrid held. "Finish it," McGonagall said from the shadow, not a shout, permission. Voldemort flung both hands toward Black Adam. The curses were wordless now, raw, pulled up from whatever black place he'd lived in for a decade. They hit like stones pitched by a mob. Black Adam took the first on his shoulder and the second on his cheek. He stepped into the third and let it hit his chest. He closed his hands like a man catching a child who has jumped from too high up. "Look at me," he said again, and this time it wasn't an order. It was an invitation to the end. "Your words do not give you mercy. They will not give you life. You are a statue." Voldemort spat, teeth bared. "A story. A mistake. I am a man," Black Adam said, "and I am tired of you." He lifted both hands and called the storm. It didn't roar. It came like a held breath being let out. Light rose around Black Adam's fingers, bright and clean, and then fell straight down like a curtain in a theater that had decided the play was over. It struck Voldemort full on. For a horrible second, nothing happened. Harry felt panic jump up his spine, ready to bark and run. Then everything happened at once. Voldemort's robes lit from inside. Not fire, light. The ward's Flitwick had set flared a soft blue, then white. The air around Voldemort's chest shimmered like heat over sand. He threw up his arms and screamed again, but the sound was wrong, thin, as if there was less of him to throw into it. The light wrapped him. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't cruel. It was final. "Harry," Hermione said, voice low. "Now, once more." He understood. He didn't know how he understood. He raised his wand and chose the first spell he'd been good at, the one that had saved him more times than anything else, because it was stubborn and simple and his.
Expelliarmus!
The red bolt cut through the light. It hit what was left of Voldemort's grasping magic, the reaching fingers he'd stuck into other people's lives, and snapped them back at him. He jerked like someone had yanked a rope tied to his spine. "Enough," Black Adam said softly, and closed his hands. Light dropped, hard and clean. There was a crack like ice breaking at spring. Voldemort jerked again, body arching, face twisted in a last, ugly rictus that showed nothing noble, nothing grand. He didn't explode, and he didn't go out like a candle. He went down, and the thing that had made him Voldemort wasn't there anymore. Silence fell. Not everywhere. There were still shouts, a giant complaining to a tree, a suit of armor collapsing in satisfaction, but the kind of silence that makes people look up and forget to run. Nagini went limp in Hagrid's hands. He set her carefully on the ground as if she might explode. She didn't. Sprout's plants loosened and breathed out like they were tired. The Death Eaters who were still standing looked up at the tower. Some dropped their wands without needing to be told. Some ran. A few, the worst, screamed something about revenge and were knocked flat by a wall that happened to slide a foot left because McGonagall had been waiting for half an hour for that exact moment. Harry stood very still. His heart pounded. His shoulder hurt. His scar was quiet in a way it had never been, as if someone had shut a door in a storm and the house had stopped shaking. Ron made a small sound and then a bigger one. "Did we?" He couldn't say it. Hermione didn't answer. She watched Black Adam. He hadn't moved. He stood in the last bright of his own making, shoulders squared, chest rising slow. He looked down at the place where Voldemort lay like a robe discarded in a hurry. He didn't smile, and he didn't exult. He looked relieved in a way that told Harry he hadn't been sure either. "Is it?" Harry started. "Yes," Black Adam said. He said it like a fact, not a hope. "He is gone, Luna exhaled a little laugh, a little sob at the end of it. "Good," she said. Hermione put a hand over her mouth. It wasn't a dramatic gesture. It was a person remembering she had a hand and a mouth, and that both were shaking. Ron leaned into her shoulder, and she leaned back, and then he put his head on hers for a breath, and they stood like that, braced, both pretending they weren't. Below, Hagrid looked at the snake, and then at the sky, and rubbed his eyes with the back of his wrist. "Thank Merlin," he said. "And anyone else." "Language," McGonagall said hoarsely. "Sorry, Professor," Hagrid said, and sat down hard. Shouts rose around the grounds, confused, angry, frightened. A few Death Eaters tried to rally. A pair came up the south stairs and hit Flitwick's last ward with their teeth. They slid back down, dazed. Seamus whooped and chucked a small, neat explosion into a cart of stolen supplies. It flared blue, just enough to make a point. "Push them back," McGonagall said, finding her voice the way people find a ladder rung in the dark. "Disarm. Bind. Do not chase into the forest. This is our ground." "Yes, Professor," Ginny said with a grin that would last her forever. Neville crossed the yard at a steady trot, no swagger, no glee. He stooped and picked up a child who had fallen and put him on his hip and kept going. "Come on," he said. "This way. We're going home." Harry laughed, startled at the sound of it. He turned and found Black Adam watching him. "We did it," Harry said, needing to say it out loud again. "We did," Black Adam said. He didn't quite look at the place where Voldemort lay. His eyes went to the stair, to the yard, to the castle, as if checking that the room still held after the door had been shut. Hermione wiped her face and straightened. "We're not done," she said, practical immediately. "We have wounded. We have prisoners. We'll need to make sure none of the worst of them vanish and come back stupid in a week. On it," Flitwick said, swishing his wand like a conductor. Wards shifted, reshaped, hardened in the places where men who wanted to run thought the walls were thin. Sprout limped to the parapet and peered down. "If any of you step on my plants," she shouted at the yard at large, "I will make you weeding duty until you forget your own name." "Yes, Professor." 3 different voices answered from 3 different corners, instinctive and immediate. Ron slid down the inner steps and into the yard. He caught Ginny by the shoulders, and they bumped foreheads like children in a kitchen. "You all right?" "Better than him," she said, nodding to the crumpled shape by the base of the tower. "You, never been handsomer," he said, only half joking. "Liar," she said fondly, and shoved him toward Hermione. He went. Luna leaned her elbows on the low wall and watched the sky. "He's gone," she said, as if telling the clouds. "You can stop glaring." The wind softened a fraction. The work of cleaning began. It wasn't grand. It was counting and binding and lifting and telling people to drink water. It was Hagrid carrying a boy with a broken leg and apologizing to him for the bump. It was McGonagall sitting on a crate with her head in her hands for 10 seconds and then looking up as if nothing had happened. It was Sprout patting a plant and telling it had done good work and could sleep now. It was Flitwick drawing a line in the dirt with a stick and deciding that anyone who crossed it with a wand would regret it for a week. Harry stood with Black Adam and let the relief move through him like shock, prickling, absurd. He felt taller and smaller at once. "Are you hurt?" Hermione asked Adam, businesslike. "Yes," he said, honest. "Not enough to matter." She nodded, unsurprised. "We'll still look at it." "Very well," he said, and almost smiled at her tone. Hagrid came up with a blanket. "Cover him," he asked, voice lower. Black Adam looked down at the body. "Yes," he said. "Give him to the ground he tried to own." They covered Voldemort's remains without ceremony. No one spoke a blessing. No one spat. It was just a thing that had to be done. "Harry," a voice said, small and shocked. He turned. Colin stood there, mud to his knees, camera hanging against his chest, hands shaking. He looked 10 and 20 at once. "Can I?" He started, then shook his head. "No, not yet." "Sorry, it's all right," Harry said, and hugged him without thinking. Colin clung for a second, and then let go, embarrassed and lighter. Ginny drifted close to Luna, looked at her, tried a grin, failed, then tried again and made it stick. "You okay?" Luna nodded. "He looked very silly at the end," she said, thoughtful, like a man who'd practiced one face too long and couldn't remember the others. Ginny snorted. "Good." McGonagall climbed the last steps back to the tower, slower than she would have yesterday. She looked at Black Adam for a long time. "Thank you," she said. "I will say it properly when I'm not thinking about where to put the worst of them." "Ladder," he said. "Make your lists." She nodded and went to do exactly that. For a while, the battle turned into loud tidying. Then it turned into quiet crying in corners and first aid and relieved laughter and 6 children asleep on a blanket while a house elf stroked their hair. The sky opened a little more. The first blue showed. Hermione stepped to the chalkboard someone had propped against the parapet and drew a line through AST Rona Y. She didn't draw a tick. She just drew a line. Then she wrote, in small letters, "Count the living." Harry read it, throat tight. Black Adam stood with his hands behind his back and watched the grounds like a man guarding a city from a high wall, not because he wanted to be up there forever, but because he knew people slept better if he did. He didn't glow, and he didn't hover. He was simply there, and the air learned a new shape around him. Ron sank down beside Hermione. "We actually did it," he said, amazed. "We did," she said, and let her head drop onto his shoulder for a breath. He didn't move, and he didn't make a joke. He just sat there and looked at the sky like it scared him a little less. Luna slid to Harry's side and bumped his arm with her shoulder. He bumped back. "You were very brave," she said. "I was very lucky," he said. "Those are cousins," she said. "Good ones," he said. "They are," she said, and smiled. Down on the lawn, Neville and Sprout walked to the patch she'd hidden in the north yard. The seedlings had survived. Neville knelt and cried for half a minute with his hands in the dirt, and then laughed, soft and broken, when one small leaf turned toward his thumb as if greeting an old friend. Ginny drew a deep breath and looked at the castle. "We're going to have so much cleaning to do," she said, half groan, half wonder. "Dib's not scrubbing out the Great Hall," Ron called down. "You're scrubbing the Great Hall," Ginny called back. "Harsh," he said, but smiled. Flitwick dismissed a ward with a neat gesture, then reset it while 3 captured Death Eaters watched him with a dull hatred that looked suddenly smaller. "If you try anything clever," he told them without heat, "I will turn your boots into something that bites, and you will deserve it." They glared. He ignored them. He had work to do. The sun finally cut through in 3 honest bars. It hit the tower, and faces turned up to meet it without flinching. The wind dropped to something less like a hand on the throat. Harry looked at Black Adam. The man's profile was hard. He looked tired. He looked ready for whatever came next. Harry's stomach turned at that thought. "Later," Black Adam said, catching the look. "We will talk later." Harry nodded and didn't push. He looked out over the grounds and let himself believe it was real. He felt the castle breathing differently under his feet, slow, deep, surprised. Hermione took another breath and set her shoulders. "We need to organize the search teams," she said to no one and everyone. "Live first, dead later. Records, names, we write this day properly." McGonagall's mouth twitched. "Miss Granger," she said. "Welcome back to class." "Professor," Hermione said, and for a second they were both simply themselves again. Ron clapped Harry on the back, gentler than usual. "Well, tell Mum," he said out of nowhere. "She'll cry," Ginny said. "She'll shout," Ron said. "She'll cook." Ginny said. They all laughed, a strange, relieved noise. A crow landed on the parapet and cocked its head at Black Adam. He looked at it with grave respect. "Tell your cousins to give us an hour," he said. "Then they may have the field." The crow blinked, cawed once, and flew off. Hagrid barked a surprised laugh. "House rules," Ginny said, lifting another mug toward Adam. "Rest when you can." He took it. "House rules," he agreed. The work went on. The day opened. Somewhere far away, a last group of Death Eaters threw their masks into a ditch and ran in the wrong direction. Somewhere else, a portrait told another portrait what it had seen, and the frame shook with quiet sobbing. Somewhere, a child found his sister. On the tower, the four of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, stood close without thinking about it. Black Adam stood with them. They didn't hold hands. They didn't need to. They had done the hard thing. Another hard thing waited. They could feel it. They didn't say it out loud. They looked at the sky and let the wind move around them and tried to remember how to breathe in a world that had space in it again. "Tonight," Hermione said, checking the watch she'd pinned to her jumper, "we sleep. Tomorrow we start writing what happened so no one gets to change it later." "Tomorrow," Ron echoed, and made it a promise. "Tomorrow," Luna said, and made it a wish. Harry looked at Black Adam. "Tomorrow," he said, making it something else, an agreement. Black Adam lifted his chin, eyes on the horizon as if he could see the next day already. "Tomorrow," he said, and the words sounded like a step on a road they'd chosen together. Chapter 10, Aftermath and an Overpowered Problem. By noon the battlefield looked like a worksite. Wands were holstered, sleeves rolled up, and everyone had a job. The smoke had thinned to a stale smell that clung to clothes. The sky was a flat blue washed with white where spells had burned the air. McGonagall ran the yard like a headmistress with a whistle you couldn't see. Beds to the great hall. Water along the east wall. "We count the living first." She didn't raise her voice. People came when she spoke anyway. Hagrid carried a boy with a splinted leg as if he were made of spun sugar. "Nearly there, kiddo," he murmured. The boy smiled into Hagrid's coat and fell asleep. Flitwick sat on the broken steps and drew wards into dust with a stick he'd stolen from Sprout. "You," he told two sullen, bound Death Eaters, "will sit where you are placed. If you try the stairs will try you back." They believed him. Sprout barked at anyone who dared step on her plants. Yes, the ones holding the snake, those ones. Walk round, deer, house. Elves set out tin cups and bread with a speed that would have looked like magic even if everyone here hadn't seen worse. An elf took Harry's wrist and set a cup in his palm without asking. "Drink," she ordered. He did. Black Adam stayed near the shattered fountain, watching the grounds with his hands behind his back. He moved only for work to lift a fallen beam so 3 bodies could be carried out, to steady a tottering bit of wall with his shoulder while someone dragged a trunk through, to catch a loose spark with his fingers and rub it out like a cigarette. People in the yard tilted outward from him without meaning to, as if their minds were still learning what to do with a man who had caught a killing curse in his hand and kept going. At first, the looks were all gratitude. A few hours later, a different current crept in, quiet, raw, a look over the shoulder followed by a look at him. It wasn't hatred. It was fear dressed as planning. 2 Aurors arrived on foot from Hogsmeade, robes scorched, faces grim, their purple badges dulled by ash. Kingsley Shacklebolt came with them, taller than anyone, face made for keeping rooms steady. He found McGonagall, clasped her forearm, and then took in the field in a sweep. "Status?" he asked. "We breathe," she said. "He doesn't." Kingsley's shoulders dropped half an inch. He closed his eyes once. "Good," he said. "I never thought I'd say that word and mean it like this." He looked toward the fountain. Black Adam looked back, meeting his gaze without challenge. Kingsley walked across the yard, measured. He stopped at a polite distance, glanced at the cracked basin between them, then at the man who'd turned lightning into an answer. "I'm Kingsley Shacklebolt," he said. "Acting," he grimaced. "We don't know yet. Something sensible at the ministry, if it still exists." "Oh, I hope it does," Black Adam said. "Me too," Kingsley said. "Thank you for today." "You are welcome," Black Adam said. He didn't make it grand, and he didn't make it small. Kingsley nodded. "We'll want to talk," he said carefully. "Not now. Not before people eat and lie down. But soon. There are practicalities." Black Adam glanced to where Harry was hauling blankets with Ron, both of them sweating and smiling stupidly at nothing because being alive was enough for an hour. "Yes," he said. "There always are?" Kingsley took a longer breath. "You're not under arrest?" he said, and somehow made it sound like a promise and a warning both. "You've earned better than that. But London will ask questions. Not all of them fair. Some of them loud. I will not be paraded," Black Adam said. His voice didn't change. The words stacked neatly. "I will not be kept in a box with a window for men to point at when they run out of speeches." "I don't want that either," Kingsley said. "But people will be afraid." "Off me," Black Adam said. "Yes," Kingsley said. "Today they're grateful. Tomorrow they'll try to weigh you like a bomb and decide if they can sleep with you across the river." Black Adam considered that without surprise. "I have no interest in ruling your city," he said. "Or your school. I believe you," Kingsley said. "I'm not everyone." Harry reached them then, out of breath, cheeks red, hair a disaster. "Tea," he offered, because the world would be easier if tea could handle it. Kingsley took the cup. "Thank you, Harry," he said, something like pride in his tone. He looked between Harry and Black Adam and saw enough to file under later. "If you have advice for a man walking into a building full of frightened bureaucrats, I'll take it." "Bring biscuits," Ron said, appearing with a stack of blankets and a grin that tried to pretend his eyes weren't red, and a very stern expression. "Do both," Hermione said behind him. "They'll underestimate you if you smile. They'll underestimate you if you don't. Might as well aim for confusing." Kingsley's laugh cut through the edginess like a knife through a spoiled knot. "Sound counsel," he said. He squeezed Harry's shoulder and drifted back into the yard, already collecting more lists than even Hermione could manage. The day stretched and sagged. Cheers rose without rhythm when someone found a friend alive. Tears came in the quiet spaces between jobs. Ginny commandeered a broom and used it as a pointing stick while she ordered a dozen older students into a line and marched them to the great hall with buckets. "We're going to scrub like we mean it," she told them. "Anyone who complains gets an extra bucket. We just fought a war," one boy muttered. "And we won," Ginny said. "Now we wash the floor we won." Harry grinned, then flinched as a string of words floated past the fountain from a knot of tired witches in torn robes. He took curses to the face. Hate ate them. If he turns. If he sneezes. Who keeps him in check? A boy? The words weren't shouted, they didn't have to be. Black Adam heard them anyway. His eye moved a fraction. He didn't react further. Harry took a step toward the women, then stopped. Hermione's hand found his sleeve. "Not now," she said softly. "I know," he said, angry at himself for how much it stung. "They're scared," Hermione said. "It doesn't make it fair." Ron set his blankets down with a thump. "We need a plan that works for us," he said, voice lower, "before other people force one on us." Harry's stomach sank. "A plan that ends with him leaving," he said, hating how true it sounded. Hermione's eyes were kind and tired. "We knew it was coming, Harry. Knowing and liking aren't the same," he said. "Never are?" Ron said. Luna joined them, the edges of her hair ash-gray now. She handed Harry a handkerchief without comment. "He will ask you," she said. Not anyone else. Harry folded the cloth, unfolded it, folded it again. I'll say no. Luna looked at him. He'll ask again. Then Harry swallowed. Then I'll listen. They didn't have long to think about it. McGonagall approached with Kingsley and Flitwick, all three looking like they'd eaten dust for breakfast. Black Adam turned to face them. No one had to announce the meeting. The air did it. McGonagall started. First, she said, "Thank you. There is no proper way to say that, so we will muddle through and then say it again later with clearer heads." Black Adam dipped his chin. Accepted. Kingsley took over. "There are two honest choices here," he said, with the bluntness of a man who had no time to wrap bad news in paper. "One, you leave. Far. Not because we do not trust you, but because the world is about to become noisy and greedy and stupid, and you will make all of that worse just by standing where someone can point. 2. Black Adam asked. "You stay," Kingsley said. "And the ministry, what's left of it, argues about you for months, writes bad laws, tries to assign you an office, decides whether you count as a citizen or a weapon, and spends all its time and money on the question of you instead of the people bleeding on our floors." Flitwick cleared his throat. "There is a third choice," he said delicately. "Not for politicians. For us." McGonagall's eyes met Harry's for a breath, then moved to Black Adam. "We seal you again," she said. "Here, properly, on our terms, with witnesses, not because you are a monster, because you are too much for peacetime and too tempting for men who like to play with matches." Silence laid down between them like a board. "Do not talk as if I am not here," Black Adam said, not unkind. "I expected this conversation when the sun rose." Harry's throat burned. "You said after," he said. "After this." "We are after," Black Adam said gently. "I am very proud of you for wanting to argue anyway." Hermione spoke before Harry could. "It should be your choice," she said to Black Adam. "Not ours. Not theirs. It is," he said. His eyes were steady. "I would rather close the door than watch men fight over the handle." Kingsley blew out a breath. "I'd rather have you at my back if something ugly crawls out of a cupboard next week," he admitted. "But I'd also like to end a war without promising people a new god." "Do not call me that," Black Adam said, mild and final. "Fair," Kingsley said. He didn't flinch. Ron rubbed his neck, miserable. "I like you where I can see you." "You will still see me," Black Adam said. "When you shut your eyes." Unhelpful," Ron said, trying to smile and nearly managing it. Flitwick cleared his throat again. "There is a practical matter," he said. "The ritual. The one who opened the seal is best placed to close it." The castle is listening to the same voice. Harry stared down at his hands. "Right." McGonagall put a hand on his shoulder. It was warm, steady, exactly what he needed and not enough. "We will not ask it of you if you cannot do it," she said. Harry looked up at Black Adam. The man wasn't large in that moment. He wasn't the fight. He was the quiet after it. "You'll ask me," Harry said softly, "and I'll do it." Black Adam nodded once. "Yes, not yet," McGonagall said briskly, saving all of them by giving orders. "We'll do it at dusk. It's kind to give a day a clean end. I'll speak to the castle, Phileas, the circle, Pomona, the herbs. Kingsley, I'll keep the ministry off your back for 4 hours," Kingsley said dryly. "After that, you never met me." "Splendid," McGonagall said. "Go." People moved. Work started again with a different weight. Harry didn't run. He walked slowly to the corner of the courtyard where a low wall had survived the night. Black Adam followed at the same pace and stopped an arm's length away. "I don't want to," Harry said. "I know," Black Adam said. "I feel like I'm choosing to make the world smaller," Harry said, angry and ashamed of the anger. "We finally made it big enough to breathe in now, You are choosing not to let men own what they fear," Black Adam said. That is not small. Harry swallowed. Will it hurt? Yes, Black Adam said. A little. For both of us. Good, Harry said, and then winced at himself. Black Adam's mouth moved. Humans are peculiar, he said, and Harry nearly laughed. Luna arrived with something folded in brown paper. I made you a picture, she said, and handed it over without fuss. Black Adam unfolded it carefully. The drawing was simple and honest. 4 children and a tall man standing on a tower, a line of stars, the castle under them not broken but not perfect either. It is very fine, he said. I will be happier if you fold it into your hand when you go, Luna said. It will remember your shape. I will, he said, and folded it once and tucked it into the edge of his belt. Hermione approached with her jaw set and her hands empty. I'm sorry, she said, surprising herself, not for asking, for the world, for how it looks at you when it should just say thank you and make you soup. It has said thank you, Black Adam said, several times, and I have drunk more tea in a day than in the last 100 years. Hermione huffed, a broken almost laugh. You are infuriating, she said, and then, before she could change her mind, she stepped into him and hugged him. It was not a long hug. It was not graceful. He went very still, then put his hand carefully on her back, like a man remembering how to set a cup on a shelf without knocking it. Thank you, she said into his chest. You are very brave, he said. Ron shuffled up, hands in his pockets. If you ever come back, he said, I'll teach you Quidditch, or at least how to shout at it. I would like that, Black Adam said. Ron blinked. Yes, Black Adam said. You are loud in a way that makes other people stand up straight. Ron scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Don't tell Hermione that. She'll write it down. I will, Hermione said. Twice. Hagrid came with a wrapped package. Rock cake, he offered gruffly. I know. Teeth. But it's the thought. Black Adam took it as if it were an oath. He bit into it, chewed, and did not crack a tooth. It is strong, he said. Hagrid's eyes went misty. That's a compliment. It is, Black Adam said solemnly. The yard filled again as the light went slant. People who could stand stood. Those who couldn't lay propped on blankets. House, elves peered from behind barrels. The portraits along the walls gathered frames and whispered to each other about history. Flitwick chalked a neat circle in the center of the courtyard, his hand steady, his mouth thin. He added runes with care, speaking each name under his breath. Sprout laid a garland of dried leaves and bitter-smelling sprigs at the north point. McGonagall placed a small school banner on the south edge. It wasn't the old crest. It was a plain square of color, red, blue, green, yellow, stitched clumsily together by someone with more heart than skill. Kingsley stood just outside the circle, arms folded, face hollowed out by a day he hadn't planned for and a night he'd dream about for months. Harry stepped into the circle with Black Adam, because there wasn't a world in which he would have let him stand in there alone. Hermione, Ron, and Luna moved to the edge and stood one step closer than anyone else. McGonagall raised her hand. The yard went quiet. This man, she said, voice even, saved our lives. He broke the thing that made our days small. He is not our property. He is our friend. He chooses this. We witness it. We honor it. She looked at Harry. When you are ready? Harry nodded. He couldn't speak yet. He took 3 slow breaths. The first tasted like smoke, the second like clean stone, the third like water. He looked at Black Adam. Black Adam did not kneel. He didn't need to. He simply stepped a fraction closer so Harry didn't have to raise his voice. Say it when I nod, he murmured. If you wait for your heart to agree with your head, we will be here until next spring. Harry let out a startled breath that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. All right, Black Adam turned to the yard. Thank you, he said. For the day. For letting me work. For not running when I was loud. His eyes moved over faces and landed, finally on the 4 teenagers at the edge. "Be gentler than I could be," he said. "And when you cannot be gentle, be true." He looked back at Harry. The nod was small. Harry's throat tightened as if a hand had reached up from his chest and pinched. He could feel the word like heat behind his teeth. It would be easier to whisper. It would be easier to shout. He did neither. His voice caught. His eyes burned. He swallowed hard enough that it hurt, and tried again. Shazam. The word left his mouth like something he'd carried for months without realizing and could finally put down. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Lightning didn't fall from a dramatic sky. It settled, straight down, white and clean, wrapping Black Adam in a sleeve of light that hummed in Harry's bones. It didn't run wild. Hermione's circle held. Flitwick's runes shaped it. Sprout's herbs softened the edges. McGonagall's banner didn't flutter. It clung to the stone and stayed put. Black Adam's eyes were on Harry's the whole time. There was pain there. There was relief. There was something like pride that made Harry's throat hurt worse. For a breath, the air smelled like rain on dust. For another, it smelled like hot metal. Then it smelled like nothing at all. The light thinned. Where a man had stood, there was now a statue the color of deep river stone, knee to chest in a simple, spare pose, one hand at his side, the other curled at his belt, where Luna's drawing was folded under the fingers. His head was tilted a fraction, not raised, not bowed. Waiting, not angry, not at peace either. Ready to stand a long time. Harry didn't breathe. Then he did, and the air hurt on the way in. A sound rippled through the yard, quiet, not rehearsed. It wasn't applause. It wasn't wailing. It was the noise people make when they choose to carry something together so no one person drops it. A few sobbed. Someone laughed, helpless, because the body does what it must to stay upright. Ron was beside Harry before the second breath. Hermione too. Luna stepped in and put her palm at the base of Harry's neck, the way she did when nightmares had to be shaken off. "You did it right," she said soft. He wanted it done right. Harry nodded, eyes stinging. He lifted a hand and set it against the statue's forearm. It was warm. "Thank you," he whispered. I'll keep it tidy." Hagrid set a hand big as a shovel on the statue's shoulder. "I'll see to the pigeons," he promised thickly. "They won't get near ya." Kingsley cleared his throat and spoke to the crowd. "This is not the ministry's doing," he said. "It isn't a sentence. It's an agreement among friends. If anyone tells you otherwise in London tomorrow, send them to me. I'll lend them a dictionary." A thin laugh went around the circle, grateful for the way words could be used to hold people together when nothing else would. McGonagall stepped forward with her wand and traced a small square in the air at the statue's feet. The stone rippled. The drawing beneath the statue's fingers puffed and settled again. She didn't try to read it. She didn't need to. Flitwick added 3 tiny runes low on the base where only someone kneeling would see. "For when we need to remember how," he said. Sprout tucked a sprig of something green into a crack in the base. "For company," she said, sniffing. The yard didn't break apart so much as drift into its next shape. People wiped faces and went back to their jobs, because that was how you honored a thing like this. You didn't leave the washing up for someone else. Harry stayed. He didn't want to, which was exactly why he did. He watched the light go stronger along the top of the stone shoulder. He watched the dust settle in the lines along the forearm. He watched his hand stop shaking. Ron bumped him, not hard. "He'll come back," Ron said, as if daring the world to argue. "Maybe not for us," Hermione said, gentle. "But he'll come back, somewhere, to someone who needs a hammer." "I hate it," Ron said. "Me too," Hermione said, and took his hand where she thought he couldn't see. He saw. He didn't tell them. He put his own hand out and Luna's found it. She didn't squeeze. She simply placed her palm against his and left it there, a human weight easy to carry. Kingsley approached quietly. "You all right?" he asked Harry, which was a silly question and a kind one. "No," Harry said. "Yes. Ask me tomorrow." "I will," Kingsley said. "I'll also make sure nobody tries to take a chisel to your friend." "They'd better not," Ron said darkly. "They won't," Kingsley said. "Not while I have a desk to pin people to." When Kingsley left, McGonagall came to stand beside the statue. She folded her arms. "We'll place him properly," she said. "Not as a trophy, as a promise. In the courtyard, I think, where the youngest can pat the stone on their way to lunch and remember that freedom often looks like work." Harry nodded. "He'd like the courtyard," he said. "It's loud." "Perfect," McGonagall said. Sprout returned with a cloth and wiped Soot from a groove as if she were cleaning a kitchen table. "No pigeons," she reminded Hagrid without looking up. "Promised," Hagrid said. The four of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, lingered until the yard was mostly quiet, the kind of quiet that comes after a hard day when bodies are too tired to argue. Ginny wandered over with 4 mugs of something that wanted to be tea. "Drink, or I'll pour it into you myself," she said, then set a 5th mug at the base of the statue with a shrug. "House rule," she told it, and walked away. Harry laughed, small and real. "She'll make a terrifying head of house someday." "She already is," Ron said. "I've been terrified of her since I was 3. Hermione leaned her head on his shoulder. He didn't move away. He kissed her hair once, quick, because he needed to, and because she didn't flinch, and the world didn't end. So he did it again, slower. She let out a breath that made something in Harry's chest loosen. Luna stood on tiptoe and kissed Harry's cheek, brief and sure. "For luck," she said. "It worked?" he said, voice unsteady. "Keep it," she said. They gathered themselves. The castle needed beds set up, lists copied clean, 1,000 small things their hands could do while their hearts calmed down. Harry began to turn away and then turned back, feeling foolish and not caring. "We'll be here," he told the statue, "every day, even when we're late to class." He half expected to feel silly speaking to stone. He didn't. He felt seen. They walked toward the great hall together. The new day wasn't bright. It didn't need to be. It was wide enough to hold all the work left. Near the door, Neville waved them over. He'd transformed a stack of crates into a line of rough tables and laid out paper and quills. "We're writing names," he said. "All of them. No one gets lost. Start where you like." Hermione took a quill at once. Ron dropped into a chair and blew on his hands like a man about to tackle a mountain of owls. Luna sat and wrote in neat letters that would already look like memory when they dried. Harry stood a second longer with the quill poised, and then wrote the first thing that came to him, "Black Adam, friend." He looked at it until the ink dried, blew on it anyway, then set the quill down and went to fetch more paper because there were so many names. And that was what you did after you sealed a friend for the safety of a world that still needed you to set tables and wash cups. Night came gentle and late. The great hall hummed with tired voices and the scrape of benches. Kingsley stood on a chair and told 30 seconds worth of truth. "It's over," he said. "We'll make mistakes tomorrow. We'll fix them the day after. Sleep." People tried. Some succeeded. Harry lay on a narrow cot under a window that had seen too much and looked at the dark until his eyes made shapes of their own. He thought of lightning in careful hands, of a steady voice telling him to be true when he couldn't be gentle, of a hand on his shoulder that had felt safer than all the doors in the world. "Harry," Luna whispered from the next cot. "Yes." "Hay asked you because you're good at hard things," she said simply. "I didn't want to be," he said. "I know," she said. "That's why." He turned on his side and stared at the outline of the window. "Do you think he heard me?" "He always heard you," Luna said. He will hear you when you say good morning to a statue. 2. Good, Harry said, and smiled into the dark like a fool and didn't mind. At some awful hour his body remembered how to sleep. He woke before dawn to sounds he would have called ordinary a week ago, and now wanted to hoard snoring, an elf clinking cups, the rustle of parchment, a bird complaining about the roof. He slipped out of his blanket and padded into the courtyard. It was empty except for Hagrid on a low wall with a mug and a soft look. The statue stood as they'd left it, quiet in the pale light. Someone had tucked a flower at the base. Someone had left a strip of cloth with a child's messy drawing on it. Someone had draped a scarf over the arm and then thought better of it and taken it away. The scarf lay folded nearby, patient. Morning, Hagrid said. Morning, Harry said. He stood in front of the statue and, because Luna was right, said, good morning, out loud. It felt less ridiculous than he expected. It felt right. He touched the stone once lightly. It was cool now. That was all right. He wasn't afraid of the cold anymore. Footsteps scraped. Hermione, Ron, and Luna joined him without a word. They stood a moment in a huddle small enough that a camera would have cut half of them out. It didn't matter. Plan, Ron asked, because even the quiet needed a frame. Breakfast, Hermione said. Then we keep our promise? What promise? He asked, half asleep. To be gentler than he could be, she said. Ron nodded. All right, he said. We'll try. We'll try, Harry echoed. Luna tugged the ribbon on her plate tighter. Hell like that, she said. They turned away together. Behind them, the statue watched the morning with the same steady tilt of the head, a guardian who had chosen to sleep standing up so his friends could lie down for a while. The castle breathed in and out like a house that had finally remembered how. And the four of them, tired, hungry, raw, and somehow whole, walked toward a day that would ask for less lightning and more hands, ready to give both when it mattered. Chapter 11, A New Dawn at Hogwarts, Epilogue. By September the scaffolds were gone. The last of the tarps came down in the week before term and folded into neat squares at McGonagall's request, not for clutter. For rain, she'd said, and no one argued. Windows had glass again. The great hall's ceiling had remembered how to be a sky instead of a bruise. The flagstones still showed their new seams, pale lines running like healed cuts, and nobody minded. It gave the floor a memory. The statue stood where the courtyard met the first step to the great hall. Children rubbed the base for luck without being told to. Someone tucked fresh sprigs of something green into the crack on the right each morning. Someone else kept folding paper cranes and setting them near the feet. House elves whisked away anything that might make pigeons bold, and Hagrid kept his promise with a glare that could stop a flock. On the first day of term, Harry woke before the bell and lay still, listening to the castle breathe. His trunk was under his bed the way trunks always were. Ron's snore had a steady rhythm again. It hadn't for months. The window was open an inch, cool air brushing the curtains. He didn't move, and he didn't want to waste it by rushing, that simple feeling of ordinary. Why wake? Ron mumbled into his pillow. Yeah, Harry said. Ron stretched like a cat and pushed his hair off his face. It's going to be a weird day. A good one, Harry said. Same thing sometimes, Ron said, and rolled out of bed. Breakfast or fall back asleep and pretend we meant to. Breakfast, Harry said. Hermione will check. She would, Ron said. Fond. He yanked his jumper over his head and muffled. Are we calling it a jumper if it's 3 sizes too big? Yes, Harry said. Because you're stubborn. Ron grinned unbothered. That's the Weasley way. They found Hermione downstairs, already dressed, hair plaited, satchel neat. She had a list in her hand and a pencil tucked behind her ear. Good morning, she said, and kissed Ron's cheek, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. It felt like it. Did you sleep? Some, Ron said. Enough. You Enough, she said. I kept waking up thinking I'd forgotten something. I hadn't. It was just quiet. Harry liked the word on her. He liked it on the castle more. They crossed the courtyard together. The statue took the light the way good stone does, without grabbing for it. Luna was already there, talking to it with the same seriousness she gave to anyone. She turned as they approached and smiled. "Good morning," she said to them and to the statue at once. "Morning," Harry said. He set his hand on the forearm for a second. "First day," he told it quietly. "You'll like the noise." They went inside. The great hall smelled like toast and polish. Sun pooled on the tables. The banners over the walls were plain house colors, with a new strip down the middle of fifth ribbon, stitched from scraps of all four. It didn't have a name yet. People were trying not to argue about what to call it. McGonagall stood at the lectern with a small stack of cards and a look that said she could do this without the cards if she had to. Flitwick perched to her left. Sprout had a smear of soil on her cuff and didn't notice. Slughorn had agreed to return and was already pretending he hadn't retired twice. "Welcome back," McGonagall said when the noise settled. She didn't use magic to quiet the hall. She didn't need to. "We have much to do and much to enjoy. Those are the same thing more often than you'd think." A little ripple of laughter went round the room. She let it ride. "We are making a few changes while the dust settles," she went on. "You will find that the house tables have not been moved, but they will be visited." She glanced up. "Once a week, every table will host students from every house. Consider it a weekly field trip you need no permission slip for." Ron leaned over to Hermione. "Which day is Slytherin's turn to put up with me?" "Thursday," Hermione said without checking any list at all. McGonagall continued. "Curfew is sensible. Dueling in corridors is frowned upon, even if you are certain you can keep it light. Professor Flitwick informs me there is no such thing. The Forbidden Forest remains forbidden unless you are invited by Professor Hagrid and sign a waiver I am currently drafting." "Hear that?" Ginny murmured from 2 seats down. "No light dueling." Seamus sighed. "I was going to duel my pillow. Very gently." "Try it," Dean said, "and see who wins." McGonagall set the cards down. "We will honor our losses properly," she said, voice steady and warm. "There is a wall in the west corridor. You will find names there. If we have missed anyone, you will tell us. No one is left off lists because they were inconvenient. No one is left off lists because they were frightened. We know what fear looks like. We have all had enough of being ashamed of it." It wasn't a big speech. It held. People breathed easier. "Now eat," she said briskly. "Classes begin at 9. Breakfast was laughter and jam. Harry kept craning to see everything in the room at once. He kept failing and didn't mind. Hagrid waved a spoon at them and mouthed. Later, over his porridge, Flitwick looked happy with his tea. Sprout had smuggled something leafed and green onto her plate and pretended it was a salad. Kingsley appeared in the doorway mid-meal with a folder under his arm and an apology on his face. He spoke to McGonagall for 2 minutes. She nodded and sent him off with a plate of eggs, as if the ministry could wait until he'd eaten properly. He went smiling. "Good sign," Hermione said. "He's eating." "Better sign," Ron said. "He's not shouting." "He doesn't shout," Harry said. "Not at people who deserve it," Ron said. "He saves it for furniture." "Fine policy," Hermione said. At 9, Harry walked into Charms with a set of quills, a fresh notebook, and a chest that did a funny quick thump when he saw Flitwick's blackboard. It was clean. No battle plan. Just a title written in tidy chalk, everyday protections. "Good morning," Flitwick said, standing on his stack of books as if it had always been his height. "Today we learn charms that make windows honest, kettles quiet, and doorways remember to shut. I will not lie to you, there is glamour in great magic. There is also grace in the small. We will be graceful. Ron leaned in. Windows honest. Wards that don't lie about being closed, Hermione whispered. Locks for elbowy cousins. Eh? Ron said. Useful. They practiced charms that kept ink from running on the last lines of essays. They set a hex on a drawer so it only opened for 4 names and a cat. Harry performed the window charm and felt the pane hum as if pleased to be part of the work. Flitwick clapped at them, delighted. Yes, the world doesn't just need heroes. It needs hinges. New motto. Ron murmured. Hermione wrote it down. Transfiguration came after. McGonagall moved slower than last year, but her aim hadn't dulled. We will not waste your time with mice, she said, setting a blot of ink on a saucer. Today is for mending. If you can turn a broken thing into a whole one without hiding the crack, you may keep your wand for the rest of the week. Harsh. A Ravenclaw muttered, then turned their own saucer back into a plate with such care it made Harry want to stand up and applaud. Hermione lifted her hand at the end. Professor, she said, a little shy. Would it be possible to have a class on repair for things that aren't just physical, enchanted books, old portraits, that sort of thing? McGonagall's mouth softened. Yes, she said at once. You will help me write it. Hermione's smile startled her own face. Ron saw it and didn't make a joke. He put his hand on hers under the desk and squeezed until she squeezed back. After lunch, Quidditch. The pitch had been re-laid. The grass was too green in one corner and a little thin in another. Harry wiped his palm down his broom and grinned at the smell of it. He couldn't remember the last time his body had wanted to move just for joy. Ginny ran the session with a coach's calm. 10 laps, easy pace. She said to the squad, no dives until I say, Ron, you're in goal today until someone bribes me. I didn't agree to that. Ron called. You did by being early, Ginny said. Congratulations. They flew. Harry chased the fake snitch because it was stubborn. The wind had a clean edge. Ron saved a shot with his elbow and whooped, then let in 2 soft ones and swore as if offended by physics. Hermione sat in the stands with a book open and looked up more than she read. Luna lay on her back on the lowest step and watched clouds. At one point she sat up and said, That one looks like a teapot. And everyone looked even though the whole sky looked like teapots and nobody minded. Merlin, I missed this, Harry said when they landed, breathless and flushed. You missed my excellent keeping, Ron said. Hermione kissed his cheek. I did. Ron went the color of his hair. Well, he said, trying not to preen and failing. Ginny tossed Harry a towel. You look happy, she said. I am, Harry said, surprised by how simple that was to say. Good, Ginny said, and thumped his shoulder. The afternoons settled into a pattern that felt like a life. Homework at a table near a window that had only cracked once. Herbology with Sprout, who made everyone talk to the plants before they dared touch them. They're people, she said firmly. Green ones. Use your manners. Luna knelt to whisper to a patch of seedlings and came back with dirt on her nose. They think we're loud, she reported. But they like us. Reasonable, Ron said, trying to coax a stubborn root into a new pot. The root thumped his wrist. Oi, he told it. We've all had a week. Evenings were quieter than anyone had expected. A lot of people went to bed when the bell rang and didn't pretend not to. The first week, McGonagall told them lights out was a suggestion, and if anyone woke shaking at 2 in the morning, they could go sit in the great hall and look at the sky until their breath remembered how. House, elves brought warm milk. Nobody teased anyone else for drinking it. Harry found his way to the lake on the 3rd night. He'd meant to go alone, but Luna turned up with a pair of blankets over her shoulder and didn't offer an excuse. It's cold, she said, and sitting on wet grass is for people who want to cough in charms. True, Harry said. They spread a blanket and sat. The giant squid raised one lazy tentacle as if saying hello, and then slipped away. Luna's hair caught the last of the light. She was quiet in a way that made Harry's own quiet sit down and stop wriggling. "Does it feel empty to you sometimes?" he asked, looking at the far hills. "Yes," she said, "like when a song stops and you think it will start again, but it doesn't. It's all right. There are other songs." "I keep wanting to tell him things," Harry said. "Daft things. Like how the new window latches work, or that Flitwick calls his stick a stick and not a wand when he's in a mood." "You can," she said. "He listens." "I know," Harry said. "It's not the same." "No," she said. "Which is why we have each other. It makes the not same not awful." He looked at her, grateful and a little scared by how grateful. "You make it easy," he said. "I make toast?" she said solemnly. "That's the same thing." He laughed, surprised by the sound. "I like you," he said, because he'd learned the stupid hard way that you should say the simple things out loud while you could. "I like you," she said. "Do you want to kiss me?" "Yes," he said, heart-knocking, "but only if you do." "I asked," she said, amused. They kissed. It wasn't fireworks or trumpets. It was warm and close and a little clumsy, with a bump of noses and a smile in it. When they parted, Luna rested her forehead against his and said, "You taste like jam." "I had 3 pieces of toast," he confessed. "That explains it," she said, satisfied. They sat until the light left the hill and the castle lit itself from within one window at a time. When they stood to go, Luna tucked her hand in his. "We'll see him in the morning," she said, as if making a plan to meet a friend for breakfast. "We will," Harry said. Ron and Hermione's first argument as an official pair happened over ink. It wasn't interesting to anyone else, and it mattered a lot to them. Ron left the library red in the face and stood in the corridor trying not to kick the wall. Hermione came out a minute later and didn't say anything at first. "I'm not stupid," he blurted. "I didn't say you were," she said. "You made a noise like I'd spilled soup," he said. "Over a comma." "It wasn't the comma," she said. "It was." She stopped herself, sighed, and rubbed her eyes. "It was everything. It was scary. And the comma was there, and I could fix it. And I wanted something to do that made sense." Ron's shoulders dropped. "I hate it when you make sense," he muttered. "I hate it when I hurt you," she said, sudden and honest. "I'm still learning how to talk like a person who trusts that people will stay." He looked at her for a long second. "I'm not going anywhere," he said, as if he were saying it to both of them. "Even when you do the comma noise." She made a small sound that wasn't a laugh and wasn't a sob. "Come here," she said. He did. They stood like that until a first year rounded the corner, saw them, yelped, and ran back the way he'd come. Later, much later, when the moon was up and the library was closing, Hermione took Ron's hand under the table and said, "I'm your girlfriend." "I know," he said, bewildered and pleased. "Good," she said. "Just making sure you knew. Will you write it down?" he asked, deadpan. She kicked him lightly under the chair. "Idiot! Yours," he said, and looked so stupidly happy about it that she had to look away for a second to get her face to behave. Rebuilding a school meant small meetings that turned into big ones. It meant schedules and ink, stained fingers and ladders that needed a second pair of hands. It meant filling the quiet with sensible noise. It meant Kingsley showing up once a week at odd hours, asking for tea, listening more than he spoke, and leaving with crumbs on his cuffs and a steadier face than he'd brought. When students asked if he was minister, he said, "Someone has to keep the pens from going missing," which was yes enough. The memorial wall filled slowly. People wrote names with care. Some left spaces around a name because they couldn't make their hand move close to it yet. No one complained. There was a jar for letters. There was a bench for sitting. There were tissues in a tin under the bench, and no one touched the tin except to refill it. On a Saturday in October, they held a small ceremony that wasn't a ceremony because everyone was tired of the word. McGonagall read 3 lines. Flitwick spoke softly about hinges and doors. Sprout said thank you to the people who had kept the green things growing even when the sky had been wrong. Hagrid cried into a handkerchief he could have used as a picnic blanket and didn't apologize. Afterwards, they went to lunch and told stories with their mouths full because that was better than silence. The statue got scarves when it was cold. It didn't keep them. The elves were strict about that. But while the scarf was there, it looked right. The first snow fell in small, honest flakes, and someone took a picture of Harry brushing white from the statue's forearm with a soft cloth. He hated the picture and kept a copy anyway. Classes deepened. Harry got good at the window charm, then the door one, then the one that kept nightmares from catching at the edge of sleep. Hermione wrote her repair class with McGonagall and argued footnotes with Flitwick for fun. Ron learned to brew a reasonable pepper-up and didn't blow anything up that mattered. Luna started a tiny club that met on Thursdays to walk the corridor in the dark without talking and then share biscuits afterwards. We're practicing quiet, she explained when people asked. It's hard and we need to be good at it. The first Quidditch match was a mess and a joy. The quaffle slipped through hands that had forgotten how to be greedy for points and remembered on the 3rd turn. Ron saved a shot with his foot and fell off his broom onto his back and lay there laughing at the sky until Ginny shouted, "Get up, idiot!" And he got up. Harry caught the snitch with a neat reach that made the whole stadium stand without thinking. He landed to find Luna waiting with a thermos of hot chocolate. "You looked like you needed this," she said. "I do," he said, and drank. In December, the castle held a dance because Hermione and a group of older students decided that dancing was a thing that reminded people their bodies could do more than flinch. They left the great hall's ceiling dark and hung lanterns at shoulder height. The music was mostly cheerful and sometimes terrible. Ron stepped on Hermione's foot twice and then learned to count under his breath. Harry swayed with Luna near the door and felt, for the first time in a year, like his shoulders were in the right place. At midnight, they went out to the courtyard with their coats open. The statue looked taller in lantern light. Happy nearly New Year. Ron told it and clinked his chocolate mug gently against the base. "Thank you for not breaking," Hermione said to the stone, practical even now. Luna tucked a paper star into a crack. "Keep watch," she said. They stood a while without talking. They'd got good at that. Spring came later than anyone wanted, and then all at once. The greenhouses pushed out new leaves. The lake shrugged off its skin of ice. Harry and Luna started going down to the bank after dinner 2 nights a week. They didn't make a rule. It just happened. They talked about small things classes and which owl was rudest and whether the squid had favorite students. Sometimes they didn't talk at all. They kissed in ways that did not belong to the war. They learned each other's rhythms with the patience of people who had been forced to go fast and were grateful to go slow. Ron and Hermione had a row about his handwriting that turned into a row about everything else, and then into a very quiet conversation at the kitchen sink while they dried plates because they had offered and McGonagall had said yes. "Of course, I want to be good at this," Ron said, tired and honest. "You are," Hermione said. "You're you? That's good at. Doesn't feel like enough," he said. "It is," she said, and kissed him with the sudden certainty of a person who had spent months being careful and had decided it was safe to stop for a moment. He leaned into it and made a small, surprised sound that made her laugh into his mouth. People visited the statue when they got exam results, good or bad. They patted the base when they ran late for class. Tiny first, years whispered to it, because they thought no one could hear and then looked guilty when Harry smiled at them. He didn't tell them it was all right. He let them have their secret. Kingsley's visits changed shape. He came less often, stayed longer, smiled more. He told the staff room in 3 sentences that there would be trials done properly, and then, when a student asked if properly meant slow, he said, "It means fair," and nobody argued because of the way he said it. He watched a Quidditch practice once and clapped when Ron fell off his broom and laughed. "You're terrible." Ron told him. "Yes." Kingsley said, "It's good for me." On a late afternoon in May, McGonagall found Harry in the corridor outside the library holding a stack of books he had not planned to read. "Walk with me," she said. They went to the courtyard. The statue had a sparrow on its shoulder that didn't spook even when McGonagall stopped under it. "The Ministry will want to move him eventually," she said. "To London. For show." "No," Harry said at once. "I agree," she said. "I told them he belongs to the people who speak to him and wipe dust from his sleeve." They never argued again. Sometimes it helps to use small words. "Thank you," Harry said. "You're welcome," she said. She looked up at the stone face. "You know," she said after a moment, "I like him there. When the first years come through the gate and their stomachs are in their feet, they'll see him and know they are not walking into a place that only asks. It gives. It keeps watch. That matters." "It does," Harry said. He set his hand on the base again, as he always did when anything important happened. It steadied him. It always had. Exams arrived like visiting relatives, expected and somehow still surprising. Hermione treated them like a puzzle with extra snacks. Ron treated them like a prank he could survive. Luna ate an orange outside the exam room and announced to no one in particular that this year's Ravenclaw exam had fewer trick questions than last year's would have, which made 3 people reconsider their choice of seat. When they were done, when the last parchment was signed and the last quill set down and the last "You may go" said, people ran to the lake as if the water were a bell they had to ring. Shoes came off. Something like a cheer happened. Harry sat on the bank with his toes in the cold and watched sunlight move like fish under the surface. Luna sat beside him and leaned her head on his shoulder without asking. "We did another year," she said. "We did," he said. "Do you think the quiet will last?" she asked. "For a while," he said. "Long enough to get bored and then grateful again." "Good," she said. "I like boring. It means I can finish my drawing." "What drawing?" "Maps of where the sky is kinder," she said, as if that were a normal project to assign oneself. "I'll show you." "I want to see all of them," he said, as if that were a normal promise. It felt like one. Ron and Hermione flopped down next to them in a tangle of limbs and arguments and laughter. "We did it," Ron said. "No explosions. 3, but they were contained," Hermione said primly. "We call that growth," Ron said, and put his head in her lap. She carded her fingers through his hair absent-mindedly, with the ease of a person who had learned that some kinds of care were allowed to be simple. They lay there until the shadows stretched long and the castle called them back, with the smell of something good in the ovens. On the way in, they stopped at the statue. It had a new ribbon around the base, not a house color, just a piece of cloth someone had tied there because they wanted to. "Good night," Harry said. "Thank you," Hermione added. "Keep an eye on the pigeons," Ron told it. "They know better," Luna said. The last feast looked like a feast again, piles of food, students in shirt sleeves, Hagrid telling a story that got bigger each time he told it, Sprout sneaking cuttings onto the window ledge when she thought no one was watching, Flitwick falling asleep for a minute and waking up with a snort and a smile. McGonagall's speech was short and kind. "I am proud of you," she said, "not just for what you did in May, for what you have done since, afterward, people spilled into the courtyard. Stars showed in bits of the ceiling that had remembered how. Harry tugged Luna's hand and led her to the edge of the lawn. Ron and Hermione drifted after them out of habit. They stood together, close, not because they were making a point, but because there was nowhere else to put their shoulders that made as much sense. Next year, Hermione said, "We'll have fewer meetings." "Liar," Ron said, adoring. "Will," she said, stubborn. "We'll have reading nights and silly clubs where you do nothing but sit in a room and be alive at the same time as other people." "I can get behind that," Ron said. "I'm very good at being alive in a room." Harry watched the sky for a long time. He thought about the cave and the tower and the light that had wrapped a man and turned into a promise. He thought about how the castle felt under his feet when he said hello to it now. He thought about how the world could be loud without being cruel. Luna squeezed his hand. "You're thinking important thoughts," she said. "Only some," he said. "Some are about toast." She nodded. Good balance. They lingered until someone called them in, because there were dishes to vanish and bench legs to tighten. It felt right, ending a year with work you could point to. That night, Harry woke once to the echo of a voice that wasn't a nightmare. It was calm. It reminded him of old doors and long hills. He couldn't make out the words. He rolled over, felt sleep take his shoulders, and let it. Far from the castle, past the line where the grounds ended and the real wild began, a cliff took breath from the lake. The night there was clear and thin, no ceiling to pretend otherwise. Wind ran its fingers over the stone and left it alone. A man stood with his hands folded in front of him. He wore a cloak the color of old ash and a hood that didn't hide the silver of his hair. His face had the kind of lines you get from frowning at maps. Symbols shimmered on his sleeves, not bright, just true, the same shapes that had been carved into a cave floor a long time ago. He watched the castle. He watched the courtyard where a statue stood with its head tilted a fraction. He watched a boy with a scar put his hand on the stone and say good night without noticing he'd said it out loud. "So," the man said to the wind. His voice was not loud. It didn't need to be. Someone was able to break that monster's seal. He did not look angry. He did not look pleased. He looked like a person adding a new line to a long list and then deciding where it went. "The boy," he said, almost to himself. He looked down at his hands and flexed them, as if checking they still remembered the work. "I will keep an eye on him." He turned from the view. He did not crackle or vanish. He walked away along the cliff path, robes tugging at the grass, the runes on his cuffs quiet as breath. Behind him, the castle glowed, its windows bright. In the courtyard, a ribbon moved against stone in a breeze that smelled like water and bread. The statue watched the door. The night held. In the dormitory, 4 teenagers slept in a building that had decided not to fall down. They would wake to tea and lists and a sky that remembered how to be blue. The work would wait. So would the world. And somewhere beyond both, an old wizard made a note and the next story turned in its sleep, not waking yet, but listening.